These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. The Great Courses cover a broad array of university-level disciplines. The lectures in each course are either 30 or 45 minutes long. By listening for less than an hour a day, you can finish even the longest course in just weeks. Browse our catalog or website and imagine how much you could learn if you spent just 30 minutes a day for the next year in the best college classrooms in the world. The lecturers are university professors carefully selected by the Teaching Company and its customers for intellectual distinction and teaching excellence. These lectures are titled A Brief History of the World, Part 1. The lecturer is Professor Peter N. Stearns. Professor Stearns is Provost and Professor of History at George Mason University. He received his bachelor's degree summa cum laude, his master's degree, and his doctorate in history from Harvard University. Professor Stearns was trained in European social history and has written books and articles on emotions, child-rearing, dieting and obesity, old age, and work as they concern people in both Europe and the United States. He has also written widely and influentially in the field of world history, including authoring 2 textbooks that have gone through multiple editions. He has also written thematic books on world history, including The Industrial Revolution in World History, Gender in World History, Consumerism in World History, Western Civilization in World History, and Childhood in World History. He edited the 6th edition of the Encyclopedia of World History and is currently editing the Encyclopedia of Modern World History. His recent books, Global Outrage, The Evolution and Impact of World Opinion, and American Fear, illustrate his interest in using history to understand contemporary patterns of behavior. At George Mason University, Professor Stearns annually teaches a world history course for undergraduates. He previously taught at the University of Chicago, Rutgers, and Carnegie Mellon. While at Carnegie Mellon, he won the Smith Award for Teaching and Educational Service in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as the Spencer Award for Distinguished Teaching. Professor Stearns has also worked extensively for the Advanced Placement Program, and from 1996 to 2006, he chaired the committee that devised and implemented the Advanced Placement World History course. He has also served as Vice President of the American Historical Association, heading its teaching division from 1995 to 1998. Dr. Stearns also founded and still edits the Journal of Social History. Professor Stearns prepared the course guide that comes with these lectures. The course guide includes a detailed outline of each lecture, a timeline, a glossary, biographical notes, and an annotated bibliography. To get the most out of this course, you may find it useful to follow along with the outlines or review them before or after each lecture. Lecture 1. What and why is world history?
The rise of world history has been one of the most important developments in American history education and, to some extent, scholarship over the past 2 decades. So we'll begin with a bit of cheerleading. Most high school students now take some version of a world history course in the United States. An advanced placement program has grown immensely rapidly over the past 5 years. Colleges widely, though not uniformly, have introduced world history sequences. And the development of best-selling history books like Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steel reminds us that the general public is also interested in world history approaches. So this is a course about world history, and what I want to do in this first session is define the beast, talk about why it's developed so rapidly, talk about some problems that are undeniable in the field, and then turn finally to a few remaining definitional issues. One of the obvious challenges of world history is the extent to which it can include everything. And indeed, it is fascinating that one can add so many different experiences and places and time periods to one's sense of how the world has developed. But any world history, whether it's a semester course or a 2-year sequence, or a big textbook. Any world history is selective, and indeed that's one of the first things that is enjoined upon us as world historians. It's also not random selection. The key point in world history is that there are three major approaches, usually applied in combination to some extent, that help us decide what we're going to focus on. The first approach, it's probably the easiest, also probably the least rewarding in the long run. But the first approach involves studying major civilizations, several of them from the word go, and talking about how they developed and how they helped define the experience of at least many, usually most, of the people in societies around the world. But this civilizational approach risks being random if it's not combined with an active interest in comparison. So the first approach in world history involves looking at major civilizations, but also bringing them together in comparison so we can see what they share, which is a crucial aspect of the dynamic of world history, how they differ, which is also obviously important, and through comparison, avoid the sense of it's Thursday, it must be China. Okay, that's approach number one. Approach number two, which is probably what world historians get most enthusiastic about, involves attention to cases where major societies, including civilizations, come into contact with each other. And we look at how this contact occurs, how it changes both parties to the contact, and use this as a framework for talking about broader changes in the experience of peoples around the world. The third approach relates to contacts, but emphasizes the emergence of broader forces that will help define contacts, help define the experiences of individual civilizations, forces like new trade patterns, new migration patterns, new disease patterns, new missionary efforts. Okay? So you've got a combination of three emphases: civilizational approaches and comparisons, contacts, and these broader cross-cutting forces. And these are the components that we use to help us select what materials to emphasize, and frankly also what in the vast array of knowledge about the world's past, what we can leave out. The approaches obviously are normally used in some combination. For example, when you talk about contact, you need some sense of what the individual civilizations involved in the contact consist of. So civilization and contact, to some extent, often go together. When you talk about the impact of new trade patterns, you need to interpret this impact through the experience of individual civilizations. So broad forces, yes, but leavened by the attention to individual cases. The three approaches, and particularly the last two, the contact and the broader forces, also help us define key time periods in world history. A second way, besides selecting major emphases, a second way that world historians make their subject matter manageable and I think meaningful, involves the decision to emphasize a rough coherence in certain key periods of time, and these periods in turn are defined particularly by changes in patterns of contact and or changes in some of the cross-cutting forces such as the diffusion of new technologies, the emergence of new trade patterns, etc. Civilizational developments may fit this pattern as well, but they're less crucial in defining the major time periods. In this world history course, as in frankly most, there's wide agreement here. In this world history course, we'll be emphasizing a number of key time periods, such as the classical period, which is roughly familiar to many users of history, running from about 1000 BCE to about 500 CE. We'll then turn to the post-classical period, and this will require some definition later on. It's a bland term deliberately. After that, we turn to the early modern period, which runs from roughly 1450 CE to about 1750 or 1800. We then turn to the long 19th century, which again we will define more clearly later on. And finally, the contemporary period, which in some ways, predictably enough, since we're still in it, is the most challenging of all. The rise of world history, and I started out emphasizing how rapid and important this has been, the rise of world history owes its nature to a number of key causes. But it's been an unusual rise in 2 or 3 respects. First of all, world history has emerged initially more as a teaching field than as a research field, though as we'll see, research is beginning to catch up. That's not the way new fields usually develop in American or anybody else's higher education. Second, and this is probably related, world history did not emerge initially, for the most part, at the United States' most prestigious universities. And indeed, the Ivy League was slow to make the turn to world history, and only really in the past 5 years has begun adding serious world history components. Finally, and this will come up a little bit in our discussion later on as well, the field is not evenly developed across the world, which is somewhat ironic since we're talking about a global approach. World history, I think it's fair to say, is particularly well developed in the United States. There's interesting work in China and Japan. A few European countries have developed significant world history programs, the Netherlands, for example, and there's growing interest in Germany, Italy, and elsewhere, but it's still pretty much a first step. And whole societies like the United Kingdom, although they contribute significant scholarship to world history, have yet to introduce world history significantly in their educational programs at all. So there's some oddities to the development of the field, and this may help explain why there continues to be significant debate about it. The reasons world history has developed so strongly, the reasons why I think it's a valid entrant into what people should know about the past, are really threefold, and they're not particularly complicated. First, this was more crucial probably 20 years ago than it is now because the development of world history itself has tended to respond to this factor. But the first factor involves the changes in the composition of the American student body. As more and more students in American universities can legitimately claim that their heritage attaches to some part of the world other than the West and Western Europe, they understandably pressed at institutions like Stanford and Columbia, they understandably pressed for a history course that would respond to some of their identity issues, some of their concerns, along with the more conventional appeal to Western origins. So that's factor number one. Factor number two, and this is the biggie, very simple, is the extent to which, since the 1950s, the United States has become engaged with a whole world and not simply with a Western world. This engagement logically propels us to look for a kind of historical perspective that will give us some basis, some context for understanding the world at large, rather than one important but narrower slice of it. And finally, cause number three, the rise of world history. I won't claim this at the origins, but the rise of world history by now is also including significant advances in scholarship that make it clear that you can use the world history's perspective to gain better understanding of key passages in the past, and you can embellish that perspective precisely by learning more. And we'll talk a little later about where these gains in scholarship have been particularly noteworthy, but it's an ongoing process. Okay. This said, we've defined the animal, we've argued at least briefly that it's a manageable product, not simple, but manageable, and we've talked about why it's gained ground. The next thing to note is that there are three kinds of objections to world history that truth in advertising we also need to talk about, because you need to consider these as you go through the process of greater exposure to world history itself. The most telling conflict, and it is a conflict, sometimes referred to as part of the culture wars, the most telling conflict is the conflict between doing world history and doing Western civilization. In 1994, a group of historians, well-intentioned, careful, produced a set of national history standards for world history. The goal was to help high schools decide what they should be emphasizing, what their students should know on the emergence from a secondary school history program. This set of national standards was condemned 99-1 by the United States Senate in 1994. Now, 1994 was the year in which conservative legislators took power in the United States Congress. In my opinion, there was a fair amount of political posturing and grandstanding in this vote, but it's a very dramatic vote. And the vote was predicated on the extent to which emphasis on world history standards, as some of the senators stated, detracts from the special valuation Americans should give to Western traditions. There is, as you all know, a long-standing, respectable, and indeed very important tradition of teaching Western civilization in American colleges and universities. The tradition began in the teens and 20s of the 20th century. It was spearheaded by leading figures like James Harvey Robinson, an historian at Columbia. And the argument was, in essence, twofold. One, that it was possible to trace a line of historical development from ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt on to Greece and then Rome, then on to Western Europe, and then some would argue ultimately on to the American hemisphere, and particularly the North American hemisphere. I had a student once who told me that his high school instructor said that there was indeed a law of history that argued that civilization would steadily spread westward, and I had images of civilization seeping beyond the coast of California and running aground at the international dateline. Frankly, it's a silly approach from a world historian standpoint, but it reflects the tremendous emphasis Americans have long given to Western civilization. The second part of the Western civilization argument, and again it's perfectly respectable, deserves serious attention, is that the United States is, broadly speaking, part of a Western tradition, and therefore that students need to pay particular attention to the emergence of Western institutions and values. These are good arguments, and they continue to create a debate, not always a clash, but they continue to create a debate, given finite amounts of time, a debate about whether one should plump for a Western Civ approach or a world approach. The world historians argue several things, although the arguments vary a little bit depending on the individual. Some world historians, frankly, and there's no reason not to admit this, really think that one of the purposes of a world history course is to bash the West. This is not my approach. I don't think it's fruitful or necessary. The West has certainly contributed many good things to the global experience. Also, frankly, some bad things. This can be noted either within a Western Civ context or a world context. The bashing approach is not part of my own personal lexicon. But, more validly, world historians make, I think, a couple of other claims. The key one, of course, and this is just part of the debate, the key one is that at this point in time, it's more important for American students to learn something about the world as a whole, including the West, including how the West fits into larger world patterns, than it is to learn about the Western tradition more narrowly. World historians, particularly those of us who are not particularly interested in West bashing, not uncritical, but not bashing, world historians would also argue that you don't lose the opportunity in world history to get some sense of how the West developed, what some of its distinctive features were, both good and bad, so you don't lose all of the value of what many people have treasured in a Western Civ approach. But this is a debate. It is important to note that the choice of world history in a teaching program, unless you can have time for both world history and the West, the choice of world history does involve a really different set of emphases from the Western Civ tradition. And world historians get particularly, and I think legitimately, concerned about compromise efforts that will claim that this course is a world history course, but really turn out to be the Western experience with one or two chapters on other societies. This is what we in the trade call the West and the rest approach. We think it distorts the way the world developed, and we think it's actually misleading, and we hope that increasingly, and I believe this is in fact the case, it will go away. World history argues that Western civilization is one of a number of major civilizations. It's not always the most important one, though its importance would certainly grow in more modern times, and it needs to be viewed in a more global context. It needs to be viewed comparatively. It needs to be viewed as part of a larger package. A second concern about world history, and this is probably a little bit more technical within the discipline of history itself, a second concern is perfectly understandable, deserves real attention, and that is that even aside from the special claims of the West, world history simply can't adequately convey the complexities of individual traditions. This argument comes particularly from historians dealing with East Asian civilizations, and it's very simple. It's not totally different from some of the Western civ concerns, though it doesn't have the identity factors attached. The concern here is that Chinese history, say, is so nuanced, so complex, that if you try to put a Chinese slice in world history, you inevitably simplify, you inevitably elide some of the crucial passages, and this is a perfectly respectable opinion. It is obviously true that in world history one will not be giving the degree of detailed attention to China or to the West that a more specific civilizational approach will offer. I think the gains outweigh these liabilities, but liabilities undeniably exist. The third objection is actually interesting, and I will mention it. I don't quite know what to make of it. It's come up more recently as some Europeans have attempted to insert themselves into a world history framework. And this criticism argues that world history is somehow, or at least world history as developed by Americans, is somehow yet another product of American imperialism. Now, this comes at a time where, of course, there are a lot of criticisms of American foreign policy, and to some extent, I think these criticisms simply jump on that bandwagon. As I try to parse out the criticisms, I think that they reflect, a European anxiety about the American lead in this field, understandable but not necessarily creditable, and a sort of backhanded concern that American world historians have indeed ended up leaving too much of the European experience out, which sort of goes back to the Western civ objections, but from a slightly different route. I mention this. I don't think it's a terribly serious objection because, in my judgment, world historians in the United States have made tremendous effort to avoid an imperialist taint, to deal reasonably and even-handedly with the experiences of various societies, including those that came under Western control at certain points. I don't think this one sticks, but it certainly should be noted. Okay. The definition of world history in terms of some combination of three major approaches, the sense of why world history has become important, the recognition that there continue to be objections, which I think can be answered, but certainly need to be noted and remembered as we actually go through a world history system. These issues need finally to be refined in terms of a few other essentially definitional features within the broader framework. First is the question of timing. There are three kinds of emphases in terms of chronology in world history, beyond the specific periods that I mentioned earlier, that we need to pay attention to as we run through the system itself. First is emphasis on early. Historians, as historians, tend to be particularly eager to explore origins, and in the world history context, this can involve trying to push greater attention to the early development of human societies, to the early emergence of civilizations, sometimes at some expense to more recent developments. It's a valid option. It's not the one that we will be emphasizing in this course, although I want to pick up some elements of it, but it certainly needs to be noted. The second approach simply acknowledges, and this will become clearer when we move into these time periods, the second approach simply acknowledges that the greatest contributions of world history scholarship to our understanding of the past, the greatest changes in our perspectives on the past, have particularly applied to the post-classical period, roughly 500 to roughly 1450, and to the period right after, the early modern period. Here, as we will explore later on, is where really our understanding of the past has particularly been altered, including, by the way, our understanding of where Western developments fit into a broader framework. So there is a sort of second world history emphasis that will pay due attention to origins, but revel particularly in the time period roughly 500 to roughly 1750. Finally, however, and this is my own approach, I think ultimately it's particularly important to see both the early and the middle phases of world history contributing to an active modern period, and a modern period that then can be used along with the earlier elements to help understand the world in the present day. So in this course, in my opinion, obviously with full validity, in this course we will be emphasizing the connections between earlier phases of world history, more recent developments, and ultimately the world present, and maybe even to some extent, the most probable developments in the future. As we work on world history, a couple of other frameworks I think can help us make sure we keep an eye on the woods and just not the trees. The first framework is a familiar one. World historians, like any analytically sensitive historian, world historians are interested in the balance between, the tension between change and continuity. World history can sometimes seem to focus particularly on changes. Each of the major time periods will involve a new framework. But we also obviously want to pay attention to continuities, to ways that human societies persist, or at least maintain a certain level of persistence. And one reason for the civilizational approach, the first of the three approaches I mentioned earlier, is indeed that it helps us keep tabs on some continuities, some traditions, juxtaposed with some of the new elements in the global framework. So balance between change and continuity, which is really the most standard analytical staple of the history craft, is certainly present in world history. The second tension applies more specifically to world history itself, from the earliest points to the most recent. There has always been a certain degree of tension between developments and identities formed in particular localities and regions, and the advantages of contact and the exposure to more cross-cutting forces. These operate obviously in tension. We will argue later that probably the first large portion of the human experience, up until about 1,000 years ago, placed more emphasis on the local and the regional than on the contact and the combination. And then for the last 1,000 years, including obviously today, the balance has shifted. We place more emphasis on contact and cross-cutting, less emphasis on local and regional developments and identities. But the tension is always there. It's vivid in the world today. We can see it back in the classical period or even before. And this is a skein to maintain as we run through the course of world history. I mentioned earlier that world history certainly needs to pay some attention to civilizational traditions, and we'll be working on that reasonably systematically, particularly in the next set of lectures after, indeed, the very next one. But I think it would be useful to have in advance a certain sense of geographical coverage. As we will try to define more clearly later, civilizations are not magic or indisputable products. They involve retrospective definition, and definitional issues will sometimes be crucial. But most world historians use at least something of the following framework, although they may break it down in greater detail depending on how much time they have for their subject matter. We will be, over time, looking primarily at 7 civilizational/geographic areas. East Asia, certainly. South and Southeast Asia, and sometimes we can deal with them as a whole. Sometimes we'll need to emphasize some subdivisions. Third, the Middle East, and ultimately the Middle East and North Africa, though that's not a combination that emerged right away. Fourth, Eastern Europe. Fifth, Western Europe. Sixth, Sub-Saharan Africa. And seventh, what ultimately became the newest of the major civilization areas, Latin America. This leaves a few parts of the world out, most obviously North America and Pacific Oceania, and we'll have to talk later about how we put these regions into a civilizational map. But this at least can help get us started. A final definitional point is really very specific, and I almost apologize for it, but I think it has to be mentioned. World historians in the United States use BCE and CE as their main chronological divides. They add up to the same things as BC and AD, but BCE stands for before the Common Era, CE for the Common Era. It's the same dating, but the argument is that since this is a world history dealing with a large number of religious traditions, to use specifically Christian designations just doesn't quite fit. Now, this terminological nicety, it's clearly an example of political correctness, may be a bit annoying. I know that some people think it's sort of silly, but I will be using it because it's a convention in world history and I don't want to get kicked out of the craft. And also because it does usefully remind us, and here's the one clearly valid element of it. It does usefully remind us that as we turn to world history, we are really taking a step that differs from the Western-focused history that many of us were exposed to in our own educations. All of us, at least at my age and even a bit younger, all of us who do world history are converts. We were not trained in world history. We picked it up because we thought that this was an important new vantage point for the reasons I already indicated, important particularly because of its role in helping to prepare American students and a wider public for the global framework within which our society now operates and on which our society has impact. If you don't know world history, I think it's fair to argue you may not be as well prepared to handle world issues at the present as you should be. Just as in earlier decades in the 20th century, you could make the valid argument that if you didn't know Western history, you would not be as well prepared to deal with the issues the United States faced in relationships to Western Europe as you should be. Our world has shifted, and therefore the history we need has shifted as well. Let me end with a very specific point. I mentioned earlier that conventionally world historians end one period around 1450 CE and then pick up the early modern period. 1450 will, in some ways, seem pretty familiar to those of us trained in Western history. It has some relationship to the Renaissance, the Reformation is looming, and these things actually are relevant. But 1450 is a date in world history much more obviously, because it begins to introduce some key changes in the Middle East, North Africa, some key changes in Russia and Eastern Europe, some key changes looming soon in the relationship between the Americas and the rest of the world, and through this, many of the products and trade routes that would affect virtually every society in the world. And only as part of this wider scheme are the developments in Western Europe specifically to be fit. World history periodization will not always seem totally unfamiliar in the dates used, but it will, I hope, seem quite different from what we're used to in a Western framework when we get into the reasons for the choice and the basic factors to be explored. Welcome to the World History Train. Our next stop will be the rise of agriculture.
Lecture 2, The Neolithic Revolution.
This session focuses on the rise of agriculture in human history and uses it as a focal point for developments prior to that we need to know, but also particularly as a framework for developments that will occur after agriculture is introduced. Now, this is a choice. I mentioned in the previous lecture that world historians often are eager to find earlier origins, and that can involve pushing back the attention well before agriculture. David Christian, in his fascinating book, Maps of Time, spends about a third of the book before he gets to the emergence of any version of the human species at all. So he integrates world history with the evolution of the Earth itself, and this is fine. Obviously, also, you can spend an immense amount of time, and many people do, on the early developments of the species, and these nuances obviously fade if you focus, as I do, on agriculture as the first cut. But choices have to be made, and I think this gets us off to a satisfactory start. Agriculture began to be introduced to the human experience around 9000 BCE, and I'll come back to these dates in a moment. Prior to that time, from the emergence of the human species, say 2.5 million years ago, though the date keeps getting pushed back as new discoveries are made, from about 2.5 million years ago until about 11,000 years ago, the human species was involved in hunting and gathering economies, in which, for the most part, males of the species would participate in hunts, and females would be responsible for gathering seeds and grains, often generating more caloric value than the more boastful men did in the process. This long period between the early emergence of the species and the rise of agriculture raises, I think, three important points that even in our shorthand version need some attention. First of all, obviously, is the fact of evolution itself, not as a debating point, but simply as an understanding that between 2.5 million years ago, or a little earlier, and about 100,000 years ago, the human species went through a variety of evolutionary phases in a number of different parts of the world. The species originated in East Africa. Early on, the species, early versions of the species migrated to different parts of the world. A large number of human species were generated over time. Most of them disappeared well before the emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens because of adverse conditions, competition from other species. We obviously don't always know why. But about 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens sapiens emerged. That is the species to which we all belong. And from that point onward, which included, by the way, soon thereafter, the introduction of what some sociobiologists call the speech gene, which greatly facilitated human speech compared to earlier versions, and therefore facilitated the emergence of more formally organized human societies, etc. From that point onward, there have been no major evolutionary changes in the human experience. Sociobiologists would quarrel with this a little bit. There have certainly been some developments, but we remain the same basic species that emerged in East Africa also about 100,000 years ago. So world history that begins with the emergence of agriculture obviously doesn't pay a lot of attention to the niceties of the evolutionary experience, but this looms as an important background. Second datum, and very familiar to those of us who had brief grade school exposure to some version of world history, it became pretty clear early on that the human species, well before the emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens, was a tool-using animal. It's not the only species that uses tools. Some of the great apes do. But the human species became particularly adept initially at finding tools that would be suitable for hunting or for gathering or whatever, or as weapons of war. And ultimately, particularly with the Mesolithic and the Neolithic eras, 12,000 BCE, and then around 8,000 BCE, tool use became increasingly deliberate. In other words, instead of simply finding tools, people became capable of making them, fashioning rocks, fashioning wood objects to make better weapons, better tools, even primitive boats. And they also, as part of this tool use, or at least I think it's a logical extension, began to be capable of domesticating certain kinds of animals. Initially the dog, and before the advent of agriculture, also some other species, including in some parts of the world, the horse. So, evolution, but evolution that produced Homo sapiens sapiens, and then, at least for a time, tapered off in terms of severe impact. Tool use, these are points, obviously, that set a framework for the emergence of agriculture itself, help us better understand the species whose history we're studying. The third pre-agricultural development is, in some ways, particularly crucial to world history, and that is the massive experience of migration. Homo sapiens sapiens, again, originated in East Africa, but after some thousands of years began to pour out into other regions and ultimately around the world, as had earlier versions of the species as well. The reasons for migration were very simple. Hunting and gathering societies require a lot of space. It's been estimated, obviously depends a bit on the region, on an average they need 2.5 square miles per person. So even a modest population growth will force a group of hunter-gatherers to move a little farther to seek new space, and ultimately this process extends so that the species will push out of the region altogether into other parts of the world. By 25,000 BCE, in other words, just 27,000 years ago, the species Homo sapiens sapiens had located in virtually every place in the world that is currently inhabited. Exceptions include, at that point, New Zealand, some of the other Pacific islands, Bermuda, but otherwise the species was in small numbers almost everywhere. It had crossed to Australia. At the point when it did so, the landmass in Southeast Asia extended much closer to what is now Australia, much farther into the Indian Ocean than is now the case, so the sea passage was relatively modest. As is more familiar still, people crossed into the Americas around over an ice bridge that connected Siberia with Alaska. This occurred earlier than had been originally estimated, seems to have occurred at least 25,000 years ago, maybe earlier than that. But again, by 25,000 years ago, there were peoples in the Americas. There were obviously peoples in Africa where the species originated. People spread throughout much of Asia, in Australia, Europe, etc. Okay? This means that human history begins at a point when the species is widely dispersed. I mentioned in my earlier lecture, one of the key tensions in world history is the balance between the local and the connected. Well, we begin with the pretty local. People were spread out in small numbers and inevitably, reacting to local environmental conditions, reacting to accident, formed intensely important local cultures, local institutions, and this would set the basis for the local, the more regional aspect of the human identity, which again remains important today. Now, the local shouldn't be overdone. There were language groupings that united people in larger elements, lots and lots of different specific languages, but a far smaller number of basic language groupings. And that's a connection that obviously we need to remember that modifies the local. But the species begins extremely dispersed. About 12,000 years ago, roughly 10,000, 9,000 BCE, there were at most 5 to 10 million people in the world as a whole. Very small number, very widely dispersed, and that's sort of the framework within which agriculture was introduced. There are a couple of other ingredients that could be added to the story. One of the things that's been particularly interesting as we talk about both migration and evolution, and to some extent even tool use, is the debate about how different species interacted, different human species interacted in the process before Homo sapiens sapiens emerged triumphant. It turns out that Homo sapiens sapiens coexisted with other human species like Neanderthals for a longer period than we realized. Their advantage over Neanderthals may have had less to do with brain capacity, which is what Homo sapiens sapiens came to pride itself on, than actually with running ability. Neanderthals were excellent at long-distance, slow running, which was terrific when the issue at hand was the hunting of large game. When the issue shifted more to smaller animals that were swifter, Homo sapiens sapiens had a clear advantage. We still don't know the extent to which Homo sapiens sapiens simply outcompeted other species like Neanderthals, clubbed them to death. The species obviously was violent from the outset, or intermarried with them. Some of you may have more Neanderthal in you than you recognized. It's an interesting process and simply serves as an illustration of the complexity of some of the developments that prefigured agriculture. Okay, agriculture. Want to talk here about when it was introduced, the complexities of its introduction, because unfortunately the human species did not do this in a tidy fashion, the implications for the future, and the implications about what kind of attitude one takes to major historical developments of this sort. There's no question, first point, that the introduction of agriculture, what is sometimes called the Neolithic Revolution, was one of the key changes in the human experience. Some would argue one of literally the two key changes other than the emergence of the species itself, the other one being the replacement of agricultural economies with industrial economies. Whether that degree of emphasis is justified or not, this is a big deal change, and one of our tasks today is to talk about why it's such a big deal. Okay, agriculture was invented at least 3 different places separately, and probably more. The first invention occurred in the northern Middle East Black Sea region, associated with the domestication of wheat and barley. It probably occurred there because of changes in animal supply. Agriculture was almost certainly, though of course we don't know this for sure, was almost certainly introduced by women because as gatherers they had been the ones who probably noticed, well, if you dropped some seeds in the ground, a little later something else happened. This may have been a mistake on their part, as we'll discuss later, but they were almost certainly responsible for the development initially. The second invention of agriculture was around rice. Occurred in South China and the continental part of Southeast Asia, about 7000 BCE. The third clear separate invention was the domestication of corn or maize in Central America, beginning about 5000 BCE. And there were probably other separate inventions. Probably agriculture was separately invented in sub-Saharan Africa, possibly also in northern China. We simply don't know, but at least there were 3 separate cases at widely dispersed intervals. So again, this is not a chronologically tidy development. We can talk about the emergence of agricultural society from about 9000 BC onward, but we have to recognize that this was true only in some parts of the world. Everywhere when agriculture was introduced, it gradually spread. And ultimately, certainly by 5000 BCE, was becoming the most common economic system for the largest number of people in the world. But 2 points. 1, it did not spread as rapidly as we might imagine, given the presumed advantages that this system had over hunting and gathering, advantages that we will make clearer a little later on. It spread slowly because contacts among peoples, although they did exist, contacts were themselves gradual, and there were simply long periods of time in which agriculture could be flourishing in one region, another region as close as 1,000, 1,500 miles away would simply be totally unaware of it. The spread of agriculture, for example, from the northern Middle East into northwestern Europe, the distances are not inconsiderable, but they're also not immense. This took literally thousands and thousands of years. So slowness of diffusion is a factor. Second, equally important, not all regions were equally suitable for agriculture, either temporarily or permanently. They might be particularly heavily forested. They might be arid. All sorts of factors might induce a people either to delay their adoption of agriculture or simply to avoid it altogether, at least until the modern period. Particularly important are cases in which hunting and gathering economies persisted But even more important still, cases in which an alternative economic system based on herding domesticated animals, a nomadic economic system, long prevailed over any introduction of agriculture. Nomadic societies were particularly important in the Middle East, in Africa, in some parts of the Americas, but above all in Central Asia, where they will play a crucial recurrent role in world history, as we will see later on. So, two obvious points. Despite the importance of agriculture, which I'm going to return to momentarily, agriculture did not conquer the whole world, and agriculture spread more slowly than we might imagine, partly because of lack of knowledge, partly because of particular climatic and soil conditions, but also partly because there were actually some pretty good reasons that peoples might not want to adopt agriculture. Agriculture, for example, for the most part involves settling down. Hunting and gathering people might treasure their capacity to move around. There is one version of agriculture, slash and burn, that allows people to farm for a couple years and then move on, but it's not the dominant form. Agriculture might seem repellent to societies in which males were accustomed to boasting about their hunting exploits. So there could be gender reasons for delaying, if not avoiding, agriculture altogether. We do not know the debates that must have occurred in groups and among individuals as the agricultural alternative presented itself as to whether they should adopt it or not. Ultimately, obviously, agriculture would prevail in most of the world where it's possible at all, and certainly in the largest population concentrations, but it was not an automatic or uniform choice, which is a caution about oversimplifying the agricultural story. When agriculture was introduced, it involved really massive changes in the human experience. First, it changed the nature of work, and here the change is counterintuitive. Agriculture involves more work, particularly for men in most cases, than hunting and gathering does. It's been estimated that hunting and gathering, on average, it'll be varied depending on the intensity of the hunt. Hunting and gathering involves about 3 hours of work per day. Agriculture in season involved much, much more. So agriculture redefines and on the whole increases the work expectations of human society. Agriculture massively redefined gender relations. In most hunting and gathering societies, as noted, men did the hunting, women did the bulk of the gathering, but because both groups contributed extensively to the food supply, women were usually given a reasonably prestigious place. It was separate from men, maybe a little inferior. But in many hunting and gathering societies, they participated in governing decisions. They were not treated as a systematically inferior part of the human species, despite the fact that our images of cavemen frequently emphasize club-wielding men lording it over women. Those images are inaccurate. In agricultural societies, however, patriarchal systems came to predominate everywhere. As we'll see, they might take different specific forms, but all agricultural societies introduced male dominance over women, older male dominance over younger males, and this became a characteristic of agricultural societies that still affects the human experience even several centuries past agricultural predominance. Why did this happen? The most obvious reason was that agriculture both permitted and required an expansion of the birth rate. With more secure food supplies, and that's the crucial advantage of agriculture over hunting and gathering. Agriculture does not guarantee adequacy. Agricultural societies would experience periodic famines, grain failure, crop failures, etc. But agriculture does produce more abundant and more predictable food supplies than hunting and gathering does, and that permits larger numbers of children to be born. Quite literally, in agricultural societies, women deliberately limited their lactation period, during which it's difficult, though not impossible, to conceive a new child. In hunting and gathering societies, women actually breastfed their children for upwards of 3 to 5 years. This was both to provide food supply for young children in a society in which food could otherwise be scarce, and was designed to limit the birth rate, because hunting and gathering societies simply could not afford too many children. They moved around. Too many young children would be a burden, etc. In agriculture, the greater abundance of food, without overdoing that abundance, permitted a new pattern of child rearing and an increase in the per capita birth rate. But also, agricultural societies needed these children because they needed additional hands, additional labor service, in order to run the agricultural enterprise itself. In most agricultural societies, the family and the workers within the family, men, women, and children, were essential to maintain the farming operation. Okay, with this change in birth rate, obviously, the differentiation between men and women tended to increase. Women had additional periods in which they were carrying children, dealing with young children, responsible for upbringing, and it was difficult for them to continue to serve as a major economic supplier for the family, difficult though not always impossible. And men increasingly, in most agricultural societies, assumed the role of principal cultivator of the crucial food crops. This economic differentiation, responsible for patriarchy, was fundamental to the agricultural experience and again greatly differentiated it from what had gone before. Childhood, of course, also changed. In hunting and gathering societies, children had had relatively few functions until they reached their early teen years. In agricultural societies, childhood and work became closely associated, and the virtues enjoined upon children, including obedience, tended to follow this shift in role as well. Okay, so with the advent of agriculture, even though it occurs at different times in different places, one sees a different kind of human experience emerge, different sets of relationships between different parts of the human community. The advent of agriculture, including its messiness, its uneven adoption, and uneven chronology, the advent of agriculture raises some really interesting questions about human progress. The most tempting thing to say, and I think this comes through in a good bit of grade school stuff about basic human history, the most obvious thing to say is, well, with agriculture, human beings were poised for further progress. And in some senses, that may be so. But it's also crucial to recognize that agriculture brought with it a number of very clear liabilities. And a few historians have argued that with agriculture, a downward spiral was established for the human species that we're still engaged in today. I wouldn't press it that far, but it's worth thinking about. What were the drawbacks? Drawback number one, obviously, agriculture introduced new kinds of inequality into the human experience, particularly between men and women. Drawback number two, as human societies began to settle down into clustered communities, disease possibilities increased. So agricultural societies were exposed to more epidemic disease than hunting and gathering peoples were. Agricultural societies also, almost by definition, were capable of altering the local environment in ways that hunting and gathering societies could almost never do. They might have some impact on animal numbers, but fundamental ecological shifts really awaited the advent of agriculture. And in some early agricultural communities, environmental damage actually emerged quite quickly, and in some cases actually destroyed the communities involved, at least in that particular region. So it's important to see downsides to agriculture, lest we adopt an unduly rosy, progressive view of human history. And it's important to realize that some of these downsides actually affected the willingness to adopt agriculture itself, which, as I said, was not exactly a uniform given in the human response. But agriculture clearly had a few advantages, and this is why it spread. One of its advantages, and one historian has pointed this out not entirely frivolously, was it allowed the emergence of products that could be fermented to create alcohol. And this historian has suggested, I wouldn't press this too far, but it's sort of fun. This historian has suggested that one of the reasons that men were willing to adopt agriculture, despite the fact that it took them away from the hunt was because it allowed them to get bombed. And indeed, we will see early on that some of the first things agricultural societies did, for example, with the introduction of writing, was to write down recipes for the fermentation of grain. Okay, more systematically and more seriously, agriculture allowed, as we've already suggested, a significant improvement in food supply that in turn allowed families to have more children, probably engage more frequently in sexual activity, and certainly allowed populations to expand. Whereas the population of the world at the eve of agriculture was probably at most 10 million people, quite possibly fewer than that. Within a few thousand years, the human population around the world had risen to 100 million or even more, and some of the great agricultural societies would be poised for population figures even in advance of these levels. Agriculture did not produce world populations at the level we're accustomed to today, but they generated populations that were vastly larger than had been true in the human condition up to that point. Agricultural societies, agricultural economies, always had some limitations, and as we begin to turn to a long period of human history, between about 9000 BCE until literally 300-400 years ago, a long period, it's important to remember that these conditions will be true to some degree almost everywhere, except in those cases where agriculture didn't prevail at all. We've already seen some limitations, or at least some characteristics, in terms of gender relationships between parents and children. Okay? As agricultural families move to birth levels that would usually involve a desire for between 5 and 7 children born for a family. Right? Agricultural economies also always were constrained by limitations in the amount of food that a given agricultural worker could generate. Except in a very few hothouse regions, even the most advanced agricultural economies, even 500 years ago, as recently as 500 years ago, required about 8 agricultural workers for every 10 people in the population. In other words, agricultural economies, although they greatly facilitated food supply, were always constrained by the extent to which 80% or more of the population had to be engaged primarily in agriculture. And this is important to remember. It's a constraint even on societies whose achievements we will soon marvel at. A constraint because it limited the amount of taxation that could be levied. It limited the size of cities to 20% of the population at the most, and frequently less than that. Russian agricultural society, for example, only in quite modern times generated an urban level that was more than 10% of the population. This constraint of resources, this constraint in terms of growing patterns, is a crucial feature to remember about agricultural societies generally. Agricultural societies would also, understandably enough, generate some cultural emphases. I think it's probably forcing it to say agriculture immediately produced an appropriate cultural response, because polytheistic systems that had been developed in hunting and gathering societies continued into agricultural societies for a considerable period of time, but obviously over time, agriculture would encourage new attention to the spring season as the planting season, new attention to divine forces responsible for creativity. So you need to look, along with resource constraints and family patterns, one needs to look to agriculture as a set of cultural parameters as well, and that will crop up in our later discussions also. The crucial feature of agriculture, along with the drawbacks that have to be remembered, the crucial feature of agriculture was its capacity to lead to population increase and its capacity to generate not massive, but discernible surpluses, which could be used for purposes other than agriculture itself. Agriculture indeed imposed some needs for some people who could be at least partially freed from agriculture proper in order to do some other things. Most obviously, for example, agricultural societies depended on the development of manufacturing of certain kinds of containers that could hold food and seed from one season to the next. So not surprisingly, although this isn't immediate, one of the first areas where agricultural societies generated technological advance was in the area of pottery making, because you needed these things simply to maintain your agricultural economy. So without overdoing the progressive emphasis, because again the drawbacks have to be remembered, agriculture is involved with population growth, the generation of surpluses, and this could lead, and this is our point in the next session, this could lead to yet additional developments in the human experience, including cities, including other kinds of technological advance, and that could be, as we will discuss, the next stage in the story.
Lecture 3. What is a civilization?
The focus of this session is on the emergence of civilization as a form of human organization and the early civilization period in world history, which runs variably in the region roughly from 3500 BCE to about 1000 BCE. I want to talk about what civilization involves, why it's worth attention, but I'm also going to be talking about some of the possible pitfalls in over-reliance on the civilization concept. Some world historians are quite nervous about too much emphasis on civilization, and while I think ultimately we can take their concerns into account without throwing away the concept, it really is important to pay some attention to some of the drawbacks, both in civilization itself and in the concept. First thing to note, pretty obviously, is that in the Middle East, where civilization first emerged, it took about 5,000 years between the advent of agriculture to the first arrival of civilization. Now, before that time, agriculture had already permitted the development of certain isolated cities, usually with populations of 10,000, maybe a few more people. So there were some precursors. But it's important to realize that agriculture did not quickly or inevitably lead to what we're talking about today. Indeed, there were agricultural societies, for example, in West Africa, that reached the modern period without forming the apparatus that we associate with civilization. So again, caution against too much inevitability, too much triumphal march of progress. The advent of civilization in the Middle East was preceded by some technological developments in addition to the maturing of agriculture itself. Most notably, by around 4000 BCE, people in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, Mesopotamia, were beginning to utilize bronze for weapons and tools, and they were utilizing the wheel, which probably had been developed by nomads in Central Asia, but was brought in as part of migration streams. The use of bronze obviously improved military and production capacities. It also imposed certain other kinds of requirements on the societies that used the metal, because now societies, to take advantage of this, had to seek out both copper and tin, the amalgam that would make bronze, and tin sources actually could be quite remote, forcing a good bit of long-distance trade and travel, another feature that would mark this early civilization period. The first specific civilization to emerge, again in Mesopotamia, was Sumeria. It would be followed over the next several thousand years by a whole succession of states: Babylonia, the Hittites, the Assyrians, the Chaldeans. The list is quite long, because this was a region that was open to considerable invasion, and the attractions of civilization drew peoples particularly from the north, from Central Asia, who came in as a mixture of migrants and invaders to take advantage of what civilization had to offer. This first civilization, this prototype of early civilization generally, offered a number of features that agricultural societies without civilization lacked. First of all, pretty obviously, it benefited from more abundant surpluses in agricultural production, and some historians really would like to leave it there. Civilizations are simply agricultural societies that have particularly large surpluses, and let's not get into the other characteristics that can seem misleadingly precise and progressive. But in point of fact, because again I think civilization is a valid concept with caution, Sumerian civilization not only involved unusually large agricultural surpluses, but several other features that really were significant as forms of human organization in contrast to agricultural economies that were not civilized. Feature number one was the introduction of a formal state, a formal political apparatus, not only with leadership, which could emerge even in hunting and gathering societies, but with a certain degree of structure, a certain small but definite bureaucracy, judges, tax collectors, that sort of thing. So civilizations are stated societies rather than stateless societies, which agricultural societies had been previously. Second, and this is the origin of the word in Latin, civilizations had cities. As I've mentioned already, they weren't the first to have cities, but they depended more on cities than agricultural societies without civilizations did. Cities meant concentrations of people, small by our standards, but definitely concentrations that could facilitate other kinds of cultural exchange, technological development, etc. Cities also quite obviously depended on more elaborate trade than agricultural societies had required before this denser urban network. So cities had to make arrangements with the countryside for food supply. They often traded with other cities. You see the emergence of a small but definite merchant class, another characteristic of the apparatus of civilizations, more pronounced than agricultural economies without civilizations. And civilizations, beginning with Sumeria and its cuneiform style, civilizations had writing. Writing allowed record keeping. It goes along with bureaucracies. Writing allowed long-distance communication in standardized forms. It could therefore accompany the expansion of trade. Writing would ultimately affect the generation and preservation of knowledge. So civilizations normally are defined as agricultural societies, although you will later have industrial civilizations as well, agricultural economies with unusually large surpluses, states, cities, and more elaborate trade, not trade by itself because other societies could do that, and writing. Older definitions also mention the importance of monuments, but that's really something of a variable and I think is a little bit superficial. Okay. Early civilizations developed first, obviously, in Mesopotamia, and then a procession of civilizations, some of which expanded empires in the Middle East. Civilization also emerged in Egypt along the Nile from about 3000 BCE onward, although recent discoveries suggest maybe a little earlier. Civilization also emerged in the northwestern section of the Indian subcontinent in what's now Pakistan, along the Indus River, in a civilization that's sometimes called Harappan, from Harappa, one of the major cities involved. And a little later, Harappan civilization originated around 2500 BCE. A little later, civilization emerged in a fourth center in Asia, along the Yellow River or Huanghe in northern China. Some historians also point to the first civilization in Central America, Olmec, a little later still, as another early civilization type, although not in fact along a river valley and obviously somewhat more separate in origin and nature. The fact that these early civilizations clustered along river valleys, at least in the Afro-Eurasian cases, the fact that these early civilizations clustered along river valleys was no accident. River valleys provided the most abundant opportunities for agriculture, therefore the most promising opportunities for surplus. But these areas also, to take maximum advantage, required the use of irrigation systems that in turn depended on a good degree of coordination, possibly some property definition. In other words, encouraged a situation in which governments and formal rules and regulations, as well as increased trading opportunities, would make sense as well. Okay, I mentioned earlier that historians get a little nervous about the civilization concept, and I want now to say why, not because I think these objections should cause us to jettison the concept, but I think they do cause us to surround it with a certain amount of caution and complexity. Objection number one harks back to comments I made in the first session. There is a version of the civilization story, sometimes associated with the Western civilization teaching tradition, that is pretty obviously objectionable to world historians, easily fixed, but it's worth mentioning. This is the version that, again, as we're doing today, emphasizes the importance of civilization, points particularly to Egypt and Mesopotamia, and then uses this to posit the origin of a glorious tradition that would pass from these early cases to Greece and Rome, to Europe, etc., etc., etc. Now, from a world historian standpoint, the problem with this view is twofold. First, it ignores the fact that important early civilizations also developed in other places. So, easily fixed, if we don't single out this particular tradition as unique or somehow particularly glamorous, we can go back to the civilization concept without harm. But it is important to make that adjustment. The second objection really applies to the issue of heritage. Even if we focus attention on Egypt and Mesopotamia, it's obviously vital to recognize, and almost self-evident, that this tradition would not only feed Greece and Rome, but would also feed later Middle Eastern civilization, East European civilization, elements of African civilization. So the notion of marching, as sometimes grade school texts imply, the notion of marching from the pyramids to the Empire State Building as some sort of distinctive, singular tradition just doesn't cut it. Again, we can fix this, but we need to recognize that you need to shift point of view. The second objection to the civilization concept, or at least the second thing that requires attention, and this is not unrelated to comments we made earlier about agriculture. It's important to recognize that much of the world, particularly in this early period, most of the world, did not adopt the civilization form. Even later, what do you do with cases like Polynesian society, an agricultural society that had a definite social structure, elements of a state, but no writing, no particularly vigorous cities? It's an interesting society. It doesn't quite make the most elaborate definition of civilization. What do you do with it? Or even take the case of the Incas in the Andes in the 14th and 15th centuries CE. The Incas are usually regarded as a civilization, and that's fine, but in fact they didn't have writing. They had a system of record keeping by tying knots in ropes that would allow them to keep tabs on taxes paid, but technically they had no writing. So do they fit or not fit? Okay, so it's important to realize that civilizations, particularly again in the early period, were not the only kind of interesting society. They obviously did not spread to areas where hunting and gathering or nomadism prevailed, because those systems cannot generate the organizational forms associated with civilization. But even in important agricultural cases, civilization simply did not catch on for whatever set of reasons. Okay? Third objection is really an interesting attachment to the way civilized peoples fairly early on regarded themselves, and that's the contrast between civilization and barbarism. As is well known, the Greeks, this is a little after the early civilization period, but not that much after, the Greeks developed an elaborate notion that people who weren't Greek were barbarians. The word came from the sounds Greeks thought foreign people made, bar, 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 and from that, barbarian. Chinese notoriously viewed other peoples, both in civilizations and out, as barbarians. Okay, so it's quite valid to note that civilizations tend to produce people, particularly city people, who will look down on others and invent nasty terms for them. And we can note that. It's an interesting human phenomenon, but it's really, really important as part of a world history approach not to adopt those kinds of prejudices in looking at the differences between civilized and uncivilized peoples. People without civilizations, without the organizational apparatus which we're focusing on for civilization. People without civilizations can have elaborate rules of conduct. They can be politer than people in civilizations. They can treat old people better than some civilized peoples do. They can fight less and engage in much more careful delimitation of war than civilized peoples do. So I think it's obvious, but it's actually quite important because it's sort of hard to get this out of one's head. The normal connotation of a barbarian, hairy, nose-picking, unregulated, just doesn't work. Because some of those people will crop up in civilizations too, and people who weren't in civilizations don't necessarily fall into that category. The final concern about the civilization concept, and this really is important for civilizations themselves, is to recognize that what we emphasize in civilizations can distort aspects of the human experience and the kinds of groups that form civilizations. Take an obvious example. We've mentioned that civilizations, with perhaps a couple of exceptions, always involve writing. And I think that's valid. Writing is important. It does change the way states operate, trade operates, knowledge gathering operates. But until very recently, the vast majority of people in civilizations were illiterate. So writing is there, it affects the way the society is conducted, but it does not describe the majority condition. We've emphasized cities, but remember from the discussion of agriculture that all agricultural civilizations had at most a fairly small minority of the total population living in cities. Most people were rural, and many rural people encountered the apparatus of civilization mainly in terms of tax collectors and military recruiters, and frankly, many of them otherwise would have been just as happy had civilization not existed. So, civilization is a valid concept if it is delimited by the recognition, A, it doesn't spread everywhere, and particularly in this several millennia early civilization period doesn't spread to most parts of the inhabited world. Second, it's not necessarily more civilized than the barbarians, if we use civilized in the sense of refined behavior, control, etc. It may or may not be. And above all, third, it does not necessarily, its leading characteristics don't necessarily describe many of the ways in which most of the people in civilizations lived, and this in turn reminds us, final point, that civilizations, like any major human development, such as agriculture, civilizations involve a mixture of advantages and disadvantages. Civilizations almost certainly increased inequality above the levels that agricultural economies had already introduced. Civilizations, by writing rules and laws like occurred in Mesopotamia, civilizations formalize at least the inequality between men and women. Civilizations usually develop a more extensive social structure for men and women both, between the upper classes associated with politics and religion, and the lower classes associated with rural manufacture and sometimes slavery. Civilizations tend disproportionately to benefit those who manage to find themselves in the upper classes. The benefits for other groups of people are less certain and in some ways much less obvious. Many civilizations, finally, and we've already implied this, extend the capacity for warfare beyond what hunting and gathering and agricultural peoples had done, and also by attracting invasions and pressure from the outside, may increase the importance of military activity and the disadvantages of military activity for ordinary people as well. All right. Civilization, as it actually emerged in the early civilization period, also has a second meaning, and we now turn to this one. Civilization first is a form of human organization, cities, states, writing, etc. Civilization in this second meaning involves particular characteristics in certain regions that will be partially different from the characteristics of the civilization one region over. In other words, the second definition of civilization involves the identification of some cohesive cultural and institutional systems that mark one case off from the next, at least in part. A couple of examples from the early civilization period. Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations developed close beside each other geographically. They had periods of exchange. There were a few occasions where Egyptian armies pressed into parts of the Middle East, a few occasions where Middle Eastern invaders pressed down into Egypt. There was certainly trade. There seems probably to have been some cultural exchange. There are stones in which Egyptian and Middle Eastern languages are placed side by side, which suggests that there was some need and effort to translate. So these were societies growing up in some proximity and in some contact, but they were quite different. Egyptian society, and this is pretty familiar stuff, Egyptian society emphasized monuments more elaborately than Mesopotamian society did. These monuments reflected a somewhat different capacity to organize labor. They also clearly reflected different beliefs about the afterlife and the appropriate response to death. Egyptian culture, including its artistic forms and the literary forms that remain, seems to have been, on the whole, somewhat cheerier than Mesopotamian culture. Mesopotamian culture, and we know this from great epics, the first great literary piece in world history that we know of, great epics such as the Gilgamesh, Mesopotamian culture seems to have had a slightly gloomier cast, less confidence that after death one could ascend to a superior afterlife. The two societies treated women differently. They were both patriarchal. They fit the basic definition. But Egyptian society seems, at least in the upper classes, to have allowed greater leeway for women. There were important women rulers and consorts in Egyptian history. Women are depicted with greater care in Egyptian art. Children were treated differently, and I must confess I wish I knew for sure why. Egypt was a very unusual early civilization in that it did not seem to have practiced infanticide. That is, the deliberate killing of young children as a means of population control, both for individual families and for society as a whole. Most early civilizations, and possibly other societies as well, practiced infanticide often quite widely. This was certainly the case in Mesopotamia, but Egypt seems not to have done it, as travelers from the Middle East and southeastern Europe noted. So you have here obviously an invitation to comparison, which is one of the things we do with civilizations once they come into our vocabulary, but also an interesting attestation to the extent to which civilizations in this second meaning, even civilizations that were quite close to each other, could develop separate lines of activity, separate cultural definitions, separate kinds of political institutions. Egypt was obviously much more consistently politically centralized, much less subject to invasion than was Mesopotamian civilization. So the comparative emphasis here highlights civilization as a regionally cohesive force. The same applies to the other early river valley civilizations. Harappan civilization, the civilization along the Indus River, is shrouded in some real mystery because, among other things, we have not managed fully to interpret their writing system yet. They seem to have developed unusually elaborate cities with unusually advanced urban technologies in the sense of sewage systems and sanitation systems. So we know that their urban emphasis was quite strong, possibly even stronger than the civilizations in the Middle East and North Africa. But Harappan civilization ultimately disappeared, and frankly, we don't fully know why. Possibly invasion pressure from outside forces, possibly internal warfare. I think the leading candidate now suggests that Harappan civilization may have overextended itself in terms of the kind of economic productivity necessary to maintain its urban structures, and may have overextended also its exhaustion of the local environment, so that it declined as a result of local environmental deterioration and the impact of this in turn on reliable food supplies. Chinese River Valley civilization is also a little mysterious, partly because the records, although there is written evidence, the records are not vast, partly because the Chinese later on quickly shrouded this period in considerable mystery. Chinese civilization may have emphasized the importance of the ruler and the state unusually strongly, at least compared to Harappan civilization in the Middle East. It's not entirely clear whether that's true at the time with the Shang dynasty, for example, or whether this is partly an invention of later Chinese culture, quite possibly a bit of both. But again, the point that we made with regard to Egypt and Mesopotamia can and should be extended to these other cases. Each civilization developing partially separately, in the case of the Chinese quite separately, each civilization developed its own characteristics which need then to be compared to other cases. However, and this is the final concern some world historians would have about this second use of the civilization concept, you don't want to press this too far. Each of the River Valley civilizations had some distinctive features. Each had a distinctive history, indeed. But it is also important to remember, and this is where you get some coherence to the River Valley civilization period in Afro-Eurasia. It's also important to remember that each of these civilizations had important common features, and we've already covered them in defining civilization itself. They all had states, they all developed important cities, they all developed important trading patterns and a merchant class, they all had writing, different kinds of writing, but these features need to be remembered. Two final points. One involves legacy, and one involves drawing the River Valley civilization period, the early civilization period, to a close. Each of the River Valley civilizations would ultimately decline, although this is somewhat complicated in the Chinese case. And the question is, how much did it leave for later? And there are three aspects to this. First, most obviously, the River Valley civilizations left an apparatus that would never have to be reinvented. Societies in these particular regions, but even more widely, would never have separately to invent the concept of states. They might invent a particular new style of writing, but the idea of writing was now well established in a minority. Other apparatus that we take for granted, like money, was introduced by the early civilizations. And that, too, was something that no longer would not have to be reinvented by later societies, even though the specific forms of money and the materials might change. So, legacy number one obviously involves some of the sort of nitty-gritty of social activity that we associate with civilizations that was durably established. Legacy number two. Many of the early civilizations, and this is probably particularly true in the case of Mesopotamia and Egypt, but possibly also China, many of the early civilizations, although they concentrated in river valleys, obviously spilled over into larger influences. Thus, Egypt, to take the most important case. Egypt had interactions with sub-Saharan African societies along the Upper Nile that would ultimately generate their own civilizations, but in contact with and in partial imitation of Egypt. So Egypt helps beget the first sub-Saharan African civilizations, and the interchange in terms of trade, mutual invasion, etc., was very important. Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilization alike spread influence into places like Greece and Crete, where, again, they would form a sort of dissemination background for developments elsewhere. So second legacy is a certain geographic dispersion that would be important later on. Third legacy is the one that really gets interesting. How much of the spirit of the early civilizations would spread to later societies? The Chinese, in their semi-mythical histories of the Shang dynasty, obviously wanted to imply that the Shang introduced the concept of political order and careful government that would later inform Chinese culture. The claim is somewhat doubtful, but it's possible. People have argued also that Mesopotamian ideas about the separation between humans and nature would influence later Middle Eastern and European cultures. Certainly specifics, Egyptian mathematics, Egyptian architecture, would have influence later on in the region. So the legacy is not just nitty-gritty, but we don't quite know how much these early societies helped define what would come later. Okay, finally then, the end of the period. It's not tidy. It would be nice if all the early civilizations collapsed in April 1000 BCE and we could say, now we're ready for the next day. Didn't happen like that. But there is a bit of a pause. Obviously, as I mentioned already, Harappan civilization simply disappeared, and it was replaced by a period in which Indo-European invaders and migrants poured into India and would begin to mix with local populations, and ultimately a new civilization phase and a partial relocation would occur as a result. In the Middle East and Egypt, Egyptian civilization, although it didn't disappear, nor did its government disappear, clearly began to falter somewhat around 1000 BCE. The great empires of the Middle East also went through a period of pause in which important local societies emerged, like Phoenicia, like Israel, with its vital introduction of the first durable monotheistic religion and associated ethics. This was a pause period that was also amplified by a new series of invasions and migrations from Indo-Europeans in Central Asia. Chinese civilization has the least clear disruption, and it really is true that the Shang dynasty flows fairly smoothly into the next Zhao dynasty, which will become characteristic of the classical period that we'll talk about next. But with the admitted exception of China, there is something of a break in civilization history around 1200 to 800 BCE that would help create the gap between the first civilization period emphasizing river valleys and the next classical civilization period that we'll begin to define next time.
Lecture 4. The Classical Period in World History.
The classical period in world history runs from about 1000 BCE, 1000 or 800, to 500 or possibly 600 CE. Little fuzziness around the edges, but that's the time period. In other words, it's about 1.5 millennia long. We will be spending several sessions on the classical period, which may surprise you since we've raced through over 2.5 million years of human history in 3 sessions thus far. This lecture is meant to introduce some of the basic characteristics of the classical period, some of the key issues, and then we'll have an opportunity to expand on some issues of detail in subsequent sessions. Not surprisingly, the classical period is a really crucial world history period, and the basic point is some of the key formative elements of major civilizations, some of what historians call the great traditions, were forged in the classical period, and they would be ingredients in world history from this point onward, and that's one of the things we'll try to amplify today. The classical civilizations focused in areas where river valley civilizations had flourished earlier, but there was usually some relocation involved and always an expansion. A key center was China, but now in the classical period, China expanded from north along the Yellow River to the southern portion as well, forming the Middle Kingdom that has remained a fairly coherent core in Chinese history from that point to the present day. Indian civilization would now spread through the whole subcontinent, and its focus would be in the Ganges River basin rather than in the northwest. Classical Mediterranean civilization would utilize some of the heritage of Egypt and Mesopotamia, but obviously would locate particularly in Greece and the shoreline of the eastern Mediterranean, and ultimately spread westward both in North Africa and in southern Europe. The classical civilization that stayed closest to its river valley roots was Persia, which also had its center initially in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, but would spread more widely in the Middle East as a whole. The classical period is easily described in terms of the separate stories of these four major civilizations: China, India, Persia, and the Mediterranean. And we'll do a little of that today. But the main purpose of this first lecture is to highlight some of the issues the classical period has in common among all four civilizations, so that we don't lose the world history forest for the trees. A secondary purpose, though I'm not trying to beat people over the head with this, is to make it clear that as opposed to the Western civilization tradition, which obviously would linger lovingly on Greece and Rome, the world history focus embraces Greece and Rome as one of the truly important classical traditions, but gives at least equal attention to other major cases. Usual caveat becoming, I'm sure, quite familiar. It's important to remember that the classical world was not yet the whole world. The classical civilizations would radiate influence to other societies. India was actually particularly influential, with trade and cultural contacts with Southeast Asia and to some extent the Middle East. China would radiate influence into Korea and Vietnam to a certain degree. Greece and Rome would radiate influence into parts of Africa outside the empires proper, and obviously into Northern Europe. But the classical civilizations themselves were only part of the whole world, and some societies that would be important later on were essentially untouched by classical developments per se. At the same time, these classical civilizations, although they all utilized river valley achievements, they were all larger than the river valleys. Indeed, that's one of the main points of this emphasis on some coherent features, the expansion of major civilizations. And without question, they commanded the largest population concentrations. At its height, the classical Chinese Empire embraced about 54 million people. Classical Rome, at its height, about the same amount of territory, by the way, had about 52 million people. We're less sure about the population of classical India. These were big units in terms of population, dwarfing population levels in other parts of the world. The individual stories become an important part of the classical period, and I want to evoke them briefly, and we'll come back to elements of these in subsequent lectures. During the classical period, China, for example, went from the fairly decentralized, often landlord-dominated Zhou dynasty, which was a long dynasty but not particularly politically coherent, to a major period of centralization under the Xi dynasty, and then the maturation of centralized political and ideological operations under the Great Han dynasty at the end of the classical period. In other words, there's a story within Chinese civilization, and when we emphasize the ultimate durable features of classical China, we're sort of summing up and frankly oversimplifying this story. What I'm calling the classical Mediterranean, and this is familiar stuff, of course, what I'm calling the classical Mediterranean started with classical Greece, remembering that Greece was not only concentrated on the peninsula, but also had city-states in other parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, and ultimately other places as well. Starts with Greece and emphasizes the Greek tradition to its decline in the 4th century. Then the classical Mediterranean would go through the period of Alexander the Great's conquests and the ensuing Hellenistic period, in which Greek cultural and political influences interacted with traditions of Egypt and the Middle East, including Persia. And then in the final phase, emphasis shifts to Rome, the Republican period, and then ultimately the Empire, which became the most coherent geographic expression of the classical Mediterranean as a whole. Many people accustomed to a more Western-focused history would be happy with more detailed treatment of Greece and Hellenism and Rome as separate entities, and of course they weren't the same thing. But remember, China also in this same period was undergoing important shifts from Zhao to Han, and I'm not sure the Mediterranean experience is necessarily more complicated. We're just accustomed to dealing with it in a somewhat different fashion. Persia represents a somewhat interesting challenge. In its heyday, in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, Persia was far more important than Greece, and something of a Persian tradition was established with a strong, effective government. The Persian government of this time introduced the first postal system in world history. It organized a series of travelers' inns that facilitated trade and travel throughout the Middle East. It was a successful conqueror, spreading throughout the Middle East, challenging Egypt, obviously ultimately challenging Greece, though unsuccessfully. But the Persian tradition is slightly different because ultimately the Persian tradition would be partially overshadowed first by the conquests of Alexander, but then more importantly by the conquests of Arab Islam. So there is a classical Persia, there is a Persian tradition which crops up recurrently in world history, and obviously today there is something of a reassertion of this tradition in the present-day state of Iran, with its growing claims to regional and global political and cultural attention. But the Persian tradition is handled a little differently in world history, and I think we're only getting used to the notion that we need to pay more attention to it than we did heretofore. Classical India involves the story of the in-migration of Aryan or Indo-European peoples, long a herding people, their culture, which they brought in from Indo-European roots with elaborate religious stories, which gradually get codified into major works of literature and religious philosophy. Gradually, India, in this second civilization period, settled down into more recognizably coherent development with a major empire in the 4th century BCE, the Mauryan Empire, and at the end of the classical period, another major imperial statement, the Gupta Empire. Separate stories. One of the ways to make sure that the classical period doesn't reduce to a jumble of separate items is, of course, to make sure we emphasize appropriate amounts of comparison. And these comparisons are enlightening in, on the whole, highlighting some of the crucial differences among the classical traditions as they emerged in this period. China, for example, compared to India, is a markedly secular culture. Classical China would generate the Confucian ideology, which is the most important single ideological statement in the East Asian tradition. It would, to be sure, also generate Taoism, a major religion, which, however, never spread significantly beyond China. So the Chinese cultural picture is complex, with different groups and sometimes the same individual holding somewhat conflicting or at least not fully coherent cultural impulses. But on the whole, China's culture was resolutely secular, whereas of all the classical traditions, India was the most spiritual, generating both Hinduism, as it gradually emerged from the Indo-European tradition and the religion initially called Brahmanism, and classical India would also generate Buddhism, a religious statement closely akin to Hinduism, but opposed to it at key points. Classical Mediterranean may be seen as slightly in between, although on the whole, at least until the advent and spread of Christianity, classical Mediterranean leans more toward the secular side as well. Scientific traditions differed. The Chinese developed a particularly elaborate emphasis on empirical science, science that could be useful to technology, science that could be sponsored as a research activity by the state because of its clear utility to society and the economy. The Greco-Roman, particularly the Greek and Hellenistic scientific tradition, was noticeably more theoretical. India had a major scientific tradition, perhaps a little in between, with a strong emphasis on the development of mathematics, including, of course, the introduction of the numbering system that we now all use, and the introduction of the concept of zero. The Indians were one of the only peoples, not the only one, to develop independently the concept of zero. Politically, the comparison among the societies, and we will amplify this in later discussion, is also revealing. Although the evolution here was gradual, we don't want to see this as an immediate product in classical China. Ultimately, the Chinese emphasis would be on a strong central state, an unusually large bureaucracy. By the height of the Han Dynasty, the Chinese bureaucracy numbered about 1% of the total population, a small figure by modern standards, but truly, truly large by the standards of the classical period. Classical China would also emphasize key political concepts that supported the central state, a specific training system, and at least the beginnings of an examination system for the bureaucrats. There was no other state in the classical period that came close to China in this degree of elaborateness, though at its height, the Persian Empire had some similar features. Indian politics, frankly, involves less emphasis. There are two interesting imperial periods and some other periods when larger political units were formed by outside invaders, but the emphasis, the focus of the Indian tradition as formed in the classical period tended to stress decentralized smaller states, princedoms, city-states, and placed much less emphasis on political ideas and political ideology than did either classical China or the classical Mediterranean. Classical Mediterranean had, like China, a very strong political emphasis, lots of discussions of the nature of the state, the obligations of citizens. Its overall political tradition was somewhat more decentralized than that of China, though there were some exceptions. Under Rome, somewhat more interested in the development of legal systems as a political unifier rather than the generation of massive bureaucracies. Again, some overlaps and some differentiations. Socially, and we will again pursue this in greater detail later on, India probably generated the most startling social system with its caste system, whose rules and regulations in helping people to determine what they could do by way of occupations, social contacts, marriage opportunities, etc. Caste obligations in some senses replaced political obligations and help explain why the Indian political tradition was somewhat less fully developed than was the case elsewhere. Mediterranean society, in terms of social forms, was probably particularly noteworthy for its strong reliance on slavery. Slavery existed also in India and China, but in much more limited and peripheral fashion. Classical China, under Confucian thinking, developed a fairly strong sense of social hierarchy based on the notion of rule by wise people, the upper class, with lower classes emphasizing deference, emphasizing productive activities, a social structure that permitted a little bit of mobility, but with a corresponding emphasis on hierarchy and reciprocal obligation. Economic comparisons are also interesting, and we will trace these in greater detail later on as well. Classical China depended very heavily on trade. but with Confucianism developed a somewhat interesting cultural bias against merchants, who were viewed with some suspicion because of their devotion to money-making, the possibility that they would pull away from the most central political and social values of Chinese society. India placed the most unambiguous emphasis on merchant activities. Merchants formed the third highest caste, and of all of the classical civilizations, India was particularly elaborate in its emphasis on foreign trade and its encouragement for merchants from various parts of India, but particularly the south, its encouragements of merchants to use the Indian Ocean as an artery for trade with other societies. China was particularly successful in its technologies. There's no question that in this period and for several periods thereafter, China would be the most important single source of technological innovation in the world as a whole, and for a long time, a pattern was established by which technologies initially introduced in China would percolate westward gradually through trade, contacts, and military activities. India also, however, had a successful emphasis on technologies, particularly in areas like steelmaking. The Mediterranean, interestingly, probably had the least well-developed emphasis on production technology, possibly because it was tempted to utilize expansions of the slave system to increase production rather than technological developments per se. The Mediterranean obviously, in some senses, led the world in its feats of civil engineering, although China and Persia were not far behind. But its production technology was not one of the society's great strengths. Okay, obvious point. Even this shorthand form suggests the possibility and desirability of using comparison to highlight some of the interesting differences in flavor of these classical societies and the ways in which some fairly similar opportunities could be defined in such different fashions. It's not always easy, to be honest, to figure out why such different emphases emerged in the classical cases. China may have emphasized political order, possibly because of geography. It was susceptible to invasion from Central Asia, but not too frequently, which may have been just the right balance to encourage an emphasis on order because of a fear of further disruption, but not so much disruption that emphasis became impossible. India was certainly unusually influenced by invasions and influences from the outside through the passes that lead through the Himalayas in northwestern India. Climate may play a role. This is a hoary old historical staple. But India's culture, its emphasis on artistic sensuality, its emphasis on religious fervor, could conceivably have something to do with climate factors, with the heat of many areas of India during the spring and summer, with the irregularity of the arrival of periods of heavy rain. I mean, one is fishing here. What is clear is that whatever the origins of these separate impulses and traditions, whether they're climate or contacts with the outside or heritage from the River Valley civilizations, or simply the result of creative individuals like Confucius or Socrates, whatever the causes of these differences, they would tend to solidify and would tend to affect these regions not only during the classical period, but well beyond. And that obviously is one of the key points to establish in looking at the place of the classical period in world history as a whole. However, and said this at the outset and I now want to return to it, it is really important not to spend too much time on the individual civilization trees at the expense of some larger generalizations. The most obvious point, in addition to the separate flavor of each case, the most obvious point about the classical period is that it gains coherence from two very, very simple developments. Simple to say, not as easy to flesh out and explain. First of all, All of these societies, as mentioned before, were territorially much larger than their river valley predecessors. China expanded geographically several times over. The classical Mediterranean had obviously never previously been a unit at all. The Persian Empire was larger than virtually any of its river valley predecessors. And Indian civilization, in spreading through the subcontinent, also embraced a territory vastly larger and more diverse and complicated than Harappan civilization had been previously. The reasons for expansion? Doubtless several. Crucial was the fact that these civilizations, in contrast to their river valley predecessors, all had access to iron. Iron technologies began to be introduced from about 1500 BCE onward. They would serve, obviously, to underwrite a much more elaborate and effective production technology, and perhaps more obviously, they would underwrite considerable expansion of military capacity. The most obvious single reason, then, that these societies are so much larger than their river state predecessors is they were operating on a different technological base. Equally clearly, leaders in these societies, the Greek leaders who wanted to expand the Greek Empire in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Athenian Empire or its analogs, the Chinese leaders who pressed into the south, leaders in these societies saw clear advantages in terms of potential population expansion, resource expansion, in enlarging their economic, cultural, and political territories, and this becomes part of the operation as well. Conceivably, as a third factor, the fact that these societies were now comfortable with the apparatus of civilization as a form of human organization that had been developed in the River Valley period makes it easier not just to assimilate the basic developments, but to use them in combination with new technologies to expand further. With the partial exception of the Mediterranean, the achievements of these classical civilizations represented fairly durable expansions of the territories open to the institutional and cultural characteristics of the classical civilizations. There would be later periods in which China would be curtailed, truncated geographically, but most of the time China pops back in world history associated with the territory that was established in this period, or maybe a bit more. The same holds for India if we view India as a cultural unit and not simply a political one. And the same may hold to some degree for the reassertions, the recurrent reassertions of the Persian tradition. Okay, expansion. Following expansion, all of these societies faced the need to develop an apparatus of integration that would allow the expanded territories to be successfully utilized and maintained. Now, I don't mean to pretend that individuals in these societies sat down and said, gee, we're bigger than our River Valley predecessor, we better figure out some new ways to do things. But implicitly, that's what happened. And sometimes the policies obviously were quite explicit. The Chinese government very deliberately relocated northern Chinese from the Yellow River region down into the south to develop a coherent kind of population loyalty amid the very diverse ethnic and linguistic picture of South China. This move was resented in South China. It wasn't a smooth development, but a very clear realization on the part of the Chinese leadership that expanded territory to be maintained in the orderly fashion that China's values emphasized needed this kind of deliberate integration policy, including emphasis on the importance of the Mandarin Chinese language as the common currency for bureaucrats and other leadership elements in China as a whole, regardless of where located. Rome in its imperial period would obviously equally try to emphasize a combination of relocation of groups of Roman citizens, the stationment of a certain number of military garrisons, as a deliberate response to the clear challenge. You've got a great big territory here. How do we hold it together? Okay, more generally, and here's where we go beyond explicit policy to implicit realization of opportunity. More generally, the classical civilizations emphasized three basic integrating devices, and they all did it even though their specific forms varied considerably. One, perhaps most obvious, economic integration. All of these societies traded to some extent beyond their borders, but their main emphasis was in developing economic communication trade patterns that would connect the various parts of the expanded territories and make them useful in terms of specialization and exchange. Thus, most obviously, the Chinese developed regular interaction between the wheat-growing regions of North China and the rice-growing regions of South China, deliberately creating massive canals because the rivers didn't flow in those directions, deliberately creating massive canals that would facilitate this kind of exchange. Same thing happened in a more familiar fashion in the classical Mediterranean. Mediterranean rulers and merchants eagerly developed contacts with regions that could most successfully grow grain, like North Africa and Sicily, and formed exchanges between these regions and areas like Greece itself that was less suitable to grain growing, more successfully adapted to grape and olive culture. Okay? In all instances, then, exchanges developed that would maximize the economic utility of these expanding territories and also integrate them. Second integration device, really crucial, culture. All of these societies, again, I don't mean that there was a coherent plan, all of these societies introduced key cultural systems, interestingly, in all cases in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE. The cultural systems might be Confucianism, Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism in the Persian case, Greco-Roman philosophy and art. Very different statements, but in all cases, cultural systems, philosophic and or religious statements combined with artistic traditions, traditions that could then be expanded through the empire as a whole, at least among elites, to provide something of a cultural glue. Again, I don't want to suggest that Confucius or Socrates or Plato were deliberately serving the purpose of civilization expansion, but the way their teachings were disseminated and adopted actually had that effect. And the third, most obvious integrating device, although in some ways it was the most complicated, was political integration itself. No surprise. No surprise. This was a period of empire. Not empire all the time, but empire recurrently, because in all cases, there was an effort to take advantage of the territorial expansion of the civilization to build imperial structures that would utilize economic and cultural coherence, but also enhance them in turn for purposes of ultimate maintenance. China developed the most consistent imperial tradition. Greece tried it, Alexander tried it, Rome obviously was particularly successful. This was, however, a recurrent effort, more than a consistent one. The Persian imperial tradition, although shorter-lived, was obviously significant. And as noted already, India had its two major periods of empire as well. In all cases, then, economic, cultural, and political integration accompanied the expansion of civilization and, in turn, reinforced it. Okay, the result, pretty clearly, constituted achievements that later societies in these regions and elsewhere would look back on with awe and reverence. Iranians today point with pride to the achievements of Cyrus the Great and the ruins of the great Persian cities. Indians look back on Ashoka and the Mauryan dynasty as one of the great periods of Indian tradition. And many peoples look back on Greece and Rome as a sort of reference point for their own identities. So, each of the classical traditions outlived its own existence by providing an opportunity for emphasis, for identity formation, for a variety of societies that would come later on. But more important, each of the classical societies generated value systems and institutions that would also outlive the societies themselves. We call this period classical because of both the reverence and the fact that it was formative. and we will see institutions, cultural patterns, artistic patterns, even economic and technological values crop up later on that hark back directly to the legacy of these classical societies in this important period in world history.
Lecture 5. Cultural Change in the Classical Period.
Our discussion today focuses on cultural developments in the classical period. I want to make two basic arguments. The first one, which I'll sort of just assert, is that when you look at the various kinds of changes that occurred in the classical period, political changes, great battles, that sort of thing, ultimately, the factors that reshaped cultures in this period probably turn out to be the most important of all. I'll illustrate this, among other things, by talking about how cultural developments in each of the classical civilizations moved some people away from what previously had been cultural staples in the human experience up to that point. The second point I want to make involves the claim that while the most obvious result of cultural change in the classical period was the development of cultural signatures for each of the major civilizations, Chinese culture versus Indian culture, etc., you can also look at cultural developments in this period in terms of commonalities. So we'll play that tension. No question, sharp cultural distinctions emerged, and they remain important to this day. But there were also some shared features that we need to pay attention to in assessing the classical period as well. Culture is an obviously vital but slightly elusive part of the human experience. We're talking about culture not just in terms of great ideas or artistic forms, but basic beliefs, values, and assumptions. The human species is not the only species to have cultures. Various other higher mammals and some birds seem to have cultures in the sense of signals that can vary from one population to the next and potentially change over time. But human beings pretty obviously depend very heavily on culture because, relatively speaking, we don't have a lot of basic instincts. One of the reasons we need to spend so much time teaching children and why adulthood comes so late after birth is we need to work the cultural element into the human psyche so that people will be able to understand the world around them and obviously communicate with other people in their own societies. Cultures undoubtedly emerged early, and we've referred to this in earlier lectures. Quite early, it turns out, people began to develop some cultural awareness of death and some cultural practices that would surround death. We've seen that by the time of the early River Valley civilizations, different cultural forms emerged, obviously distinct artistic expressions, Egypt different from Mesopotamia, etc. Apparently different beliefs about death, different moods, greater cheerfulness in the Egyptian case, somewhat greater melancholy in the case of Mesopotamia. So cultural identities and cultural signals were hardly new in the classical period. But without trying to oversimplify, it's really probably true that for most people, even at the height of the River Valley period, cultural approaches centered around two or three fundamental features with local variations simply embellishing those basic features. In the first place, it is probably fairly natural in the human experience to have a strong initial belief in polytheism, in a multitude of gods or divine spirits that will activate various forces of nature, that will help explain different kinds of occurrences, the rising of the sun, storms, etc. So polytheism was a well-established cultural feature during the River Valley civilization period and doubtless before. Shading off from this was a strong tendency to believe in magic, to believe that certain kinds of rituals or incantations could move spirits of nature, could help prevent bad things from happening, or even more commonly, because the most common form of magic was white magic, more commonly to motivate good things. By the time of the River Valley civilizations, a third element had frequently been added, and that was an argument that the rulers of the society, the rulers of these new civilized states, were themselves either directly inspired by gods or were themselves gods. In Egypt and early China, the divinity of rulers seems to have been established. In Mesopotamia, it was more a claim that the gods were directly advising the kings and other rulers. During the classical period, these staples, polytheism, belief in magic, belief in the divinity of rulers, were not overturned, but they were modified, which is what I'm going to come back to after we take up the more readily available point about the establishment of cultural identities. As we discussed in the previous lecture, the classical period was marked by the emergence of key cultural figures, mainly in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, Confucius and Lao Tzu in China, Zoroaster in Persia, Socrates and his philosophical heirs in 5th and 4th century Greece, Buddha in India. These figures and their overlap in time is a really intriguing coincidence. These figures drew together prior traditions in the regional culture, solidified these traditions, added to them, and came up with coherent and widely appealing statements that helped shape distinct cultural identities in each of the classical areas. Zoroaster, for example, emphasized the importance of the tension between supernatural forces of good and of evil, an interesting approach to the divinity that would frame the human experience. Chinese culture was particularly shaped by Confucius and Confucius's interpretation of earlier Chinese tradition. There, the emphasis was on the importance of political order and hierarchy. Confucius believed that people were fundamentally good if properly educated, so that they would realize their duties to society as a whole, duties of wise stewardship and sympathetic leadership in the case of the ruling groups of society, the gentlemen, obligations of productive work and deference to one's social betters on the part of the masses in society. The focus again was on this world and the qualities that would go into political orderliness. But classical Chinese culture was also shaped by the religion of Taoism, which emphasized the importance of harmony with nature, the importance of contemplation, the importance of spiritual attunement to the natural world around them, and to the balance that each human being should seek. These two basic idea packages, Confucianism and Taoism, were not necessarily directly at odds, but they obviously had significant and different emphases. Indian culture was shaped by the emergence of Hinduism, an evolving religious belief that originated with the stories brought in by Indo-European migrants and invaders, stories that were summarized in oral epics that were gradually written down and gradually also made more abstract. So what was initially a set of stories could be culled for moral and spiritual meanings. Indian religion was also was initially shaped by the priestly caste, which remained important, but it evolved from a priestly statement to a more sophisticated and varied religion, so that one moves during the classical period from a period of epic and mythology development to the emergence of the priestly caste to the emergence of a more robust and sophisticated Hindu religion. But classical Indian culture was also shaped by the emergence of Buddhism, which shared many beliefs with Hinduism, but quarreled with Hinduism over first the belief in the caste system. Buddhism was much stronger in its emphasis on fundamental human spiritual equality rather than a division of people into different social categories that also had different levels of spiritual significance. And Buddhism disputed Hinduism's emphasis on priestly rituals and detailed observances as the proper path toward spiritual development. Buddhism rather took up a strand of Hinduism that emphasized the importance of contemplation, of aesthetic withdrawal from the world as the chief path to spiritual advancement. Classical Mediterranean obviously did not, until the advent of Christianity, produce a major religion. It rather utilized the polytheistic religion brought in again by Indo-European invaders, but it infused this religion with new artistic qualities, with literary representations that could allow the gods and goddesses to be used in terms of ethical models and ethical injunctions, and it added increasingly an overlay outright of more abstract philosophy, including an interest in scientific speculation, an interest in exploring the powers of reason. So, in the three major classical civilizations, one sees the emergence of powerful religious and philosophical statements, each with a fairly distinctive twist. And if Zoroastrianism is added in for Persia, you have a fourth statement. So, point one, obvious but really fundamental. The classical period, as it was shaped by individual thinkers and by the larger evolution of basic cultural forces, the classical period produced distinct cultural signatures that would mark Chinese approaches, Indian approaches, Mediterranean approaches, and to a degree Persian approaches, not only at that time, but for some time to come. These approaches obviously need to be interpreted in terms of their individual meanings. The division between, for example, the dominant Indian approaches through Hinduism and Buddhism and the more secular emphases of Confucianism and the classical Mediterranean, this division is obvious and fundamental. All of the classical cultural systems were bent on creating a framework for ethical behavior. But in the case of India, whether the emphasis was Hindu or Buddhist, the basic justification for ethical behavior lay in divine sanctions in the sense of spiritual advancement that would result from doing the right thing. The Hindu ethical concept of dharma, for example, which specifically urges that if one obeys one's caste obligations in this life, one will have the opportunity for spiritual advancement in subsequent spheres of existence. This was a direct use of religious and spiritual motivation to underwrite the appropriate ethical code for behavior in this world. In contrast, Confucianism, although it certainly credited the notion that there was a divine order, had no particular interest in exploring that order, and no particular interest either in using that order to help justify ethical behavior in this life. Ethical behavior in this life should be a function of appropriate recognition of the individual's obligation to the larger society. It should follow from one's place in society. Again, gentlemen obligated to wise rule and sympathetic treatment of one's inferiors, ordinary people obligated to deferential behavior and a devotion to productive activity for the general good. These are secular justifications for ethical behavior. And on the whole, although the Mediterranean culture certainly used religion and used some stories of religious intervention in life to help justify the ethical system, the basic philosophical tendency in classical Greece, Hellenism, and later Rome was to urge that the reasons for ethical behavior should be found in individual explorations of ethical imperatives and the relationship between the individual and larger social obligations. Again, in the main, a secular justification. The most obvious result of the classical cultural systems, in addition to providing obvious grist for comparative work, including the comparison between dominantly secular and dominantly religious approaches, the most obvious result of the classical cultural systems was to create something of a common language for elites. Elites in China might individually oscillate between interest in Taoism and interest in Confucianism, but both packages were initially developed for elite consideration and elite use, and both packages helped shape a common elite cultural experience across the expanding territory of classical China. And the same could be argued for elite culture in the Mediterranean, where school systems, among other things, helped inculcate the beliefs of the philosophers. The cultural systems and their elite audience were also reflected in predominant artistic forms. For example, the characteristic restraint and spare depictions of nature that predominate in Chinese art have something to do with Confucian injunctions for personal restraint, for emotional control, and also, probably even more, with the Taoist interpretation of the importance of balance with and harmony with nature. Indian art, more sensual, more vibrant, one might argue, has something to do with the religious system that Hinduism encouraged, with the sense of the vigor of individual gods and goddesses as representation of the larger divine essence. Classical Mediterranean art, with its monumentality, its emphasis on balance in literature as well as art, certainly correlates rather closely with some of the predominant emphases in Mediterranean culture more generally. Okay, we're talking again about what became cultural signatures, signatures that could be widely recognized by elites, that would shade over into the most widely disseminated public art, that constituted something of a cultural package that would provide identity within the civilization, at least at the level of high culture, elite culture, and would provide some possible distinctions between the cultures that would be encountered from the outside. The variations among these identities should not, however, obscure some key basic similarities. Point one, to go back to my earlier argument. All of these evolving cultural systems moved, at least to some degree, I would argue, away from some of the previous cultural staples that had defined river valleys and earlier human experience. They moved away to some degree, at least, from polytheism. Confucianism does not deny the possibility of a variety of gods, but again, the system is not particularly interested in exploring the particular nature of divinity or divinities, nor is Taoism, more spiritual, but not particularly focused on any kind of polytheistic expression. Confucianism and even more Taoism might also detract from any belief in the importance of magic. Taoism would later merge a little bit with magical practices, but at this early point, both of these systems tended to caution away from the notion that there were easy ritual approaches to manipulation of spirits of nature. All of the systems also tended to move at least partially away from the River Valley emphasis on the divinity or divine inspiration of the ruling class. Confucianism, to be sure, was compatible with a belief that the emperor was a son of heaven, a sort of vague invocation of divine framework and inspiration, but it normally shied away from any explicit claim that the emperor was himself a god. The Indian religion specifically detracted from any claim of direct religious possession on the part of the ruling class. And although a few Roman emperors would dabble in religious claims, for the most part the Mediterranean value system urged that rulers needed to justify themselves by wise rule, by appropriate identification with ethics and philosophical balance, not directly with claims of divinity. So, the emergence of the classical systems not only provide civilizational identities, which they certainly did, they also suggest some movement away from some of the previous cultural staples of the human experience. The classical systems shared a few other points in common, some of which add up to a few additional complexities. They were all surrounded internally by a certain amount of diversity. In India, obviously, during much of the classical period, Hinduism and Buddhism rivaled each other outright. Again, they share a number of assumptions. They're not entirely different, but they certainly had some distinctive emphases, and they certainly had a healthy rivalry during much of this period. Classical China was, as we've seen, marked not by a single basic statement, Confucianism, but by a certain degree of tension between the Confucian interest in political order in this world and the Taoist emphasis on the importance of a more contemplative association with nature. Classical China also saw the emergence of a third cultural strand called legalism that almost directly disputed Confucianism by arguing that human nature is in fact bad, and that the goal of political order, which broadly speaking was shared with the Confucianists, could only be achieved by an authoritarian government, by harsh punitive measures that would lead to obedience rather than spontaneous orderliness of the sort the Confucianists hope. Classical India, to go back to that case, was marked not only by two great religions, but by an important interest in science. Classical Mediterranean saw obviously a variety of scientific systems, different artistic schools, different emphases. So, while it is valid and important to see the classical period as developing certain kinds of overall signatures that would, as we've argued, among other things, be reflected in art, it's also important to note that these were complicated civilizations with different groups appealing to different specific schools of thought, sometimes even clashing directly. But on the whole, and this is the final point about internal diversity, the classical period was marked by a considerable range of tolerance. Confucianists, for example, could easily tolerate Taoists, sometimes even sharing beliefs in the same person, so long as Taoists did not tamper with their fundamental commitment toward the importance of basic loyalty to the state. When Taoists made this concession, not necessarily urging active political participation, but at least passive loyalty, the two schools of thought could coexist quite easily. Classical Mediterranean rulers turned against a few specific cultural strands, notably Judaism at several points, Christianity at a few points as well, when these strands seemed incompatible with political loyalty. But beyond this, again, there was considerable tolerance for diversity. So, the classical systems were unsurprisingly not simple. These are rich, varied civilizations evolving over a considerable period of time, and they involved perhaps more tolerance than we might expect from civilizations that were still in early phases of development. These systems of thought, these systems of belief, were for the most part also not actively missionary. The one key exception in this period, Buddhism, stands out for its willingness to spread beyond conventional geographic and cultural boundaries in the interests of converting other peoples to religious truth. But with this exception, most of these classical systems worked hard to develop a considerable consensus among elites within the civilization, but they did not have any particular interest in spreading their systems beyond. Again, it was as if the proponents of these systems were aware that what they were doing was providing a cultural definition for a civilization, not a statement for humanity as a whole. This said, the classical systems inevitably had some influence beyond the borders of the major civilizations themselves. Confucianism, for example, would begin to have some impact on Korea and Vietnam, even though these territories were not part of Chinese civilization proper. Hinduism, although not for the most part a missionary religion, fanned out with other aspects of Indian influence, particularly merchant activity, to locate Hindu centers in other parts of Southeast Asia and in present-day Indonesia. Most of these have now disappeared, but there are still a few centers of Hindu religious practice and artistic interest outside of India proper. Classical Mediterranean perhaps had slightly less resonance, among other things because it didn't produce quite such a compelling religious or philosophical system, but there too, peoples on the fringes of the Hellenistic world, on the fringes of the Roman Empire, could at least sense the impact of classical art, if not the richer findings of classical science and philosophy. So these are not missionary packages for the most part, but they do have some influence in creating a cultural borderland around the classical civilizations per se. The most important question to ask about the classical cultural packages is the extent to which they gradually reached out toward ordinary people. I've emphasized that, as in the case of China, the initial cultural emphases focused particularly on helping to shape a common cultural vocabulary, a common set of assumptions for members of the governing elite. And there's no question that this remained the predominant purpose even at the end of the classical period. Equally obviously, for China and the Mediterranean at least, and in a way classical India as well, the clearest beneficiaries of these cultural systems were members of the elite who had time to indulge in some of the richer treasures of artistic achievement, who had time to explore the literature and philosophy that these cultural systems involved, who had the resources, among other things, to educate children in these cultural systems. Ordinary people had a less clear stake. And without any question, in all three of the major classical cases, ordinary people continued to work more traditional cultural veins. Popular religion, for example, in China, would continue to reflect a belief in a multitude of divine spirits, would continue to reflect the need to use symbolism, for example, dragon symbolism, to express different spiritual forces in nature and to help people protect their homes against adverse spiritual forces. Magic, in other words, as well as polytheism, was alive and well in the popular classes in China. The same thing was definitely true in the classical Mediterranean. Ordinary people in the cities, and particularly the countryside, continued to participate in folk religions that were undoubtedly polytheistic, that undoubtedly had a strong magical content. And periodically as well, these people were swept by mystery religions coming from places like Egypt that would provide a greater degree of spiritual passion than the elite culture or even folk religion normally provided. So, there was an ongoing division between the cultural signatures, the elite value systems developed in the classical period, and the belief patterns of ordinary people. But there was also spillover, which is probably an equally important point for the long run. Gradually, if not Confucianism in a full sense, at least certain Confucian values reached well beyond the upper class to help ordinary people understand their relationship with the upper classes, to help ordinary people understand that they could use Confucianism to insist on courteous and sympathetic behavior from the upper classes, to help ordinary people understand that they could use Confucianism to organize their own households. Confucianism at the end of the classical period was hardly a mass cultural phenomenon, but it wasn't entirely elitist as well. The penetration of cultural systems in the Mediterranean probably focuses particularly on artistic forms. One of the great claims for classical Athens in the 5th century was the extent to which ordinary people, particularly from the cities, would come to see the great plays, would hear the great musicians, would participate in the public representations of sculpture and architecture. So there was a popular spillover in this case as well, probably much less at the level of philosophy and science, but certainly at the level of exposure to the artistic values that emanated from classical Mediterranean culture. Almost certainly, cultural packages spread farthest in India, probably because they were so integrally wrapped up with a larger religious expression. Ordinary people could see in Hinduism or in Buddhism opportunities for spiritual expression, for hoped-for spiritual advancement in this life or at least the next phases of existence. And while Hinduism had not reached its popular apogee yet at the end of the classical period. India was a case in which value systems initially emphasized by upper-class figures, the priestly castes, etc., value systems could spread quite widely. These cultural systems, in other words, to one degree or another, are important not just because they described identity, not just because they provided some partially new bases for ethical behavior on the part of figures in the elite, but because they could move ordinary people as well, usually in combination with some continued belief in polytheism, in magic, and possibly even in a few cases, the divinity of rulers. We should end by re-emphasizing the balance between diversity and commonality. Diversity, again, is the more obvious point. Once the value systems of Confucianism and other ingredients were developed in China, vis-a-vis those in the Mediterranean, for example, Chinese people could have a very different reaction to basic experiences like anger or old age from their counterparts in the Mediterranean. Chinese emphasis on restraint, for example, would hold anger or revenge activity in much greater disrepute than was true in classical Mediterranean culture. Chinese culture would also hold old age in greater veneration than Mediterranean culture, which placed a greater premium on youthful qualities of youth and vigor. These cultural systems, in other words, are not just abstract. They really describe fundamental reactions to ordinary issues in human behavior. So diversity is a lead theme. And when civilizations began to contact each other, for example, when at the end of the classical period Buddhism began to spread from India to China, the diversity element, even with this contact, required that a considerable revision of the Indian version of Buddhism be undertaken before it could be even remotely palatable to a Chinese audience. Diversity. But commonality as well. Remember, the common elements of these classical systems were an emphasis on cultural values that could be widely shared in the civilization. The emphasis was on an effort to provide cultural arguments for obedience to the existing social and political order. And as a result of this common aspect of the classical cultural experience, the classical civilizations all, although each in a distinctive way, all generated value systems that would have lasting impact on the regions in which they were created and sometimes well beyond.
Lecture 6, Social Inequalities in Classical Societies.
The focus of our discussion today rests on the social systems of the classical world. I want to make 3 basic points. First, frankly fairly easy, each of the classical civilizations, and I'll be focusing on China, India, and the Mediterranean, each of the classical civilizations had a somewhat distinctive social system that marked its particular definition of social inequality. And each of the classical civilizations also had a slightly different version of a patriarchal gender system. And I'll be looking both at class structure and at gender structure in illustrating the social points about these civilizations. So point 1, following from what we've been talking about in terms of culture, each of the classical civilizations emerged with a slightly distinctive social signature. Second, again, frankly, pretty easy. The social systems of the classical world in general were fairly different from what we expect today. Much easier acceptance of inequality, much easier acceptance of legal definitions of inequality, much different cultural framework for inequality overall. And again, that goes for the class system and the gender system, both. But third, and here's where I get particularly personally invested, I also want to argue that these social systems made a difference, that it was not just random that classical Mediterranean emphasized slavery, whereas classical India emphasized the caste system. And I make this third point, that these social systems mattered, with two basic justifications in mind. First is very personal. They're both actually a little personal, but first is very personal. I was trained as a social historian, which means that I think the histories of ordinary people are an important aspect of our sense of the past, that ordinary people have a real historical legacy of their own, and they also matter in terms of the stories of the larger societies in which they existed. So as I moved into world history also, I've had an abiding interest in trying to show that social experiences, social structures matter in the framework of world history as a whole. Most world historians would agree, but it's obviously true that world historians have so much to think about, so many different societies, so much need to attend to major ideas, major political institutions, that the social can drop off a bit. The second personal element here is actually even more focused. Several years ago, I was talking to historians at Washington State University about a world history program that they were about to install. They've since installed it, and it's very good. And two older historians in the audience, probably a little critical of world history, challenged me when I was trying to make the case that we need to pay attention to ordinary people. And the argument went as follows. Yeah, in the past, there was a great deal of inequality. So you need to say that the classical period was marked by inequality in which a minority of wealthy, powerful people rode roughshod over a majority of ordinary people. That's true. And men tended to do the same to women. That's true. You don't need to say any more. One paragraph will do it. You don't need to worry about differences among the civilizations. Let's keep this topic short so that we can get back to wars, emperors, and great ideas. This is a really interesting challenge. So what I want to do is lay out the simpler parts of my argument, the different social systems that describe the classical civilizations and the gender systems that matched, and then turn tentatively, because this is not entirely worked out, to why does this matter? Why does this need to be known beyond simply a matter of record? Okay. The first place to start actually touches base directly with the previous lecture. I ended on the statement, each of the cultural systems in the classical world, although each had a variety of purposes in exploring truth, beauty, and spirituality, each of the cultural systems managed to provide explanations for why people should remain in their social place, why social inequality was both necessary and justified. The Greek philosophers, people like Aristotle, argued specifically that slavery was an essential system for the conduct of society because only with slavery could enough production occur to support the upper class with appropriate leisure for contemplation and wise rule. So the argument was you needed a dramatically unequal social hierarchy in order to generate the resources for a minority of people, the aristocrats, and aristoi meant rule of the best, for a minority of people to rule wisely. Confucius wasn't quite so blatant, and he didn't have to justify slavery, which was much less widespread in classical China. But Confucius argued something of the same thing as we saw last time. Confucius said that a minority of people in the upper classes, the gentlemen, would be wise, would know the appropriate rules of conduct, would be able to govern well. They owed this to the lower classes. There was a reciprocal obligation between upper and lower class, but hierarchy was obviously essential because the lower classes had to do the productive work and, along with deference, supply the needs of the upper classes, and in combination alone would this hierarchy manage to produce a properly organized, orderly society. Hinduism, Buddhism's a little bit more challenging here. Hinduism made the social inequality statement quite directly. Different people are in different social layers. If they do what they're supposed to in their current social layer, they will earn the right's probably the wrong word, they will earn the possibility of spiritual advancement, so that in the next life, they will either be in a higher social level in this world or will rise to a higher spiritual sphere altogether. Doing what you're supposed to do in a system of social inequality was what you had to perform in order to achieve spiritual advancement. Okay, none of the systems was totally designed just to justify inequality, but they all did so, and this is an important component they have in common, even though their specific methods are very different. So point one, in contrast to the modern world, where our cultural systems are a little bit shakier when it comes to justifying inequality. We certainly have inequality, but we're a little bit less glib and self-satisfied in assuming that it inevitably explains itself. The classical world very clearly said, at least in the mouths of upper-class people, social inequality is essential. We have nothing to apologize for. There's no alternative to it. It's just there. Okay, so the first framework for the social systems of the classical world, the first framework was cultural. A widespread set of assumptions, widespread at least in the upper classes, but potentially spreading below as well, that inequality was just it. There's no reason to worry about it. It just exists. The second feature of the classical social systems needs to be stated very carefully, but it also helps, along with culture, explain why these systems worked. The systems were not absolutely lockstep. India, for example, had a caste system, and on paper this sounds extremely rigid. A person is born into his or her social station. This social station describes what jobs are appropriate and what jobs need to be done by somebody else, describes whom you can suitably marry, describes whom you can suitably have social contacts with. It was a network of regulations that really helped describe daily life and obviously social relationships. But although this was on paper the most rigid of the classical social systems, it also was not inflexible in a couple of ways. First of all, wealth levels could vary considerably within a caste. You could be a poor priest, a poor Brahmin, or a wealthy one. And there were subgroups within castes called jati, and one could move among these with much greater ease than one could among castes, where technically it was impossible to rise until a subsequent reincarnation. The classical Mediterranean world was described, among other things, by slavery. And the slave systems in Greece and the Hellenistic world and Rome were really extensive, tending to grow with time, and that's important. On the other hand, classical historians caution us not to think of Mediterranean slavery exactly as we have been taught to think of more modern Atlantic slavery as it developed in the early modern world. Slavery could involve extremely harsh working conditions. Slaves were used in the Athenian silver mines and elsewhere, and often had very short life expectancies as a result. But more slaves were involved in domestic service, tutoring, even running stores and shops. With some real latitude in what they did. They were property, they were owned, no question about that. But it was not a system where you need to think of gangs of laborers working under the lash. That was part of classical slavery, but not, frankly, the whole thing. And as an evidence of this, classical slavery could be seen by ordinary people as an actually desirable state. Many poor people actually tried to become slaves because although you would lose your legal freedom, you might gain in material support, and you wouldn't suffer necessarily very much in work performance. So, caste system, slavery, don't necessarily mean what we think they mean when we look at them through the eyes of subsequent history. The same holds true for the Confucian system, although again we need to be somewhat cautious. Confucianism urged a distinction between gentlemen and ordinary people, but every so often, without any question, an ordinary person could actually rise to the status of gentleman. The system worked like this. A really bright peasant boy, if really bright and lucky enough to be identified by the local landowner, might be supported into an education that would allow him to achieve a position in the imperial bureaucracy. In other words, none of these systems was as static as they seem on paper. All of them had some loopholes. In the case of Mediterranean slavery, also the loophole of manumission, where owners freed their slaves. This wasn't the normal practice, but it wasn't all that rare, certainly more common than in later Atlantic slavery. So, along with the cultural justification of these systems come an understanding that the way they operated on paper and the way they operated in fact were not entirely the same thing. Caution, though. Americans, perhaps particularly American college students, think so routinely in terms of social mobility that they're likely to turn this statement about flexibility into an unrealistic assumption that, well, actually mobility was common, mobility was expected. Mobility occurred, flexibility existed, but it was not expected, and you need to weigh the flexibility I've just described against the cultural cement for the insistence on social inequality itself. The third feature of the social inequality of the classical world, and again it varied a bit depending on whether the system was Mediterranean slavery or Confucian inequality or the Indian caste system, which was particularly distinctive. The third feature is that, with some obvious exceptions, lots of social groups, although technically unequal, didn't have routine daily contact with each other, so that although they could be seen as inferior from a bird's eye view, on a day-to-day basis, they didn't necessarily operate in that framework. Peasants, for example, certainly could be subject to exactions by landlords, and these could become very troubling. But on a day-to-day basis, they weren't bossed around by landlords. The landlords weren't their employer in a modern sense, and they often had a considerable latitude to do their work, to operate their village institutions, to operate their folk cultures without too much interference. Indian historians, some of them, without apologizing for the caste system, which really by modern standards seems pretty bad, Indian historians have argued, I think plausibly, that the caste system itself allowed a certain amount of daylight among groups, because if you followed your caste obligations, if you didn't try to assume inappropriate relationships, you actually on a day-to-day basis might be left with substantial opportunity for your own group culture, your own group contacts, not a lot of routine interference. This also may help explain why social systems that to us look markedly unequal, stark in their inequality, could function and could actually produce a certain amount of flexibility. Turning to gender. The gender systems of the classical civilizations were patriarchal. We've argued earlier that patriarchy was the common gender currency of agricultural societies and certainly of agricultural civilizations, and that is unquestionably true. A dramatic illustration of this gender inequality was the extent to which many classical societies, probably particularly classical China and classical Greece, depended on quite high rates of female infanticide. That is, in order to limit birth rates, individual families, implicitly supported by communities, would kill off, usually by exposing them to the elements, would kill off a certain number of female newborns, up to 20-25% probably in the case of classical Greece, because by doing this they were obviously first indicating their preference for sons, but second, reducing the potential for subsequent birth rates that could overwhelm family and community resources. Infanticide was not unknown for boys, but it was much less common. Boys were preferred. At the same time, just as with the system of social inequality, the system of gender inequality needs to be seen through two additional lenses. Lens one is, again, the individual civilization. All the classical civilizations were patriarchal, but not all of them were patriarchal in the same way. Probably the starkest statements of patriarchy, at least on the surface, came from classical China, where Confucian culture was actively used to describe appropriate family relationships. The argument was that the family should be the mirror of society at large, that as the emperor was in society at large, so the older father was in the family, and women as a subordinate group were supposed to be productive, deferential, just as the lower classes were in the larger social order. And the Confucian culture generated a host of stories and actual gender manuals that illustrated these directives. The most famous manual, produced by a woman in the Han Dynasty, Banzhao, the most famous manual was reprinted many times from the classical period right on up to the later 19th century, and it described, at least superficially, a starkly patriarchal world. When a girl was born, she should be placed at the foot of the bed. When a boy was born, at the side of the bed, so that in growing up, they would immediately know their different places in relation to their beloved parents. Girls should learn domestic tasks. Wives should be deferential to husbands. They owed husbands decorous behavior, efficient management of the household, and deference. This was a world of two spheres, and the female sphere unquestionably unequal. Indian patriarchy was in some ways just as strict. Hindu legalists, for example, argued whether if a woman lived up to her obligations in this life and was able to come back spiritually advanced, her next step would have to be being a man. Some of them argued the man would be the next step. Some of them argued that women could advance spiritually without going through that gender transformation. But the fact that you could have even the argument was itself revealing. But the Indian version of patriarchy was probably a little bit more supple than the Chinese, again, at least on paper. Indians valued female beauty more evidently than did the Chinese. They were more interested in vigorous representations of women in art. Hindu stories were more likely to describe successful initiative by women, initiatives undertaken in the name of fathers or husbands. It's patriarchal. But the fact is, women could be clever. They could outwit the gods even on occasion. They were operating in a situation where they might earn greater praise. And informally, it's been argued that the attention heaped on women, for example, when they were about to give birth, the attention heaped on women on the occasion of weddings was simply provided a different ritual atmosphere for the operation of patriarchy in the Indian case. Classical Mediterranean, frankly, a little varied. Classical Greece exercised almost as strict a control over women as did classical China. Aristotle was eager to urge men to treat inferior women as nicely as they possibly could, the implication being that, it's really sort of hard because they are so laggard. Upper-class women were confined to household. Rome, particularly in the late Republican, early imperial period, Rome was somewhat more lenient, and women had more protections in law. Of the major cases, it was probably the case in which the patriarchal strictures, at least for a few centuries, were least severe. So, the classical civilizations had, within the framework of patriarchy, distinctive gender signatures, just as they had distinctive signatures with regard to social systems. The second question to ask of gender is the same that we will conduct with regard to social classes. How could women put up with this? There are several answers. First of all, patriarchy itself obviously tended to isolate small groups of women in separate households. So although they might see each other on festival occasions or sometimes in the marketplace, there wasn't a lot of opportunity for large groups of women to get together to compare notes. And of course, as with the lower classes in the social system, they were themselves victims of the dominant culture. They were told they were inferior, and doubtless many of them internalized this and had no basis for thinking about potential options. But there are a couple of other features that are worth noting in talking about how this system could generate a little bit more flexibility than might seem possible on paper. Obviously, in the first place, there are personality variants. Individual women could be forceful within the patriarchal system, either to be more successfully expressive or to be just plain nasty. Socrates' wife, Xanthippe, for example, was supposed to be just a horrible person, which is one of the reasons he spent so much time in the marketplace with young men, because his home life was dreadful. Banzhao, the manual writer in classical China, although she wrote about how women were supposed to measure up to the patriarchal system, was herself an educated upper-class woman, accomplished, capable of advising emperors. Individual situations could break the patriarchal mold, both at the level of ordinary people and at the level of elites. Class was also important, and this is a tricky one. On the whole, the patriarchal strictures about how women are inferior to men operated with greatest force in the upper classes. Lower class situations where women's work was essential, where women had to help on the farm or in the household or with the craft. There was inequality here too, but it was much less marked because both parties, men and women, knew that both parties were essential to the economic survival of the family. So the groups where patriarchal inequality was fiercest had the compensation of being in the upper class, which maybe made the whole situation more endurable. But the two crucial points about surviving the system are, first, that although women were inferior in the patriarchal system, they were not, at least supposed to be, the outright property of men. Patriarchy in this sense is a little tricky. And on closer examination, a treatise like Banzhao's Manual for Women turns out not just to emphasize that women were inferior, etc., which was true, but also to emphasize that men in the best Confucian upper class tradition owed their inferior wives and daughters something in return for production and deference. So men needed to treat women decently without too much overt cruelty. They needed to provide appropriate education, at least in household skills. And if they didn't do this, they weren't living up to the upper side of the mutual obligation systems that described Confucianism. Finally, in all the patriarchal systems, although again women were inferior, there was a certain possible leeway over time. The most powerful woman in a patriarchal family structure, and this was very clear in the Confucian system, the most powerful woman was an older woman who had had sons, whose husband had died, and who was able to retain a stature as mother of sons without being encumbered by an actual husband boss, whose daughters-in-law would be brought home by the sons to be governed by their mother-in-law. In other words, although this wasn't exactly a social system of mobility, there was a family system of mobility that if you were lucky and survived enough, you could actually hope to enjoy. Another explanation of why the system worked a little bit differently from the way it initially looks on paper. All right, now the challenge. So what? I hope I've argued that each of the classical civilizations had a somewhat distinctive social signature around a common commitment to inequality in social class and gender, so that one can add caste system to Hinduism and Buddhism as features of classical India. I hope I've also successfully argued that the systems need to be looked at a little beneath the surface to understand how they actually operated, even though they still add up to a system of inequality, somewhat different at least, certainly somewhat more unreflectively rigorous than we're accustomed to in modern times. What does it all matter? All right, let me offer a few illustrations. The first one is tentative, but it has been argued, and I think it's an interesting point, it has been argued that different versions of patriarchy could produce different male behavior, particularly that the way the system operated in China, where mothers had every reason to develop particular attachments to their sons, particularly if they were second or third wives in a polygamous family, that men developed a sense of devotion, a psychological link with their mothers that was simply greater than developed in the classical Mediterranean, where households were a little more varied, where there were other people caring for children besides the mother. Now, this is tentative, but I will add one of my favorite images from classical China, which is the mother of one of the Confucian philosophers beating him with a cane, an older woman obviously, beating him with a cane in order to make him obedient. And his reaction was, I hope she's not hurting herself. Okay? gender systems could vary enough to matter. The importance of different social systems is even more obvious, and I want to offer two illustrations definitely, and then a third that we'll return to a couple of sessions hence. Illustration number one. We all know, I've mentioned it before, it deserves renewed attention. We all know that the technological levels of, say, classical China and the classical Mediterranean differed considerably. The classical Mediterranean was terrific in civil engineering and the construction of great monuments, probably the best of the most successful of the classical civilizations in this regard. Classical China, however, had it all over the classical Mediterranean in terms of practical technological innovations in the area of production. It was classical China that introduced paper, classical China that invented the wheelbarrow, classical China that introduced some of the basic innovations in windmills that produced greater productive power, etc. All right, why? Why? Well, maybe a little bit has to do with government. The Chinese government was more interventionist than that of the Mediterranean and actually invested in what we would currently call research and development. Possibly a little bit culture. Classical Mediterranean view of science argued that scientists were supposed to develop visions of the rational universe and that dealing with petty practicalities was beneath them, and there are explicit quotes to that effect among Hellenistic scientists, for example. But the most obvious explanation for technological difference is that when China wanted to improve productivity, their most obvious recourse was to try to think of a new technological device that would do exactly that. When landowners in the classical Mediterranean wanted to advance a productive system, their most obvious recourse was to try to acquire more slaves. Slave systems are not absolutely immune to technological improvement, but they tend to discourage it, and that seems definitely true here. The social system mattered. It helps explain different production arrangements, different technological experiences, and even, as we'll argue next time, to some extent, different foreign policies. Second illustration. It would be nice to say that we had a definite sense of rates of social protest in the three societies. Information is simply not extensive enough for us to claim that. But it is certainly likely that, on the basis of the records we do have, plus speculation, that the classical civilization that faced the greatest amount of social protest, recurrently, not all the time, but recurrently, was actually classical China. The civilization that probably faced the least was classical India, classical Mediterranean, a little bit in between. Why? Classical China obviously nested social inequality, the inferiority of the ordinary working peasant, nested social inequality in a Confucian culture that insisted that while hierarchy was great, it had to be leavened by reciprocal benefits. Okay. Insofar as peasants bought into this system, insofar as they adopted some Confucian values, they could easily see that, on occasion, landlords weren't living up to their side of the bargain. They were exploiting labor too greatly. They were not providing enough material protections. So the inequality system, combined with the cultural system, could produce recurrent situations of unrest in which the peasants thought they were actually doing what their value system told them was legitimate. Classical India, with the caste system, reinforced the caste system with this sense of religious rewards and sanctions. It was much easier to assume that if you simply lived through your caste obligation in this life, there would be a clear payoff later on, something that was not present in the Chinese value system to the same extent. And classical India also, as we've previously argued, used the caste system to keep social groups partially separate so they didn't rub against each other as directly as landlords and peasants might occasionally in China. As I say, classical Mediterranean, probably a little bit in between. We have images of slave protest in the classical Mediterranean world. Spartacus was a great old movie, but it actually was quite uncommon because actually slavery was not all that onerous for many of the people that participated in it. Again, specific social system matters. And finally, though this is something we'll take up a couple of sessions hence, social system might also matter, or social cultural system might also matter, in terms of the kinds of attachments ordinary people developed to their society and their social order. Some systems probably worked better than others, and when times got bad, that could show in different results as well. The legacy of the classical social systems was both specific and general. Specifically, India still grapples with remnants of the caste system, even though it's been outlawed for over half a century. Elements of Confucian social thinking still mark the Chinese experience. Slave thinking, slavery systems are officially gone, but the influence of classical thinking about slavery certainly marked history at least up till about a century ago. And obviously, some of the assumptions and systems involved in patriarchy, although presumably now eroding, continued to be influential as well. There's a legacy here, just as there is in the cultural systems we talked about last time. And finally, there's a larger legacy that we continue to grapple with, and that is the extent to which inequality was assumed, deeply ingrained, embedded in economic inequality, embedded in inequalities in access to literacy, embedded in different political rights. Although we're a very different society today, arguably we're still dealing with that heritage as well.
Lecture 7, The Roman Empire and Han China.
This session talks about the comparison between the Roman Empire and the empire of the Han Dynasty in China. The purpose is several-fold. First of all, quite simply, it's a terrific comparative opportunity. As I'll illustrate further in just a moment, these two societies for a several century span were remarkably similar in some basic achievements, and that gives us an opportunity to look more closely at how classical societies operated, how classical politics could operate in a context in which you're comparing apples with apples for the most part. Second purpose, related to this, obviously, is to use a slightly more leisurely, focused comparison to get a better sense of what classical governments could do. The focus this time is not just on politics, but the government aspect will be central. Final focus is to make it clear, in the case that it's still necessary, that a world history approach to the classical period needs to be very certain that our interest in Greece and Rome, in this case Rome, is properly balanced by an understanding of the important things occurring in other parts of the world. This lecture does not depend on a sense that Rome was somehow inferior to Han China. It was slightly different. But it does insist that the world of the classical period was not one in which Rome just sat there with a few isolated societies on the boundaries. I recently heard that reasserted, that Rome controlled the whole world. Well, it didn't. We shouldn't think so, and it's a distortion of world history even to pretend that that was the case. It won't surprise you at this point to know that this comparison will be a little bit, to take the terms of one of the societies we're looking at, a little bit yin and yang. We'll be talking about a lot of really interesting similarities and overlaps, but I want to focus particularly in the second part of the exercise in some revealing differences or shadings as well. Not surprisingly, the end result is two societies remarkably alike, but not exactly alike, and the differences may have counted not just at the time, but subsequently as well. One final preliminary. The focus is on two empires. We don't want to forget that these empires did not exist through the whole classical period, and we don't want to forget that there were other significant classical societies as well. The similarities between the Roman Empire and the Han Empire remind us that the Indian experience was on the whole rather different. There were imperial periods, they shouldn't be forgotten, but the core of Indian history in the classical period rests on cultural developments, on social systems, to some extent on trade outreach, not nearly so clearly on political achievement. We could also work in the Persian Empire, which was a major political achievement for several centuries, and that would be a perfectly valid comparison, simply not exercised here because it's in a somewhat different chronological slot, and again, simply for reasons of feasibility. All right, similarities first off. Classical Rome began its empire in 27 BCE, and the empire in the West definitively collapsed in 476. The Han Dynasty lasted from 202 BCE to 220 CE, so the Han Dynasty lasted for 418 years, the Roman Empire for 503. Remarkably similar. I don't know that it means too much, but it's an interesting start. As you know already, these two empires developed very similar territorial expansions. Rome's was more geographically dispersed because the Mediterranean sat in the middle. Han China was a landmass and therefore more compact, but the actual land territory controlled was remarkably similar, so that just as people refer to the Pax Romana in the Mediterranean world, the Roman peace, so one can refer to the Chinese peace, Pax Sinaica, in the Asian world under Han control. Both involve considerable masses of territory ruled on the whole in orderly fashion for a considerable period of time. As has been mentioned before also, the population levels of the two cases remarkably similar. Both had over 50 million people. Han China a little larger, but what's a couple million people among friends? Very similar operation in this regard. Both clearly had emphasized territorial expansion. Both prior to the advent of these particular regimes, Republican Rome had began the expansionist process for Rome, which the empire simply took over and furthered. Earlier dynasties in China had also set the stage for the Han conquests in somewhat similar fashion. With expansion came, and we've discussed this before, came somewhat similar needs for integration. Both empires, again continuing work by predecessors, both empires worked hard on economic integration. The Han continued the policy of building road systems and canal systems so that the different major parts of the empire could be linked, allowing specialization in trade among the major regions. Rome, again continuing policies that had developed earlier in the Mediterranean, worked very hard on developing granaries in appropriate parts of the empire, in Sicily and North Africa and elsewhere, that it could then reach through Mediterranean trade routes with goods that would come from other portions of the empire, including Rome itself. Economic integration, the regulation and encouragement of merchant activity was fundamental to the prosperity, including the tax base, of both of these important political systems. Both systems worked on political integration directly. Slightly different mechanisms, but directly. In the case of Han China, several devices combined to try to produce a coherent political structure capable of ruling an empire that was so large that it could take over a month to reach the frontiers from the capital city, even with the fairly efficient road system that the emperors built. Efforts at political integration included, obviously, ideological promotion. The Han Dynasty attempted to further Confucian thought as the means of inculcating values in the elite and possibly beyond that would emphasize loyalty, deference, devotion to the state, attachment to political order as represented by the Han emperors themselves. The emperors continued a tradition, along with Confucian values, of emphasizing their divine majesty, or at least semi-divine majesty. The concept of Son of Heaven was one that had been inherited and was still used sort of as a supplement to Confucian teachings, and there was no inherent contradiction involved. The emperors surrounded themselves also with great pomp and ceremony, constructing cultural monuments, military processions, parades, various activities that would demonstrate, at least to the urban populations, their splendor and their remoteness. And finally, and most crucial to the political cement developed by the Han. The Han introduced the first clearly established system of Chinese bureaucracy in which the central government would designate a significant number of people as governmental representatives in the provinces, representing the interests of the central government, receiving communications and sending information from and sending communications to the central government. The bureaucratic system was furthered by an emphasis on Confucian education and training in the literary classics, by the beginnings of an examination system that would, in principle at least, select bureaucrats on the basis of demonstrated merit. This bureaucratic system provided a network of political activities, political control that helped bring this vast territory together in effective fashion. Again, Rome's methods were not exactly the same. The Romans did not have quite the same cultural apparatus as Confucianism provided, although lots of writers, particularly early in the empire, were eager to sing the praises of the emperors and the imperial system. So there was a sort of cultural panegyric developed early on that would help bring loyalty and attention to the new regime. A bureaucracy was developed, but it's obviously important to note that the Roman bureaucracy was somewhat more rudimentary than the Chinese, and the Romans placed more emphasis on the legal system and on the rule of law across the empire, at least as applied to Roman citizens. And this emphasis on common legal principles, codified into really admirable statements of legal reality, this provided something of the same cement that the more abundant Chinese bureaucracy provided in that case. Rome, for the most part, did not emphasize the divinity of the emperors themselves, although patronage by the gods was part of the process, and imperial participation in religious ceremonies part of the process as well. But the Romans certainly at least equaled, probably surpassed, the Han in imperial monuments, in processions through the city of Rome itself and elsewhere after military triumphs. The emphasis on the majesty, power of the imperial office was, if slightly differently expressed, clearly as great in Rome as in Han China. Both systems, again, probably differences in degree, but both systems also expanded the functions of government itself. I've mentioned in a previous comment the role of the Chinese government in patronizing a certain amount of scientific and technological research. This probably did not occur in Rome, but both governments, quite understandably, used their considerable powers of bureaucracy and taxation to pay a great deal of specific attention to the provisioning of major cities, in the case of Rome, particularly Rome, so that regulations and encouragement would help organize convoys of grain, would help set prices, would help regulate supply. The system didn't always work perfectly well, but on the whole, both governments were actively engaged in at least a certain level of economic activity designed in assuring the economic essentials of a stable social and political order. The Roman government was probably, in its imperial heyday, a bit more involved than its Chinese counterpart in sponsoring cultural activities for ordinary people, but again, the similarities in broad outline quite marked. So you have two systems, about the same size, about the same lifespan, strong emphasis on political functions, political systems, bureaucracy and/or law, and political symbolism, combined with the active encouragement of economic integration in ways that would make the system work. Differences, although differences within a context of still remarkable similarities. On the whole, and this has been suggested in an earlier comment, on the whole, I think it's fair to say that the Chinese regime, again, building on prior precedent, worked harder at integrating its vast territory than the Romans did. The Chinese planted larger colonies of people in frontier regions. It's absolutely vital to remember, as against our current impressions, that even the Middle Kingdom in China, in the classical period, was the scene of major ethnic mixing and ethnic division, to use a modern term. particularly in South China. The regime tackled this head-on by planting large colonies of northern Chinese in the south, as well as, of course, by encouraging the common use of Mandarin, at least at the elite and bureaucratic level. Some of these policies, by the way, are still being conducted in frontier regions by the Chinese regime today, so the continuity aspect is interesting as well as we look at efforts to integrate the western provinces and Tibet in contemporary China. Rome planted colonies also, colonies of soldiers, but colonies that could begin to develop a Roman lifestyle and Roman monuments in provinces as remote as England. But on the whole, these were smaller colonies. They didn't do as much, they weren't intended to do as much work by way of population integration, and they probably didn't accomplish as much in this vein either. The Romans certainly encouraged the use of Latin by the upper class, although it never managed to erase predominance of Greek in upper-class circles in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Romans certainly emphasized the expansion of Roman citizenship. Citizenship initially was confined to Romans themselves, then during the Republic was expanded as a possibility to certain people in other parts of Italy, and then under the Empire could expand to people who were not even remotely Italian. St. Paul, the great Christian saint, was extremely proud of the fact that he was a Roman citizen. So this was an integrating device, perhaps not totally dissimilar to spreading bureaucrats and language in Han China, but it didn't affect as many people, and the fact remains that Rome was content, not counterproductively in the period itself, Rome was content with a looser regime over most of its provinces, a reliance on considerable local autonomy, even existing kings where they were willing to follow Roman rules and provide loyalty and tribute, whereas the Chinese were more ruthless integrators in ways that may have helped produce a somewhat different subsequent history in the two societies. Both regimes conscious of integration for obvious reasons, but both involved in somewhat different specific procedures and specific results. Second interesting difference, although again within a somewhat similar context, involves policies of expansion. Obviously, both the Roman Empire and Han China expanded a great deal, and this territorial expansion was one of the keys to their similarity, one of the keys to their needs to provide integrating devices, etc. But Han China was capable of surviving a cessation of expansion and was willing to operate in terms of more diplomatic interaction with borderline territories than the Romans proved interested in doing. So the Han Chinese obviously pushed the boundaries of empire out well beyond the Middle Kingdom, no question about this. But when they felt they had reached a sustainable term, they did not necessarily feel that they had therefore to compensate in some fashion for the cessation of expansion. Rather, they adopted a system of looking at potential neighbors like Vietnam and Korea in terms of payments of tribute rather than as candidates for further expansion. Rome's appetites in this regard seem to have been less clearly bounded, and I think there are a couple reasons for this. Arguably, although this certainly could be debated, the Mediterranean value system, not only Roman but Greek before, was quite simply more militaristic than the Chinese. Both societies depended on elaborate military commitments and devotion. I don't mean to oversimplify, but the importance of military valor probably played a greater role in the Roman definition of upper-class achievements compared to the greater Chinese emphasis on education and gentility, along potentially with military service. More practically and obviously still, the Romans, once the empire started particularly, the Romans needed additional territory as a means of rewarding generals and soldiers. They didn't have as clear a bureaucratic system in which successful generals could be rewarded without the addition of specific territories. And most obviously still, The Romans needed expansion in order to provide a continuing supply of slaves to a labor system where in many agricultural estates and in the mines, as well as in domestic service, slaves were simply vital for production expansion for successful operation of the economy. There were slaves in Han China. They were mostly domestic servants. They were relatively few in number. The economic system did not depend on additional slave supply, and in this sense, too, expansion could be halted without immediate consequence. Thus, now it's important to recognize both empires would decline. As we've already indicated, both declined after about the same period of time, so I don't want to overdo the Han advantage. But Rome more clearly began to suffer after the point which was reached in 180 CE, after the point at which expansion became impossible and even a retreat began to be introduced. The system just didn't work as well in terms of supplying labor, supplying reward, supplying opportunities for the military itself to feed on victory rather than feed on domestic discontent and disruption of imperial selection and the imperial process itself. So, integration, a little bit different. Expansion, perhaps even more different. Interesting contrasts, again, within a remarkably similar context. Culture. Han China was, I think, unquestionably more culturally creative than Rome. Rome had its moments. Its literature, certainly its art and architecture, are splendid, but Roman cultural achievements tended to be more derivative from earlier Greek experience. This was a pattern that was established earlier in the Republic and on the whole continued in the Empire. And it's less easy, with, again, some artistic and literary exceptions, it's less easy to point to basic Roman creativity in philosophic or scientific endeavor. Huge exception here once Christianity came in the later stages of empire, when Roman intellectuals, broadly construed, operated at extremely high levels. So again, we don't want to oversimplify. But the culture of Rome itself, the culture that the empire would itself emphasize, at least until the imperial conversion to Christianity, the culture was less robust, less creative, more derivative. It is perhaps worth reminding here that some historians have compared Rome's cultural position here to that of the United States, a very powerful society, strong in many respects, including military, but possessed of a cultural apparatus that was to some extent derivative from an earlier point of origin, Greek in the case of classical Rome, Western European in the case of the United States. Whether the analogy is useful or not, it's at least sort of fun to kick around. All right. Classical China was also, and we've discussed this before, more creative in the area of technologies, particularly production technologies. Classical China created, and this was prior to the Han Dynasty itself, but was something the dynasty was able actively to utilize. Classical China created basic philosophical and religious systems in a way that, with the obvious exception of Christianity, which was sort of a late adoption on the part of the Roman Empire did not. How much does this matter? How much does this matter? How much did the ongoing creativity of Confucian and other intellectuals in Han China contribute to a measurably different result than in classical Rome? One point, however, returns us to similarity. Neither Han China nor classical Rome developed or sustained cultural systems on their own that satisfied what one might argue were the spiritual needs of important segments of the population. The Han Dynasty's emphasis on Confucianism, Taoism persisted, but the emphasis was on Confucianism. Classical Rome's emphasis on civic religion, the religion of the gods and goddesses. These emphases were interesting. They could help call attention to rituals and themes that would bring loyalty to the imperial system itself, but neither system was itself intensely spiritual. And both regimes in their later stages, and here's an interesting similarity, both regimes ended up seeing the importation of spiritual values from outside, or at least partially outside, the main imperial centers. In the case of Han China, Buddhism began to draw interest in the later stages of the dynasty and then would surge forward still further after the dynasty collapsed. In the case of classical Rome, the story is more familiar. Increasing numbers of Romans converted to Christianity by the 4th century. Probably about 10% of the imperial population was Christian. And then, in a hope to seize on a new method of winning popular loyalty and support, the imperial system itself embraced Christianity under Emperor Constantine, and the association of the final phases of the empire and Christianity became increasingly intertwined. Interesting development in both cases. Despite the differences in cultural creativity, both systems seemed to have something lacking that invited additional cultural innovation, additional cultural importation, at least when things began to turn a bit bad. Both systems encouraged active military activity. The Roman system was particularly famous, and again, this was not a development that began with the empire, but was furthered by it. The Roman system depended on tight military discipline and the careful organization of infantry in the Roman legion. These legions were extremely effective. They were given substantial privilege. They developed tight bonds of comradeship, and they operated obviously very effectively through much of the early history of the empire. Chinese military was probably best known, at least in retrospect, not for its tactics, although these have to have been quite successful in many instances, but for its larger approach to military philosophy. So it's from the Han Dynasty that we get the Art of War by Sun Tzu, one of the great works on military thinking generated by any society, anywhere, still utilized in military training in the present day. And one wonders here, and this is real speculation, one wonders here if there's an interesting contrast that would again go back to some of the other distinctions between the two systems. Rome was known for military force, military organization, excellent weaponry, and obviously for many centuries, great success. China was known for these things to a degree, but also for a level of thinking about the place of military activity in the larger political and social picture. So Sun Tzu was just as interested, perhaps even more interested, in writing about the limitations of the use of war, about writing about how war was a last resort and various other devices should be utilized in preference. And one wonders if, possibly in association with the different needs for imperial expansion, there's a distinction here that's worth remembering. The two empires obviously had different origins. The Han Dynasty sprung more directly from prior dynastic activity in classical China. It operated in a context in which a period of disorder under the Zhou Dynasty had been replaced by cultural, Confucian, as well as political emphasis on the importance of political order. The origins of the Roman Empire were a little bit more oblique. Obviously, the process of territorial expansion predated the advent of empire, but Rome's origins had more to do with, in politics, had more to do with the control of aristocratic landlords, the importance of a certain democratic element in Roman politics, and these were on the whole overridden by the institutions of the empire. To some extent, possibly, there's some difference in the smoothness of the advent of these two systems that would be worth attention as well. Most obviously, however, and this is the clear concluding point, and we will return to it 2 sessions hence, most obviously, the fates of the two empires continued the theme of a surprising amount of coincidence with an important level of difference. Both empires began to fade as the quality of individual emperors began to yield, as invasions from Central Asia, or indirectly prodded by Central Asian migrations, began to press into the territories of the empires themselves. Both empires suffered from increasing economic stagnation, which complicated not only material life but also the taxation base of the empire. Both empires seem to have suffered from considerable inroads of disease that reduced population levels overall. So both empires, although at slightly different time periods, would fall victim to a somewhat similar process of decay and ultimate disappearance, at least in portions of its holdings. But in the case of the Roman Empire, at least in its western stronghold, in the case of the Roman Empire, the empire, once it fell, was gone, never to be revived as a whole. It would be remembered. It would be remembered with reverence. It would be selectively borrowed from by later regimes, but it was never reconstituted. The fate of the Han Dynasty was different. It too was destroyed. The Han never returned. But the key institutions and achievements of the Han Dynasty were revived by later regimes. So there's an interesting final difference between the two stories, a story of remembrance and selective utilization versus a story of revival because, among other things, it's been argued, the Chinese really, when they got their act back together following a period of disarray, the Chinese really couldn't think of a system that would do better than the Han had done. They could work to perfect it, and they did introduce some further changes, but they did not need to see its replacement because it really just needed to be restored. And Rome never quite achieved that final luster.
Lecture 8. The Silk Road, Classical Period Contacts.
This is a discussion about contacts among civilizations and regions during the classical period. Of all the discussions we're having about the classical world, this one is perhaps the discussion that would most please the pure world historian, because as we discussed in the first session, world historians love to talk about contact. I probably need to worry about my credentials because while I will talk about contact, and while I think that the contacts we'll discuss clearly have historical significance, I'm also going to rain on the parade a little bit to mention that the contacts not only occurred, but occurred amid severe limitations. So we're talking about two kinds of contacts involving several different patterns in each category. Contact first by means of trade, contact first by means of direct juxtaposition between two civilizations, and we're talking about how these contacts need to be assessed in terms of the classical period itself and in terms of later legacies. Pretty obviously, the classical period rests primarily on integrations that occurred within large regions which we've come to call civilizations. In other words, the classical period is not defined by really local history, but by regional history and by patterns of connections that expanded those regions fairly systematically and in some cases very durably. But the contact that overlaid these regional integrations needs to be noted as well, while not overshadowing the regional picture itself. Regional focus remains primary. Contact is a significant overlay. Two major types of trade contacts developed during the classical period. The most famous one, and it's deservedly notorious, involved the contacts that went along what we've come to call the Silk Road, a nexus of trade routes that ran from Western China, usually through Central Asia across the northernmost reaches of the Himalayan mountains, into the Middle East through Persia, and sometimes beyond the Middle East on into the Mediterranean. Alternative routes would take some of this trade directly through India. The Silk Road is a nice label, but it is obviously important to recognize there was no single route, no nice highway markers. It's a pattern of Western Chinese to Middle Eastern to Mediterranean movement that we're focusing on here. The trade was romantic in many ways, at least as it has been recalled by historians and art historians. It took traders into a variety of ethnic settings, in Central Asia particularly. It involved frequently some direct interaction between merchants from established agricultural economies and nomadic traders. It's one of the ways in which the nomadic peoples of Central Asia played a direct role in world history through their contact, but also through their capacity to extend what people in the settled civilizations were interested in doing. It involved romantic designations along the way, such as the city of Samarkand, which I have never visited but would like to. It's a really interesting set of patterns. As the name implies, the good that was most important on this trade route was silk, manufactured in China, increasingly esteemed by people in the Middle East and even in the Mediterranean. By the time of the later Republic and particularly early Empire in Rome, it was fashionable for upper-class Romans, both men and women, to wear silk or silk adornments on their togas. This was obviously a prime luxury commodity. Flowing along the Silk Road also in the other direction were exotic animals, which the Romans were able to import from Africa, gold, slaves, a variety of goods that Westerners tried to use to match the important flow of manufactured products from China and, to a lesser extent, spices and food products from other points along the more easterly end of this chain. It's a terrific route to note. It's a favorite thing to ask about on world history tests, but we also need to ask what the significance was. Clearly, you can make a case that the Silk Road had at least a little bit of significance in terms of the economies and even more obviously the consumer patterns of some of the recipients of the trade. This is an example, as we look at the increasing taste for silk, this is an example of the ways in which new patterns of world trade can feed new levels of consumer interest. The trade was undoubtedly economically important for some manufacturing centers in Western China and clearly important for the merchants involved. But I think it's fair to say that with these important significances noted, this is not a trade pattern that had deep significance for the economies of any of the major societies involved. It was an interesting addendum. It undoubtedly sustained some individual groups and peoples, but it wasn't an economic mainstay. Equally important, the trade proceeded in stages along the vast expanse of the Asian continent. Nobody, as far as we know, went the whole way. Romans were vaguely aware that China existed. They knew a lot about India, as we'll come to in a moment. They were vaguely aware that China existed. They tended to confuse it with silk itself and sometimes use the same word for both. We have no evidence, it's not impossible, but we have no evidence that anybody ever made it from the Mediterranean to China or vice versa. There's a possibility of a Chinese traveler, but no clear confirmation. The trade was in stages, which helps explain, along with the relatively light volume, why the Silk Road did not generate any particularly intense cultural exchanges or even technological exchanges. This is an interesting pattern of trade, not to be minimized, but also not to be exaggerated. A second nexus of trade, surprisingly robust, developed with India as its direct center. This involved trade from the Middle East and the Mediterranean, going directly to India, and also involved Chinese interest in direct trade with India. By the time of the Roman Empire, regular expeditions were mounted annually from the Red Sea to the subcontinent of India directly. Colonies of Roman merchants operated in some southern Indian cities. The key interest here was spices, such as pepper. But obviously there was a sufficient trade to motivate some government encouragement. These were imperially organized expeditions. Some increased knowledge of the navigation patterns necessary to handle the wind routes on the Indian Ocean. And some direct involvement between the Mediterranean societies and Indian societies themselves. Chinese trade also reached India not only overland along the Silk Roads, but through ocean-borne travel from the Pacific coast of China around to the Indian Ocean and to eastern India. At one point, for example, a Han Emperor in China directly sent a ship to India seeking a rhinoceros for his personal zoo. So India is a second center of trade, and it reminds us again, as does the Silk Road, that classical civilizations did not operate in complete isolation from each other. They did increasingly learn the advantages of at least limited commercial outreach, and this outreach obviously tended to expand. There were some other trade routes that pressed beyond the boundaries of the classical civilizations themselves. As is pretty obvious from our earlier discussion of the patterns of Chinese tribute, China developed a fairly robust trade with places like Korea and Vietnam. India had probably the most extensive trade outreach of any of the societies. Our problem is the records here are not terribly elaborate. But Indian merchants, particularly from southern India, regularly traded with other parts of Southeast Asia, including present-day Indonesia. This is one of the reasons that pockets of Hinduism spread in these same directions, and this is another set of connections that's worthy of note. Mediterranean societies and Middle Eastern traders also developed contacts with certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa. We don't always know the specific means by which Romans, for example, acquired more exotic African animals, including lions, some of which were actually North African, but some of which were sub-Saharan. But clearly the Romans had means of contact with sub-Saharan peoples. Active trade connected Ethiopia in northeastern Africa with the Middle East and even points beyond in the eastern Mediterranean. It was through these trade contacts that Ethiopians acquired knowledge of Judaism, and some Ethiopian conversions to Judaism occurred before or during the classical period, and later, obviously, Ethiopian Christianity reflected the same kinds of well-established commercial and cultural connections with the Mediterranean world. Obviously, then, the classical civilizations, along with their strong emphasis on patterns of internal trade and internal commercial integration and specialization, reached out for certain kinds of products, for certain kinds of opportunities, to a wider network that embraced territories beyond the classical civilizations themselves and that could, to a limited degree, also connect these civilizations. Not surprisingly in this context, the classical period offers our first stories of great interregional travelers. Undoubtedly, such travelers had existed before. Remember, the human species was a migratory species. We just don't have records, and we don't know how far any given individual wandered. But in this period, among other things, the first great Greek traveler, Herodotus, the 5th century Greek, managed to write down his travel stories, and they reveal an active imagination, an active curiosity about distant places, a considerable tolerance for habits that he discovered that were different from those of Greece, all of the apparatus that one would expect and hope from a person whose travels reflected the extent to which the classical world was not entirely bound within severe limits. Herodotus also, however, illustrates some of the continuing limitations of interregional contacts. His travels took him to Egypt. His travels took him to parts of the Middle East. His travels took him at least toward the western reaches of Central Asia. But this is not a huge network. No reason to downplay him. It's very venturesome by the standards of the time. But by the standards that would be established by a next series of travelers in the next world history period, this is interesting, promising, but a little bit modest. Equally revealing was the extent to which Herodotus and some other early travelers or people who were echoing the comments of travelers, the extent to which Herodotus was willing to mix absolute fancifulness and nonsense with solid fact. He visited a number of societies. He often proved to be a good observer, but he was extremely credulous about what people told him about that society over the next hill. Particularly, he loved to exaggerate sexual peculiarities, anatomical peculiarities, and his mixture of sober account and invention reveals what might be argued to be a sort of logical first stage of interregional travel that matches the tentativeness of commercial outreach that we've already described. Other travelers developed later in the classical period. Particularly important right at the end of the classical period was a significant series of Chinese travelers moving into Central Asia and particularly into India, where they, among other things, often sought Buddhist sanctuary, Buddhist inspiration. These travelers would help expand Chinese knowledge of a world beyond Chinese boundaries and again illustrate the extent to which the classical world was not entirely confined to the major civilizations themselves. A second kind of contact, beyond travel and trade, emerged through two direct encounters between major civilizations themselves, and one might add a third. Encounter number one, really reasonably well known, at least from the Greek standpoint in terms of Greek history, involved the encounter in the 6th and early 5th centuries BCE between Greece and Persia. Many Greeks learned quite a bit about Persian society. Some Greeks, like Herodotus, argued that Persians learned quite a bit about Greek society in what was a really unusual situation in which two major societies operating on somewhat different cultural and institutional bases, had direct territorial and military interaction with each other, with some mutual learning resulting, and certainly a good bit of mutual antagonism. Beyond this, and in some ways extending it, Alexander the Great's conquest brought Greek civilization not only into more elaborate contact with societies and cultures in the Middle East, including Persia, but on into northwestern India. Here, emissaries from Hellenistic society, Greeks themselves and other Middle Easterners who were interacting with Hellenistic values, Hellenistic representatives interacted directly with representatives of Indian culture with several interesting but arguably also surprisingly limited results. Most obvious was an artistic interaction that followed this period of Hellenistic Indian contact and lasted for probably about 150 years. In this contact, Greek artistic styles and costumes were utilized by Indian and Central Asian artists to represent, among other things, the figure of the Buddha and other figures associated with Buddhism. So there are interesting depictions of the Buddha with Greek hairstyles, Greek clothing styles, Greek artistic apparatus, and it's an intriguing example of the potency of contact in which two societies both maintain a certain degree of separation, i.e., these are Greek styles but Indian religion, but also manage to combine them in an imaginative combination or synthesis. Equally important, however, this stylistic fusion didn't last too long, doesn't have clear echo because by the end of the Hellenistic period, this kingdom had dissolved and the Greek-Indian interaction dissolved with it. Another facet of this interaction, which almost certainly occurred but we don't know full dimensions, involves the extent to which Greek and Indian mathematicians exchanged ideas. Both societies had developed advanced mathematics, each had a somewhat distinctive set of experiences, and as far as we can determine, there was some active interest on both parts in using this point of contact for what we might view as an early version of scientific exchange. On the other hand, not only is our knowledge of exactly what was passed around limited, but one of the most obvious, in retrospect, possibilities for transmission did not occur. Greeks did not pick up through this conversation the Indian number system, which was vastly superior to the Greek system and which would be adopted in the West only after it had much later been transmitted to the Arabs and thence to the Western world. So again, patterns here seem to be interesting, intriguing, but surprisingly limited, suggesting that even when two civilizations encountered each other directly, there was some hesitation about borrowing too much. Other possible results of this Greek-Indian interaction include the possibility that it was Alexander's inspiration, his intrusion politically and militarily into India, that helped inspire later Indian leaders to begin greater political and imperial activity on their own, leading initially to the Mauryan dynasty, the first great Indian imperial episode. That's an interesting possible ramification, but not exactly a connection in the sense of active ongoing contact or imitation. It's also possible that, fueled by this contact, some Buddhist missionaries were sent into the Middle East, where possibly, although they did not seem to generate many, if any, direct conversions to Buddhism, possibly there was some interaction with Middle Eastern thinking, Middle Eastern ethical thought in ways that would later fuel Western movements like Stoicism, and through them even possibly some aspects of Christianity. But this is speculative. We simply don't have the records. We don't know how far to press this contact. A final contact, and a much better established one, we know more about it among other things. A final contact began to take shape in the early centuries CE, directly between China and India. Chinese merchants obviously had developed interest in Indian connections. Chinese travelers began to report not just on Indian religion, but on the prosperity of Indian society, and a fairly steady trickle of Chinese visitors began to pour down into the subcontinent from the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE onward. From their activities, and sometimes as a direct intention behind their activities, China began to import Buddhism directly from India, along with Buddhist artistic styles, Buddhist literature, in a pattern of exchange, a really unusual pattern of exchange for the classical period that ushered in a significant alteration in Chinese history for several centuries. This actually, until the past century plus, is the only significant case of fairly deliberate and extensive Chinese involvement with a foreign cultural import in ways that would interact with the Chinese mainstream. Large numbers of upper class and ordinary Chinese converted to Buddhism. Interest in replicating Buddhist prayers, in translating Buddhist religious literature ran high in China, and it's an intriguing episode. Also intriguing, and this frankly is not a qualification on the importance of this contact, also intriguing is the extent to which the contact had to be mediated by a corresponding effort to make sure that the Buddhism that was imported in ways that were consistent with Chinese value systems. 2 points of signification of making Buddhism Chinese were particularly significant. First, Chinese insistence helped persuade many Buddhist leaders in China of the importance of combining their genuine Buddhism with a very explicit acknowledgement of the importance of the Chinese state and the legitimacy of the Chinese emperor. In other words, Buddhism by Chinese values, particularly Confucian values, could seem slightly risky if it was allowed to retain its emphasis on purely religious goals, on otherworldly contemplation, and it could be brought into greater harmony if some explicit statements of political loyalty could be added in. The other adjustment is actually in many ways more intriguing, not less expected, but more intriguing. That was the extent to which, under Chinese influence, the Buddhism that flowed into China was modified to place greater emphasis on what today we might call family values. Buddhism, in its pure form, valued celibacy. Buddhism tended to emphasize individual spiritual quests in which the family might be deliberately downplayed or even abandoned. And this did not sit well with the Confucian view of social propriety. So many Buddhist statements about women, about family obligations, were significantly redone in the effort to make this pattern more recognizable, more harmonious with Chinese values. This is an indication, obviously, that exchanges between civilizations were going to be complicated, which is totally unsurprising. It's an indication that serious exchanges, and this was one, serious exchanges would involve what we sometimes call symbiosis, that is, a combination of the imported value system with important beliefs and practices from the receiving society in a syncretic fashion. This is an illustration then of a kind of combination that during the classical period itself was frankly fairly rare. What does this add up to? The stories are intriguing. Herodotus is a really interesting traveler. His account is well worth reading, both the accurate parts and the fanciful parts. The stories of the Silk Road trade are endlessly enthralling because, again, they're shrouded in mystery. They cover long distances. They cover societies in which civilization and nomadism intermingled to a certain extent. All of this is great stuff. But as I've tried to indicate, it's important to realize that for the classical period itself, these patterns of contact and exchange were not peripheral, but minor chord in the history of the period itself. The basic stuff of classical history continues to be the focus on the individual civilizations, the areas immediately around them that they could affect through trade patterns and cultural exchanges, but not any sort of systematic interaction among the civilizations themselves. It's important to recognize that for most of the classical civilizations during most of the period, direct borders with other large organized civilizations were the exception rather than the rule. Greece abutted Persia. The expanded Roman Empire would also contact later Persian kingdoms and war with them. That was an active intercivilizational border. Persia and Indian kingdoms might have some direct contact in a familiar kind of geographical passage. But large stretches of the Roman Empire bordered on hunting and gathering or early agricultural societies, not on highly organized civilizations. Most of China's borders, with the exception of Korea and Vietnam, similarly involve contacts with nomadic peoples, not those of other civilizations. And the same applies to much of India. Classical history, obviously, remains a history in which contacts are an important but secondary story, despite our tendency to wish that they somehow counted for more. That said, I'll back up just briefly to insist as well that though the contacts were somewhat marginal in terms of the leading economic themes of the period within the major regions, although with the exception really of the Chinese-Indian exchange, they didn't generate deep or durable cultural influences that touched more than one society, although they didn't clearly develop patterns of technological diffusion that were particularly extraordinary. The exchanges were significant enough that they would be remembered even after some of the apparatus of the classical period itself fell into disuse. The Silk Roads particularly had depended obviously on effective Chinese control of a territory that reached into Central Asia. They depended on some capacity to protect at least some of the traders and travelers along the Central Asian route. They depended very heavily on the significant organization of Persia that was first obtained in the Persian Empire and then revived by successor states, because utilizing the Persian road system, utilizing the system of inns and places of refuge that the Persian government had built was a vital land route connection between Central Asia and the Middle East and on into the Mediterranean. So these routes were important, they were well established, and as they began to be challenged, they would be remembered and ultimately replacements would be sought. For the final stage of the story, in the classical period itself, is to recognize that as the classical societies began to decline, to suffer new levels of disorder, and that's the subject of our next session, familiar but in world history somewhat transformed account of the rise and fall of, as these organized classical civilizations began, at least for a time, to disintegrate, the importance of trade opportunities and possibly even the promise of cultural exchange remained vivid enough that people would actively seek replacements. And if the land route that had, for example, anchored the Silk Roads, if the land route became impassable, if government authority became too weak and enfeebled to guarantee the security of travelers around this route, there was, frankly, a pretty obvious alternative already sketched in the classical period itself, and that would be further, wider utilization of the Indian Ocean, a replacement, at least for a time, a replacement of land-based operations with sea trade, and that would help indeed usher in some key characteristics of the next period. So, the contact points in the classical period, well worth noting. They're an important subsidiary part of the classical story. They don't overwhelm the greater dominance of factors operating within the civilizations, but they add a bit. But they did help set up a phase in which, in succeeding centuries after the classical period, new types of contact would be pursued, new levels of contact would develop, and the story would really take on a different coloration entirely.
Lecture 9. The Decline of the Classical Civilizations.
We're dealing today with one of the great divides in human history, the fall of the great classical empires. The fall of the Roman Empire has been the subject, obviously, of immense analysis and speculation, even beginning as the empire itself was falling. Needless to say, for those of you who are beginning to get tuned into world history, the fall of one empire, however significant, might not mark the end of a full world history period, but the fact is, the fall of the Roman Empire was joined in approximately the same chronological span by the fall of the Han Dynasty in China, and slightly later, the fall of the Gupta Empire in India. So we'll be looking at a process that actually has, if not global, at least Afro-Eurasian dimensions, involving significant changes, significant deterioration in some of the great structures that had been tossed up by the long classical period. The fall of the great empires obviously should not mask the fact that there had before, during the classical period, been some significant ups and downs. In the Mediterranean, the Greek city-states, Athens, Sparta, had reached an apogee at the end of the 5th century and then went into a period of decline. This was followed, of course, by the Hellenistic period, which itself would then decline about 200 years later. The Roman Republic rose and then declined, followed by the empire, so there were oscillations. The same thing applies to Indian history, with, for example, the fall of the Mauryan Empire, followed by a period of regional emphasis, then followed by the rise of the Guptas. Chinese classical history had been marked by the decline of the Zhou dynasty over a prolonged period. Again, oscillations. But these earlier oscillations all occurred within a framework that seemed to persist or at least revive, so that one can talk about change, but not some sort of systematic, major termination to a period. The fall of the great classical empires, the subject today, is really different because we're talking about a significant alteration in political and, in many cases, economic and cultural structures, after which the world that would follow, still very interesting, still very vibrant in many respects, would really be measurably different from the dynamics of the classical period itself. There are, of course, 3 separate stories. The Han Dynasty was the first to go. It entered a period of greater weakness toward the end of the 2nd century CE, and there were even interruptions in Han rule itself. Economic conditions seemed to deteriorate. There was definitely rising social unrest, which in Chinese history usually signals a period in which landlords are acquiring greater power over the peasantry, increasing their exactions, and the central state, increasingly enfeebled, is unable to control their inroads. That obviously happened with the Han. A series of invasions from Central Asia from a group that is broadly named the Hun. A series of invasions toppled the empire. That was the coup de grace, and the Han were no more after 220 CE. The story in Rome was a little bit more drawn out. The Roman Empire reached its high point around 180 CE. That was the point at which the empire had its greatest territorial dimensions. After 180, it became impossible for Rome to expand further, and as we discussed previously, when Rome stopped being able to expand, it was almost automatically in some trouble because it lost the means to supply new sources of labor and to reward generals. Decline was, however, gradual. We don't want to overdo it. But over time, in the 3rd and 4th centuries, and then finally in the 5th, on average, the quality of leadership in the empire deteriorated. Individual emperors were more likely to be inept than had been the case before. The army began to intervene more crudely in political affairs, naming emperors according to who would favor one or another factions in the army. Cultural life deteriorated. Original work tended to yield to copying efforts, textbooks. I personally hate to use textbooks as an example of intellectual decline, but the fact is if you're only generating summaries of established information, you're probably not in a deeply creative period. So cultural decline, with the key exception of the new work being done around Christianity, cultural decline in the literary and philosophical central points of Roman intellectual life was part of the picture. Economic decline was marked. The internal trading network that Rome had carefully established began to deteriorate in favor of more local economic emphases and efforts at self-sufficiency. Many agricultural estates tried to produce whatever they would need locally rather than relying on trade networks. Economic deterioration in this sense obviously also led to a worsening in taxation conditions. The central state found itself unable to collect as much tax revenue as it had been accustomed to, and this was something that would then feed political decline. You have clearly something of a vicious cycle that described a major reduction in the empire's ability to function. This was then followed by a period of increased invasion, particularly pressure from Germanic tribes on the northern border of the empire, pressing in by migration as well as invasion. But in one case, there was also a direct attack of the Huns, another group of Huns from Central Asia, who came into Italy, sacked Rome, and was bought off only by elaborate negotiations by the Roman papacy. Invasion, again, as in the case of the Han dynasty, set the seal to imperial decline in Rome, but the process had been going on for a long time before this final blow. The Roman Empire officially ended, at least in the West, around 476 CE, but again, this was the culmination of decades, even centuries, in which the empire simply had stopped functioning as well as it had done at its high point. The case of India is frankly simpler. The Gupta Empire began to face a deterioration in operations in the 5th century. Emperors found themselves less able to control local rulers, another theme that we see in all three cases. So decentralization, even though there was still an emperor in name, decentralization began to occur. Local officials began to usurp the functions of the central government in terms of regulating local peasants, exacting taxes, etc. And then in the 6th century, CE, another set of invasions from Central Asia, again, another group of Huns, dislodged the empire altogether, and the Gupta Empire was no more. So we have three cases. They are not exactly tidy chronologically. The cases spread from the 3rd century to the 6th century CE, almost 400 years. But given the fact that the classical period had operated in terms of focus mainly on individual cases rather than some sort of coordinated whole, to have such similar developments occur this close together is taken by most world historians as an indication that you really can talk about some common processes and, as we will see, some common results, and use these cases to say, well, by 500, or yield a little bit in terms of the Gupta Empire, at least 600, the classical world is really gone. The coincidence in process, the fact that three magnificent empires found themselves less able to function, the qualities of central leadership deteriorated, local political and economic elements began to seize center stage, economic performance stagnated, in some cases at least, increased social unrest would respond to worsening conditions, which could make the situation still worse in turn. And all of this capped by a series of invasions. This process has enough in common not only to mark the end of one of the major world history periods, and, as we will see also, the beginning of the next one, but also to stimulate tremendous discussion of what kinds of causes were involved, why these magnificent edifices could crumble as they did. Historians have debated these issues, particularly, frankly, focused on the fall of the Roman Empire. Historians have debated these issues for a very long time, and there are lots of candidates. At one point, there was speculation that somehow changes in climate, changes in basic environment were involved, and people wondered if there had been some sunspots or some other disaster in the wider environment that reduced the quality of harvests and disrupted economic activity. In the case of Rome, there was a long debate at the time, actually, and then it was again revived in the 18th century. There was a long debate as to whether the rise of Christianity was responsible for some sort of weakening of classic Roman virtues. Not necessarily anti-Christian, this argument could hold that Christianity, with its otherworldly, turn-the-other-cheek emphasis, while a vital and important addition to world history, was so different from the kinds of martial virtues that had organized the Roman Empire that this in itself was a cause of deterioration. These factors now are mainly put to the side in favor of three coincident emphases with regard to causation. First, quite obviously, in all three cases, invasion was a key factor. We don't quite know what turmoil in Central Asia, possibly population expansion, possibly internal rivalries, began to propel groups of Huns into patterns of migration and attack on the established empires, first in China, then in Europe and the northern Middle East, then finally in India. We don't quite know what propelled these attacks, but we certainly know they occurred. In the case of China and India, the attacks of the Huns were directly responsible for the fact of the end of empire. In the case of the Roman Empire, the pattern is a little more complicated because the direct invaders of Rome were for the most part Germanic tribes who had been hovering on the borders of the empire for some time, some of them partly Romanized, some of them not. But the Germanic tribes themselves were pushed into the empire partly because of invasions from Central Asia, the Huns again. And as I noted, in one instance, the Huns attacked Italy quite directly. Okay, so the first factor involved in all cases was the new pressure of invasion. But we also know, frankly, that these invaders, although fearsome, would not have ended these great empires if the empires had been at the height of their vitality. The Germanic tribes, the largest group to press into classical territory, the Germanic tribes numbered at most a tenth of the population of the Roman Empire itself. There was no particular weapons advantage, no particular military edge for the invaders. The Huns were skillful horsemen. and they had developed stirrups which allowed them to mount and shoot more effectively than cavalry had done previously. So there were some factors involved. But again, without any question, at the height of the Roman Empire or the height of the Han Dynasty, the military apparatus of the empires would have been amply sufficient to push these invaders back, possibly with some difficulty, but they would have won. All right, so something else is involved. Factor number 2, less familiar but really crucial in the case of Rome for sure and China almost for sure. Factor 2 is a new incidence of disease hitting in the Roman case in the 4th and 5th centuries, possibly with some incidents a bit earlier. We don't know quite what these new epidemics were. Possibly this was the first incursion of smallpox outside of southern Asia. May have also involved measles, which can be a deadly disease for a population that had not previously been exposed and developed some inherent resistance. In any event, up to a quarter, possibly even a third of the population of the Roman Empire was swept away by these disease factors. We know there was also an epidemiological crisis in China. We don't have the figures quite as firmly. But in 2 of the major cases, new patterns of disease causing massive levels of death clearly caused economic and social dislocation that helps explain why economies began to function less well, why there was more emphasis on economic localization as people worked hard to find available labor and pulled back from some of the more elaborate production and trade arrangements that had marked the empires at their height. Again, this kind of crisis would obviously have political implications because the governments would find it less easy to collect taxes. There would be more pressure from local landlords to compensate for their revenue decline by increasing their pressure on the local population. Disease factors clearly enter into the picture and may be, although we're less accustomed to these explanations, may be a really big part of the story. The diseases probably spread from India, which as a more tropical area had had higher rates of disease previously and frankly was more accustomed to them. The kinds of trading connections with India that we discussed in the earlier lecture clearly helps explain why disease could now move more readily from one region to another with devastating effects when these diseases were unfamiliar, as they clearly were in these instances. So we have 2 factors that are to some extent beyond at least normal human control. The pressure of invasion, which could have been handled, but then when compounded by devastating disease that had economic effects, but probably also psychological effects, reducing the vitality, reducing the confidence of the peoples affected. We have a package that already is quite powerful. But it's obviously important to talk about a third set of causes, and this is the one where greatest attention has often focused, particularly in the Roman case, a package that has something to do with the human qualities, the institutional qualities of the empires involved. Pretty clearly, though it's not always to tell which is the cart and which is the horse, pretty clearly, leadership deterioration was a factor in the decline of the great empires. Emperors, possibly because of inbreeding, possibly because of army interference in the case of Rome, emperors became, on the average, less talented. Once in a while, there'd be an exception like Diocletian or Constantine in Rome, but on the average, leadership quality deteriorated. Perhaps more interestingly, because it's a larger category within which leadership changes can be subsumed, possibly more interesting was an increased selfishness, an increased short-sightedness on the part of elites more generally. Upper-class people began to indulge in an appetite for pleasure, in an interest in short-term material advantage, short-term sensual indulgence. They began to be less willing to serve the state. They began to be less willing to serve in military leadership capacities. It was more important to have fun than to do the tough stuff of maintaining an empire. We see this clearly in the case of Rome. It's highly probable also in the case of Han China and Gupta India. And finally, although again this has been applied particularly to Rome, there may even have been a deterioration in morale of ordinary people. In the case of Rome, one refers to the bread and circuses that the empire had provided ordinary people in Rome, urging them to attend festivals, urging them to take largesse from the state, instead of devoting themselves to economic productive activity, devoting themselves to military service, etc. One symptom, certainly of population decline, probably also of changes in morale and social confidence. One symptom was that it became increasingly necessary to recruit foreigners, in the case of Rome, Germanic tribesmen, to serve in military forces because it was simply impossible to find enough ordinary citizens, previous inhabitants of the empire, to perform these duties. This is obviously a powerful causation package, and it has been written more broadly still in some renderings of world history. The fall of the great classical empires, and particularly the fall of Rome, raises almost inevitably the question, is there some inherent law in human history such that a successful civilization will have a period of infancy when it's developing its values and beginning its surge of expansion, a long period, if it is indeed successful, of adulthood, in which the mature institutions and ideas are forged, the empire reaches its height of expansion, but then followed, again, law of history, inevitably by old age, in which the empire, the civilization begins to totter, its sources of vitality yield to greater weakness, and finally it fades away altogether. This notion of a human-like pattern of existence for major societies was posited, among other things, by the great British world historian Arnold Toynbee, and it is a very, very tempting picture, i.e., civilizations will reach a height that they simply can't sustain because their bureaucracies will become more venal, more defensive, and less interested in the kind of innovation that created the vitality of the civilization in the first place. Upper classes will turn selfish, leadership will turn narrower. The whole system, the very success of the system, carries the seeds of its own destruction. And equally obviously, this notion of laws of history, and particularly laws of history applied to the great classical examples, have tempted some observers in the 20th and 21st centuries to wonder whether these laws and the analogy of the fall of the great classical empires also may apply to societies today. Is the West, for example, on the same road that carried Rome to destruction? Are signs of unwillingness to serve in the military, efforts at tax evasion, clear corruption in the upper classes, are these patterns that will see the West, or possibly particularly the United States, follow the path that had been carved by the great classical empires, because not just of the fact of this analogy, but because of the force of the laws of world history? Happily, or at least possibly happily, the laws of history notion in this case need to be modified for the classical period itself by a recognition that the actual fate of the different civilizations varied immensely from one case to another. So far, I have frankly cheated by arguing that we've got one type of decline and fall occurring in slightly different specific respects at slightly different chronological points. I've cheated. There are, in fact, 4 cases, and it's important to recognize these 4 and then to talk about why 4 rather than 1. The easiest case, where I cheated particularly, is in the case of the Guptas. The fall of the Gupta Empire in India was a major development. It was followed by a long period, literally centuries, in which no large empires were created in India except as a result of invasion. Muslim invasion, later British invasion. The next time a really overarching Indian state was created by Indians themselves after the fall of the Gupta was frankly in 1947 with the creation of Indian democracy after the departure of the British. That's a long period, and that means that something did change in the Indian pattern after the fall of the Guptas. But India's cultural life continued. Hinduism would change, but it continued to spread, and its changes actually suggested new sources of strength. The Indian social system, the caste system, continued to define life, not changelessly, but the system itself was basically intact, and it too continued to spread territorially, reaching the southernmost parts of the subcontinent after the classical period. India's trade activity worsened perhaps a little bit in ensuing centuries, but India remained a very productive economy, vitally engaged in both internal and world trade. This was a significant change, in other words, but frankly not exactly the decline and fall of a civilization. The Chinese case, another specific, the Chinese case involves a more significant change. Here you're dealing with very real social as well as political dislocation. And the fall of the Han Dynasty was followed by literally 350 years, a very long time in Chinese history, in which central government institutions did not operate. China was divided politically into regional entities. Landlord power increased considerably. Invasions from the outside periodically marked the Chinese structure, so that you're talking not just about political dislocation, but social and economic dislocation as well. But a short-lived dynasty, the Sui dynasty, was reestablished, and with it came a period in which China basically recovered most of the institutions and cultural values that had described it under the Han. The Han were gone. That's ended. And the period of intervening chaos must be remembered. This was not a simple transition from Han Dynasty to the next step. But the fact is that talking about the decline and fall of Chinese civilization clearly also would be misplaced. You're talking about a major interruption, but an interruption that did not destroy the capacity to remember what had gone before and, as conditions permitted, to revive this recollection in terms of an active reinstatement of institutions like bureaucracy, Confucianism, etc. More serious disruption by far than India, but not exactly the fall of Chinese civilization. The Roman case is at least twofold as well. The fall of civilization image obviously works most accurately in the case of Western Rome, the European part of Rome. Here, the authority of the state really did dwindle. Localized conditions began to prevail. Economic conditions deteriorated, trade fell, cultural levels declined, even with the assistance of support from Christianity. This is a real point at which the level of civilized activity tapers off for a considerable period. And then when it revives, because it ultimately will, it does not revive literally according to Roman dimensions. But in the eastern part of the empire, and the Emperor Constantine had, for purposes of political efficiency, created an Asian capital for the empire to parallel the Roman capital in the west. In the Southeast European and Middle Eastern part of the empire, particularly the northern Middle East, the Roman Empire didn't clearly fall at all. It was replaced by what became known as the Byzantine Empire, which maintained many of the institutions of the empire itself, many of the cultural attributes. Indeed, one of the greatest codifications of Roman law occurred under the Byzantine Empire. So you're dealing with at least two cases in this instance. So we have a major series of developments. I don't want to detract from that. But it's not exactly a tidy civilization is born, it rises, and then it dies. It may inevitably get disrupted from time to time. That may be a law of history. But you don't know from history, we don't know from classical history, whether the result is going to be a massive change in the capacity of social institutions or a period of dislocation followed by revival. Either path is possible. Either path is illustrated by what happened in the classical period. This leads then to a brief revisiting of the analytical question that preoccupied us before. Now, instead of why decline and fall, why differential decline and fall? Factors include, obviously, invasions might be more or less severe. The pressure of the Germanic tribes on the western part of the empire in the case of Rome, was markedly greater than the pressure in the East. So one of the reasons the Eastern Empire fared much better than the West, it had less outside attack to contend with. India was probably less affected than China or Rome because, as we discussed earlier, it was accustomed to the disease patterns and not nearly as adversely affected by some new wave of epidemic. It's also possible, particularly in the Roman West, that despite the glory of Rome compared to India and China, the institutions and values of empire may have been slightly less deep-seated. The emphasis on integration, the emphasis on pulling the empire together in terms of bonds of loyalty may have been somewhat less successful. As we've discussed previously, the Roman Empire was a little bit more decentralized, a little bit more tolerant of local variation. No great cultural system to match Confucianism or Hinduism was tossed up by the empire. Therefore, there may have been less vigorous bonds of attachment between ordinary people and the empire itself. Certainly when the going got bad, as it clearly did in Western Rome, ordinary people frequently abandoned the empire with surprising willingness, often talking about greatly preferring the Germanic invaders to the Romans who had been seen as warlords and taxation agents. Whether this was because of the severity of the moment or whether it suggested a longer-term disaffection, hard to say. But it is certainly tempting to speculate that the Roman Empire, at least Western Rome, fared particularly badly, not just because the factors that pressed on it were unusually huge, but because it was somewhat less solid in the first place. At least it's worth some comparative analysis. So what does this all add up to? Obviously, it does not add up to a fully even picture. But despite the variety and despite the importance of recognizing that our image of fall attaches only to one part of one of our classical cases, there were three durable changes that really mark the reason that we use the fall of the great empires to note the end of a period and the beginning of a new one. First, and this is true for China and India as well as Rome, it's least true actually for what became the Byzantine Empire. In much of the civilized world, the formation of empire, the emphasis on empire, now, at least for some time, diminished. Societies were either less capable of maintaining these large integrated political structures or were less interested in it, or both. So while empire does not disappear in the next phase of world history, it's certainly less emphasized. It becomes much less a focal point, which leads to the second general result. The deterioration of this worldly conditions, economic, political decline, in the cases particularly of China and Rome, inevitably helped push people to think about cultural alternatives to the kinds of political values that had described the classical period. And not surprisingly, the end of the classical period and the beginning of the next period in world history would be marked by a much greater religious emphasis than had been true of the classical period itself, particularly outside India. And finally, although this is a geographically confined result, the changes in the Roman Empire did mark what seems to be a permanent division of the Mediterranean world, ultimately into three different entities: Western Europe, the Northern Middle East, Southeastern Europe, and the rest of the Mediterranean coast, including North Africa. This division of the Mediterranean, which had always been at least a tentative entity in the classical period under the Greeks, the Hellenistic kingdoms, and certainly the Romans, this division of the Mediterranean would mark the next phase of world history and would continue to mark world history right up to the present day, again, a result of this major period of collapse and transformation.
Lecture 10, The Post-Classical Period, 500 to 1450.
We're talking today about the post-classical period in world history, its general contours. It's a period that runs from about 500 CE to about 1450 CE. You could argue maybe a little later. You could argue 1450, give or take, but we're talking about roughly not quite a 1,000-year span of the human experience. The purpose of our discussion today is to talk about the general nature of this period, what its basic themes were, and I'm going to begin, at risk of a little personalization, by talking about the way this period looked when I first became engaged in world history on a high school project some years back. When we were thinking about how to block out the project, and none of us was all that experienced in world history at that point, we had a lot of fun with the river valleys, and we could talk about the classical civilizations, and then when we got to the more modern era, we were in good shape. But for this block, we really didn't know what to say. So I think we stumbled around something like age of separations or age of incoherence or some nonsense that suggested that all we could do for this period was to tell a whole batch of separate stories and hope that people didn't get bored and hope that people didn't realize we had no basic themes at all. Well, in point of fact, the post-classical period is one of the periods that has been most reshaped by world history work, not mine, that of others. And it is indeed one of the most exciting periods to try to teach. But before we talk about what the positive themes are, a couple of words on why it used to seem, and maybe to some people still seems, like this is a particularly confused stage of the human experience. There are two reasons. Most obviously, and this simply has to be grappled with, the geographical territory now organized in civilization as a form of human organization, as we've discussed it earlier, the territory now expands greatly. So you're talking about much larger stretches of geography than was true for the classical period. At the same time, no matter how you cut the cake, the number of separate civilizations also has to be expanded. In the classical period, obviously, we got by with 3 or 4 basic foci. Can't do that for the post-classical. You've got to have more cases, and we'll talk about that during the course of our discussion in this session. So the superficial reason that the post-classical period seems complicated is not really all that superficial. There are more cases, there are greater complexities. The second reason, however, that this period can seem off-putting is because in the European history tradition, this period is exactly the period known as the Middle Ages, the medieval period. We don't use that word for the whole world in world history because the connotations are just wrong. But the European Middle Ages were always themselves a bit of a catch-all. The implication was that after the glories of Greece and Rome, and before the glories of the Renaissance, there was this somewhat awkward stretch of the European experience where you could ultimately talk about some growing strengths and revivals, but much of which was defined as a bit of a civilizational wasteland. Well, for world history, this is a non-starter. The post-classical period was a period of great dynamism, all sorts of major innovations, all sorts of extremely vigorous societies, and medieval Europe would be only a small part, at the end a growing part, but a small part of this larger experience. To the extent, though, that we're still trapped in notions of Middle Ages, of lack of vigor, of civilizational deterioration, this may color our view of this period, but this one's easy. Just throw it away, start over. The post-classical period is different. Periodization, and we're talking in trying to define the post-classical period, we're talking about periodization. Periodization is the historian's key analytical tool. And when we introduce a new period in world history, in United States history, wherever, if we're analytically honest, we're trying to say this: there is a change in framework so that the framework that had described the human experience or the relevant chunk of experience previously no longer is front and center. A different framework replaces it, and developments and changes within this new period would work within this new framework until the period itself ends and yields to another. So, without belaboring the technicalities here, when we introduce a new period, we owe our audience three things. One, we need to say clearly and hopefully prove that the themes of the previous period no longer have dominant operation. They may still be a factor, but they're no longer dominant. Two, we need to say when the new period comes into play, and also, at the other end, when it stops being particularly salient. And then three, and this is the most important part, we need to say what the new themes are, in the world history case, what the themes are to which other major societies, most major societies, will have to react. All right, point one, hopefully easy. We did some of this last time. The end of the classical period, the fall of the great classical empires, means that we no longer look primarily to the processes of expansion of China, India, and the Mediterranean, and the integration devices these societies would develop to try to hold these expanded territories together. The remnants of this effort are still quite visible, but the effort itself is no longer predominant. China and India are essentially established. They'll change, but you no longer have to talk about expansion that will create the geographical framework for China, or the basic integrating devices, the institutions of empire, Confucianism, that will be used to hold it together. They're already there. Same basically for India, with Hinduism and the caste system. And you're certainly not going to talk in this new period about the continued expansion and integration of the classical Mediterranean because it's burst apart. So, first point, hopefully easily established, the old themes, their mark is still there, but the old themes are no longer dominant. Second point, the chronological boundaries. Pretty obviously, the beginning of the post-classical period is marked first by the fall of Han China, Gupta India, and the Roman Empire. And second, on a more positive note, by the emergence of the Arabs and Islam as a new force in world history. There are important centers of activity besides the Arabs and Islam during the post-classical period. Notably, the Byzantine Empire would have a significant voice in affairs in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Eastern Europe, and China would revive to play a major role in East Asia. But in the post-classical period, beginning indeed around 600, the Arabs, with their new religion of Islam, emerge as a major force in world history, and Arab Islamic civilization really becomes the first world-class civilization that we have dealt with in world history thus far. In the classical period, you could haggle a bit about which of the three major centers was primarily influential. Probably India would win because it had the greatest commercial and cultural outreach, but it's not a very sensible discussion. But in the bulk of the post-classical period, the vigor, activities, outreach of Islam in the Arab world really carry much of the story of world history, and the other developments in places like the Byzantine Empire and China need to be seen alongside this central dynamic. Correspondingly, much of the end of the post-classical period is described in terms of the reduction of Arab vigor, not the decline of the Arabs so much as a reduction in vigor, noteworthy particularly a political deterioration, but also some changes in cultural and economic roles that we will detail in due course. This reduction of the Arab role, becoming particularly marked by the 13th century, would be followed by a couple of centuries of sort of end of the post-classical period experimentation, notably a new vigorous, if short, sub-period, the Mongol period, and a few other experiments that we will talk about as we near the end of the experience. So, the post-classical period in terms of power dynamics is particularly shaped by the rise of the Arabs and Islam, and then a later point marked by the beginnings of a reduction in the role of the Arabs, not so much a reduction in Islam's role, a reduction in the role of the Arabs, and a couple of intermediate systems introduced at the end of the period that will take us up to 1450. That's for the chronological dimensions. Now, as I noted already, and is obvious from any cursory knowledge of the period, there's no question that this period sees the emergence of a larger number of civilization centers and a larger geographical range for civilization than had been true in the classical period. Two developments shaped this fact. First, as we already noted, the Mediterranean world splits apart. It wasn't always unified in the classical period, but the Greeks had sketched a considerable effort at unification, at least of the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Roman world unified it completely for several centuries. Now it bursts apart, and three related but distinct civilizations begin to emerge from the wreckage of the Roman experiment. There was, first of all, Arabs and Islam. The Middle East and North Africa become the Islamic heartland as well as the heartland of the Arab world, and that's chunk number one. Chunk number two involves the territories carved by the Byzantine Empire in the northeast corner of the Mediterranean and the extensions of Byzantine influence on up to other parts of Eastern Europe. That's chunk number two, deriving from the Mediterranean world. And chunk number three, of course, initially in some disarray, involves the society that would emerge in Italy, north of Italy and France, etc., what we will come to call West European civilization or society. So the Mediterranean divides, and that already adds to the complexity of our civilizational map. But we also have to take account in the post-classical period of the fact that new territories come into the civilization game for the first time. Again, civilization as defined by the capacity to organize states, use writing, develop significant cities, the basic apparatus we've talked about before. This is the period in which Japan enters the history of civilizations. It's the period in which Russia enters. It's the period in which northwestern Europe, northern Germany, the British Isles, although they'd certainly been touched by Rome, Scandinavia certainly, enter the civilizational story. Additional parts of sub-Saharan Africa enter the civilizational story with the great expansion of political activity in West Africa and the stretch of trading territory along the Indian Ocean coast in East Africa. Civilization was not new in sub-Saharan Africa, but the territorial expanse becomes significantly greater. And civilization also expands in this period geographically in the Americas, so that from more confined beginnings in a few parts of the Andes and in Central America, one can begin to talk about major empires, major cultural zones in both of these parts of the Americas. So, splitting of the Mediterranean, geographical expansion of civilization means that the complexity of our story inevitably deepens in one crucial respect. And with it, although we'll touch on this more fully later on, with it comes some new challenges to defining how many civilizations there are. And for example, in dealing with Japan or Russia, or even in a certain respect, the West itself, new kinds of definitional issues will have to mark our discussion that were not so clearly present when we talked about the classical world. Having said this, however, it is important to insist that two basic themes underwrite the post-classical period. Saying two risks oversimplification. There was a lot going on, and we will capture some developments outside these themes. But as opposed to the incoherence and sheer variety that may seem to dominate this period, two basic themes serve as primary focal points. Theme number one, which we'll talk about in greater detail in our next session, theme number one involves the spread of the world religions. That is, the spread of religions that showed the capacity to pour across political and previous cultural boundaries without necessarily erasing these boundaries. These world religions, and there were three of them that were primary, Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam. These world religions, one of them quite old, one of them predating this period, one of them born with the period itself, these three religions would push so far into the civilized regions of Afro-Eurasia as to touch literally every major society. They would push so far that literally hundreds of thousands of people at some point during the post-classical period, more of them in the first half than the second, but the process was ongoing. Hundreds of thousands of people would change their belief systems, not necessarily completely, but would alter their focus because of a conversion to one of these three basic faiths, a process that frankly is fairly rare in human history at this scale. So point number one, obviously, the post-classical period, as we look at it throughout the Afro-Eurasian world, the post-classical period is partly defined, partly given coherence by the immense surge of missionary religions, mainly originating either in the Middle East or in India, but spreading from these places to the other parts of Asia, to much of Africa, and to ultimately pretty much the whole of Europe. A huge process. This focus on cultural developments, that is, changes in beliefs and values and the attendant shifts in art and other cultural activities. These changes in cultural focus also help explain, although again you could have a chicken and egg discussion here, they also help explain why the post-classical period is not defined by overarching political themes. There are important political developments in Japan, in Western Europe, in the Arab world certainly, but unlike the classical period when we could talk about the common tendency, at least periodically, to form empires, there's no clear pattern at all in this period. There are some important empires headed by China. The Arab Caliphate is an empire of sorts, but there are places in which decentralized rule predominates. There are places in which efforts to form empire clearly occur, but equally clearly fail. We will have to pay attention to politics, but there's no political theme, and this is partly because people's attention, their capacity to innovate, their focus on institutional creation, and no small amount of their money went to religion. And the churches and the networks of Islamic legal centers and centers of scholarship, the Buddhist temples, these become the focus of activity in this period in a way that often eclipses the role of formal states themselves. So, cultural theme with the subsidiary statement that politics, while it doesn't disappear, stops organizing world history more generally for this span. The second theme, equally striking, probably in the long run more important. The second theme involves the emergence of what I like to call a world network. And I use the term only to try to convey that it's in this period that systematic commercial and through commerce other kinds of exchanges begin to predominate in much of the Afro-Eurasian world, as opposed to the less systematic, less significant patterns of exchange that we had described in the classical world, along with concepts such as the Silk Road and that sort of thing. During the post-classical period, a basic commercial artery emerges in the Indian Ocean, running from the Middle East with Arab and Persian and other traders operating the system from that end, emerges from the Middle East, across the Indian Ocean, obviously to India and Sri Lanka, but also reaching Southeast Asia, both the landmass and the Indonesian islands, reaching around into the Pacific, touching the Philippines, and reaching the Pacific coast of China. So an east-west or a west-east artery was the fundamental unit of trade and communication. But it was embellished by what one might call a whole series of feeder routes that ran north-south connecting with the artery. These feeder routes included, at the East Asian end, the new commercial connection between Japan and Korea and China, where a regular series of exchanges and expeditions helped connect Japan through China to some of the rest of the post-classical world. More important feeder routes included the new pattern of trade running north-south along the Indian Ocean coast of East Africa, where the Swahili coast connected cities along this territory to trading centers in the Middle East and through them the wider world. It included north-south connections from West Africa below the Sahara, across the Sahara to the urban centers of North Africa. It included a trade route that began to be developed pretty early, running from Scandinavia through Western Russia and what's now Ukraine, running down to Byzantium and through Byzantium to the Arab world. And it included, slightly later, the pattern of trade that would run from northwestern Europe down to the Mediterranean and through the Mediterranean, again, linking up to the Arab world and through that to the east-west trade nexus. This was a very elaborate set of trading routes. We can trace it, among other things, by noting the considerable hordes of Arab coinage that can be found in places like Russia and Scandinavia, or parts of Western Europe, or many parts of Africa, that date from this period and show the connections that we're now developing among different parts of the Afro-Eurasian world. This set of trading connections, the second major theme, along with the spread of world religions, this set of trading connections was not initially caused by major new technologies. This is not a period defined by a significant set of technological advances in the world as a whole, but the development was certainly sustained by new technologies, notably new sailing ships developed by the Arabs that were appropriate particularly for commerce in the Indian Ocean, new navigational devices developed by both the Chinese and the Arabs, such as the compass, and as trade expanded, improved map making. The Arabs became the most accurate map makers that the world had known to that point. All of these technologies and related support systems helped sustain and expand the new trade network, the new world network that connected these various societies throughout Africa, Europe, and Asia. Again, not a cause, but, if you will, an ancillary that began to gain importance in its own right. Two major developments then: the spread of world religions and the spread of a new level of world, not global obviously, because the Americas aren't included at all, a new level of world commerce that put connections among different regions to a new level of importance. One other device that we can introduce today will be useful in sorting this period out and also in interpreting the ways that religion and new levels of interregional trade began to reshape the world experience more generally. I've noted already, and it's inescapable, that the sheer number of civilizations begins to expand, definitional issues attach, and we will be talking during the course of discussing the post-classical period about the importance of giving new attention to Southeast Asia, obviously to Japan, obviously to Russia, obviously to different parts of sub-Saharan Africa, no escaping it. But there is a wider coherence that can be found in categorizing these new and old centers of civilization into one of three categories, depending on their relationship primarily to the new patterns of interregional trade. I suggest, and we'll flesh this suggestion out in subsequent discussions, I suggest that it's useful and not oversimplistic to think of the world as centered on three different kinds of economic and contact zones during the post-classical period as a whole. Zone 1 focused on the Arab world, the Byzantine Empire, India, and China. Zone 1 is what, if we were using the language of today, we would call the developed world. These were the areas that built most clearly on the achievements of the classical civilizations, whether those classical civilizations had split apart or not. These were the areas that had the most sophisticated manufacturing systems. These were the areas, certainly, that had the largest cities, as travelers to the regions would routinely note. These were the areas, on the whole, that had the most sophisticated, opulent upper classes and artistic styles of life. This was the developed world. And this was the region also that tended to have the most elaborate political structures as measured by size of bureaucracy and that sort of thing. These centers of Zone 1 civilizations traded actively with each other, exchanging different kinds of manufactured products. They copied each other. For example, the Byzantine Empire systematically worked to introduce a silk industry that they copied from, possibly stole from China. There are some interesting stories about how they got their first silkworms, smuggling them out of Chinese territory. These were the areas that had the most elaborate kinds of industry and commercial activity. They were the most prosperous sectors in the world. But around these Zone 1 centers, literally geographically around them, came a host of societies where civilization was newer as a form of human organization, sometimes brand new indeed, where trading connections could be forged with the Zone 1 societies, but where also patterns of imitation could develop deliberately, such that this Zone 2 ring would be able to develop different kinds of apparatus, particularly cultural apparatus and economic apparatus, more quickly than if simply left to their own devices. So a circle of societies that, to one extent or another, deliberately imitate Zone 1 achievements in selective ways would include Japan, parts of Southeast Asia that borrow actively from India, China, and later the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, Russia, and Northwestern Europe, a zone where developments in this period were particularly crucial, in many ways particularly formative, but formative in the sense of combining initiatives from the regions themselves with this pattern of imitation based on new levels of contact, new levels of commercial exchange. And finally, we will have to note, though a few sessions hence, that a third significant part of the human map of the civilized experience developed in this period in exciting ways, but in no contact, no effective contact whatsoever with either Zone 1 or Zone 2, an area of isolation that simply has to be treated in different terms from those parts of the world actively connected to the world network. The two major themes of this period raise one or two final points. First of all, assessing significance. Converting peoples to one of the major world religions, and by the end of the post-classical period, most people in the world, counting by head, were either Buddhist, Christian, or Muslim, or possibly Hindu. So significant changes in the world's religious map. The spread of the world religions obviously involved new kinds of contact, but also new kinds of rivalry and suspicion that become durable parts of the world history environment. But world historians, many of them, would claim that the importance of the new trade connections and the kinds of wider contacts and imitation possibilities that followed deserve even greater emphasis. And one world historian has quite simply said, and I think it's well worth attention, even though I will modify the statement slightly. One world historian has claimed that around the year 1000 CE, in the middle of our post-classical period, the human experience reaches a crucial divide. Before that time, he argues, the bulk of human experience was shaped by local and regional factors. People followed language groups, religions, political institutions that were organized either quite locally or at the most in the larger regional environments that attached to the great civilizations. The focus was on the separate more than on the shared. But after 1000, he goes on to argue, the balance shifts and focus shifts to convergence rather than divergence. And from this point onward to the present day, one sees a pattern of interaction, a thirst for contact, a willingness to imitate that transcends the kinds of divisions and local identities that had been emphasized theretofore. It's a powerful image, and I would frankly modify it only by saying, yeah, this is an important divide, but don't forget about the importance of the advent of agriculture earlier or the advent of industrialization later. I'd have 3 points of major sorting out rather than just one, but a powerful point, well worth attention, and obviously a point that focuses our inquiry onto the post-classical period itself. But with this, one additional tension. Just abstracting the importance of new levels of contact, but the concomitant development of new religious loyalties sets up an obvious dilemma. Trade put people together. Christians traded frequently with Muslims. Muslims traveled in Christian boats, and they would note that they were doing it, but they could do it because the commercial purpose overrode the religious division. And the result was, as we've already said, a network of contacts that spread more regularly and widely than ever before in the human experience. But the religions also mattered. And though they sometimes coexisted, sometimes even tolerated each other magnificently, the religions did set up some new cultural boundaries that could modify or challenge the new commercial connections. So one emerges from the post-classical world with a sense of new contact, new interaction, but also with the potential for new rivalries, perhaps particularly between Muslim and Christian, but also between Muslim and Hindu, Hindu and Buddhist, Buddhist and Confucian, divisions that would also shape the world of the post-classical centuries and the world after that as well.
Lecture 11, World Religions and Their Consequences.
Our focus today is on the spread of world religions during the post-classical period. I said in the last session that the spread of religion was one of the two great themes of this period, a theme to which virtually every society in Afro-Eurasia had to respond. This is the lecture where we talk about what this meant in two senses. First, most obviously, this was the period in which much of the still contemporary religious map of Africa, Europe, and Asia was forged. By 1450, Christianity had not yet reached the Philippines or Korea. Islam was just beginning to solidify its hold in Southeast Asia. Sub-Saharan Africa saw significant Islamic and some Christian influence, but there would be changes still to come. So it's not a done deal, but the basic outlines of where Christianity and Islam and Buddhism had their hold in Asia, Africa, and Europe, this basic outline was established during this period. Point one then, talking about the forging of this religious map and what it meant in terms of how and why people changed, at least to some extent, what they believed in and the way they thought about the world. The second theme, and this really is in some ways more important, or at least as important, involves the common impact this spread of religion could have in areas as diverse as gender relations, law, and art. Pretty obviously, talking about world religions in a period like our own time, in which religion is a hotly contested subject, talking about world religions is not an entirely easy task. And it is my honest desire to talk about religions in a way that is value neutral, to talk about common aspects of religion in ways that won't necessarily offend people who still believe, well, that particular religion is much better than the others. But I have to admit at the outset, there are some pitfalls here, and we will do our best to skate around them. The first pitfall involves justifying the selection of three religions as world religions in the first place. Again, the fundamental definition is very simple. I call those three religions world religions that in the post-classical period and since have shown the capacity to persuade people beyond conventional political boundaries and even in different cultural zones that this religion is the one to adopt. The second way of putting the same point is these were the religions that most clearly developed a missionary capacity, a missionary claim, a claim indeed that they possessed the kind of truth, the kind of universal truth that should be taken as possible to all the peoples of the world. Buddhism developed a missionary impulse pretty early because, remember, Buddhism was formed in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE as an alternative to Hinduism, so Buddhist adepts pretty obviously realized they had to work hard to persuade people, at least in India, that their version was preferable to Hinduism, and from this effort, in turn, a more active missionary impulse developed that could take Buddhism to other places besides India over time. Christianity and Islam actually hesitated a little bit before taking on a missionary stance. Christians for a few decades wondered if their religious message was intended for Jews alone, and it was only with St. Paul that Christian missionaries developed a firm conviction that theirs was a religion for the world and not a religion for a single people. Muslims hesitated actually a bit longer, wondering if Islam was a message for Arabs only, or again, whether it had wider appeal. And as Islam first began to spread, it spread often because peoples, for example, in North Africa, who were not themselves Arab, would, as a matter of latching on to the dominant force in their world, decide that they would make themselves Arab and Muslim simultaneously. Only more gradually did Muslim leaders come to believe that they had a mission for the world and not just for the Arab people. But one way or another, these three religions, rather unusually, decide they have a truth that should be spread. Identifying these three religions as world religions most obviously does not mean they were the best religions. There are all sorts of other religions that were and are important in world history. The religion that most clearly has a borderline position between regional religion and world religion is Hinduism, which, as we've noted already, did show some capacity to spread beyond the borders of India to significant pockets in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. This was not a massive spread for some reason, perhaps attached to the caste system. Hinduism did not travel too well outside India, but there was some capacity. Judaism deserves particular importance. Judaism obviously was a huge innovation from about 1100 BCE onward. It was the first great religion of the book in the Middle East and would have consequences beyond the boundaries of Judaism itself on that basis. It was the first durable statement of monotheism. It was the first clear statement that linked beliefs in God to systems of ethics and personal behavior. So there's no effort here to belittle the historical importance or ongoing role of Judaism. But the fact is that although Jews did convert some others at key points, Judaism was mostly the religion of one people. It did not have ambitions toward larger missionary or world religion status. Taoism, a significant religion in China, a very intricate and attractive one, also didn't travel widely. The point is pretty clear, stating that there are three major world religions and that the post-classical period is where they get their geographical shape and exert much of their influence is not a denigration of other major religious faiths or even the role these faiths played in key regional histories. It's simply a statement these religions, in one very simple but basic respect, were somewhat different. What caused the spread of world religions? Here again, there's a potential trap because I'm not trying to downplay the role of spiritual attractiveness, the role of divine guidance, but from an historical standpoint, in addition to whatever factors one attributes there, three types of cause stand out particularly. First, remember the context. Although Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam began at very different chronological points, their takeoff period clearly has something to do with the later stages of the classical empires and then with the collapse of these empires. Several of the religions, Buddhism and Christianity most notably, would benefit from the existence of classical empires in the Mediterranean and in China, for example, that facilitated travel, that facilitated missionary activity. But they benefited probably even more from the troubles that set in as the classical empires declined. As economic levels deteriorated, as political instability grew, and don't forget, as new levels of disease and therefore death spread, looking for otherworldly solace, looking for institutions that might supplant or compensate for the decline of the institutions of the state, this was a very compelling framework within which missionary religions could take hold. The second set of factors in the spread of the world religions involves missionary qualities themselves. Missionary activity developed in all three cases pretty early and obviously quite effectively. It was often correlated. This was quite vivid in the case of Buddhism and later Islam, perhaps a little less with Christianity in the early phases. It was often correlated by expanding merchant activity as well. So merchant outreach and missionary outreach frequently went literally hand in hand, and merchants, through their commercial success as well as their geographical outreach, would help bring the religion to new areas, and missionaries in turn, as they sought to convert new souls, would frequently set a framework within which new commercial activity could develop from the host society as well. So missionary zeal, clearly established in all three cases once the decision was made to take the message to the world, is a second undeniable factor, backed sometimes by commercial activity, sometimes by other kinds of institutional support as well. And the third factor, which we've already touched on with regard to links to commercial activity, the third factor involved the extent to which one or more of the world religions could seem associated with other aspects of success. Obvious case in point, individual rulers, and this happened in all three of the major world religions. Individual rulers might decide, this looks like a winning religion, or this missionary successfully healed my son, and I'm going to adopt it not just for myself, but for my whole people. And in the process, I will use the religion to help cement new kinds of loyalty between my people and my rule. Or, as noted, religion might be associated with commercial success. Join the bandwagon, and it looks like you may have opportunities to trade with new sources of wealth. Political, military, commercial success often could seem to be associated with one of the new religions and persuade people to climb on board. And there's no insult to the religions attached to this final factor. So, the conditions of the late classical, early post-classical period, the energy and zeal of missionaries themselves, and the extent to which religion could be attached to political, economic, and other factors, these were clear sources of this major period in which belief systems spread to new areas. The chief change, if you look at the big picture, the chief change involved here was a replacement of what we've already seen was a pervasive attachment to polytheism, a replacement of this attachment by one of the major new religions. People stopped believing in the old sets of gods and goddesses, whether we're talking about China or the Mediterranean, and they started believing in one of the new, more unifying, more abstract religious sources, again, choosing among the three. This process of conversion, this major shift in attachments to polytheism, was of course attached also to compromise. All of the world religions, formally or informally, made some bargains with polytheism. They might, for example, build new religious institutions where the old temples had been, thus associating the power of the old religion with the claims of the new. They might incorporate not literally the old gods and goddesses, but some hints of them in rituals of veneration for other holy figures. They might make other adjustments, all of which go under the name of syncretism, the extent to which in accepting new beliefs, people continue to be able to find some remnants of the old. This doesn't mean that the change wasn't significant. It just means, as a matter of fact, processes of conversion are complicated, and the new rarely outweighs the old entirely. Buddhism, as it fanned out from India, took two major directions, with a third noteworthy, at least briefly. Interestingly, as is obvious already, Buddhism began to lose ground to Hinduism in India proper. The Gupta Empire definitely favored Hindus. Many Indian rulers saw in Hinduism a clearer support for military activity, even for commercial activity, and distrusted the abstractness and the spirituality of Buddhism. But as Buddhism faded in India, it began to gain holds elsewhere. Buddhism spread in one major direction to Southeast Asia, winning converts in Sri Lanka, in many parts of continental Southeast Asia, where Buddhism remains important to this day. This was one major path. Buddhism also spread, of course, at the end of the classical, early post-classical period. Buddhism also spread to China, and through China to Korea and Japan. The Chinese, eager for Buddhism as the classical period drew to a close, the Chinese embraced Buddhism, though, as we have seen, on stipulation that Buddhism adapt a bit to Chinese modes of thought, particularly with regard to family life and with regard to the importance of the political and imperial order. But for many centuries, Buddhism exercised a profound influence on China, with many Chinese visitors coming to study in Buddhist institutions in India and in Southeast Asia, large numbers of converts. Buddhism would also exercise an impact on other Chinese belief systems such as Taoism, pushing toward greater spirituality, greater use of devices like ritual and magic in order to compete with Buddhism. But it's important to note that ultimately, the Chinese dynasty that commanded the first part of the post-classical period, the Tang dynasty, ultimately turned against Buddhism on grounds that Buddhists were unreliable allies of the state, were too foreign to Chinese values, and a significant effort began to reduce official support for Buddhism and even to persecute Buddhism, although the religion retained some hold among the Chinese. But the spread of Buddhism to other parts of East Asia was less qualified and actually would exert a longer-term influence than the spread within China itself. There was also a Buddhist surge into Central Asia, and belatedly, a Buddhist surge into Tibet. Buddhism showed an impressive capacity to adapt to local conditions, to tolerate and merge with other aspects of the local religious scene, and it clearly has to be rated a great success, if not an exactly tidily unified religious package, as it spread into various parts of South, Southeast, and Eastern Asia. The story of the spread of Christianity may be a somewhat more familiar one. Christianity fanned out widely in the Roman Empire during the centuries after the death of Christ. Missionary activity was obviously central here, and remember, this spread involved not only conversions in the European parts of the empire, but also extensive penetration into Armenia, into North Africa, and into parts of the Middle East. Christianity would actually show the capacity even to pour slightly beyond the boundaries of the Roman Empire, as Christianity ultimately developed some following in Persia and even in other parts of Asia in a track that was somewhat separate from the main institutional foci of Christianity. The decision of the Emperor Constantine early in the 4th century to tolerate Christianity represented a significant new opportunity for Christian advance within the Roman Empire. At that point, Christians probably numbered about 10% of the empire's population as a whole. They now began to gain much more rapidly, and Christianity was named a state religion at the end of that same century, a further opportunity for gain, although also a source of new problems as the boundary line between church and state became somewhat murkier. Christian expansion after the fall of Rome took mainly one of two paths. In the first place, the Byzantine Empire in Eastern Europe and the northern Middle East. The Byzantine Empire began to sponsor Orthodox missionaries who went northward into East Central and Eastern Europe. They developed, among other things, a modified Greek alphabet for the Slavic language. They penetrated widely in the Balkans and in Russia, and something of a missionary no man's land developed in parts of East Central Europe as Byzantine missionaries competed with missionaries sent out from Rome in the West. Western missionary activity also fanned out to the north, reflecting the fact that the South was increasingly closed by the success of Islam. The papacy sponsored missionary activity in Britain, Germany, and Scandinavia, as well as again pushing eastward into places like Poland. So during the post-classical period, particularly the first centuries, missionary activity that had previously been largely, though not entirely, confined to the Roman Empire, now pushed much more widely, particularly toward the north, in two major streams. The spread of Islam during the post-classical period itself was the greatest success story of all, as Islam reached larger territories and more peoples than either of the other two missionary religions, although the exact numbers are obviously impossible to determine. Islam spread rather quickly among Arabs and some others in the Middle East and North Africa. It spread widely in India, becoming India's largest minority religion by the middle of the post-classical period. It spread into Central Asia, interestingly displacing Buddhism in the process. It's one of the only cases where one of the world religions had an initial hold that was later successfully dislodged by another. Islam also, toward the end of the post-classical period, began to make major inroads in Southeast Asia, particularly beginning conversion processes in Indonesia, which is now the largest Muslim nation in the world. And Islam finally had success also in a few parts of southern Europe and in much of sub-Saharan Africa. Three different stories, three somewhat different, though not entirely distinct parts of the world, a common pattern of significant missionary activity, and a common pattern as well of successful efforts both to convert people to new patterns of belief, but also to utilize some existing remnants of older belief as an additional inducement. The most obvious point about these three world religions involves their differences. Buddhism was noticeably different from Christianity and Islam. It was not as clearly a religion of the book. It had a less clearly defined relationship to authorities in the state. It was more hostile to things of this world, although there's a strain in Christianity and Islam that could rival this. But Christianity and Islam were hardly cut from the same cloth either. They differed noticeably on the nature of the divinity. They differed on specific matters as to how salvation could be attained. They differed on the organization of the religion. They differed with regard to degrees of tolerance. So the spread of world religions calls upon an understanding that a new differentiating factor was introduced into world history in Afro-Eurasia, a differentiating factor whose ramifications obviously continue to apply to the present day. But, second theme, in addition to forging a new religious map, in addition to carving out new types of differences, the religions had some common effects that help describe larger processes of change during the post-classical period and also beyond. For example, familiar point, but I think a really important one, the spread of world religions increasingly set the framework for artistic and philosophical activity. All of the religions, as they spread, helped define most of the leading artistic work, helped define the goals of most of the most significant architects as religious buildings began to outstrip secular buildings in expense and purpose. Artistic activity during the post-classical period, although there were some secular representations, artistic activity in much of Asia, Africa, and Europe was defined by one or more of these basic religions. And this was true even in China, despite the attacks on Buddhist influence, where Buddhism significantly colored Chinese art and architectural activity. The same obviously applies to a good bit of literature and certainly philosophy. As we will see in discussing Islam next time, religion hardly totally conquered the philosophical sphere. There was still independent scientific activity, but increasingly much philosophical work, even if it didn't entirely slide over into outright theology, much philosophical work had to be devoted to questions about how older philosophical systems, scientific discoveries fit with the new sense of religious truth, with the new commitment to faith. World religions, in other words, define much of the larger cultural life of the post-classical period in virtually all the civilized parts of Asia, Africa, and Europe. The same, though particularly for Islam and Christianity, the same applied to a good bit of law. Increasingly, legal systems were reshaped or were divided between secular and religious areas of activity. And the notion that law was simply a matter for the state to decide, that law was independent of a larger religious system, this attitude was increasingly jettisoned as the religions developed significant bodies of legal thought and commanded significant jurisprudence. All three of the world religions raised new questions directly for the state itself. If these religions carried primary truth, what was, in fact, the role of the state? Should the state be reshaped mainly to defend religion? Was this the new main political purpose? Was there some way to separate political and religious areas of activity? Was the relationship between religious authority and political authority one of superiority, inferiority, even though the state had the troops? These political questions, obviously very different in specific contexts, these political questions would be quite significant in all three of the world religious areas during the post-classical period and beyond. The world religions had an interesting relationship with trade. And remember, we've already argued that trade was the second, along with religion, the second shaping factor of the post-classical period as a whole. On the surface, the rise of world religions might seem to discountenance trade. After all, the main purpose of existence, according to any of these world religions, was otherworldly. Too much attachment to material objects and motivations would be bad, and all of the world religions could generate extensive criticism of merchant values and merchant activities. Christ, for example, was reported to have said, "It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to gain heaven." And there would be Islamic figures who would have rather similar thoughts about how it was very difficult for merchants to maintain a pure religious life because their motives were so inherently corrupt. So the world religions introduced a new tension, or at least exacerbated a tension between value system and trade. But the world religions also, in their own way, as we have seen, encouraged trade in several ways. Missionaries might set up outposts to which traders could come. All the world religions, although they didn't do this entirely deliberately, established religious institutions that could serve as way stations for travelers. Buddhists, for example, had networks of inns where religious pilgrims could go as they traveled to holy sites, but where merchants could repair as well. The same thing would occur in Islam, and the same thing would occur in Europe with Christian monasteries, both Orthodox and Roman Catholic. So, inadvertently perhaps, but quite really, world religions could stimulate trade, even though they introduced this new tension. And most obviously of all, as each of these new religions posited a larger religious unity, a single God, or a single divine essence, they might encourage merchants to venture more widely than they had before, confident that their religious system would now go with them because it was a system for the whole world. The relationship with trade was important, if complicated. Each of the world religions also carried an important social message, although again, a complicated one. On the one hand, and this is really crucial, there are a few other religions that do this, but the world religions did this quite systematically, though each in its own way. In the first place, the world religions all posited the fundamental spiritual equality of all believers. Whether you're rich or poor, slave or free, if you believe, you have the same kind of access to spiritual rewards and to the possession of a soul. This is true in Buddhism, in Islam, and Christianity. At the same time, and this may have been the price of becoming a world religion, the world religions also argued that social inequality in this world would always be with us, poverty would always be with us. The main point of religious life was not to fight the social system, because that would distract from the true otherworldly goals. So you have this odd dilemma. On the one hand, the world religions significantly modified the casual, calm acceptance of inequality that, as we have seen, described the classical period. It was no longer glibly possible to say, well, slavery will always be with us. And indeed, the world religions might work either to reduce or to modify slavery, and that was not a trivial result. But none of the world religions crusaded against social inequality. None of them directly subscribed to the most explicit forms of social protest. So the world religions could be bent in occasional social protest to be used to argue for greater attacks on inequality, for new kinds of social justice. But equally important, this was not the main point. The same bifurcation, and equally intriguing, applies to gender. Each of the three world religions, in contrast, for example, to Hinduism, clearly specified that women had souls alongside men. And each of the world religions provided new opportunities for women in religious vocations, and in the case of Christianity and Buddhism, particularly in religious institutions. So, as with society more generally, the world religions could seem to be aligned against the most literal traditional forms of patriarchy, which argued for sharper differentiations between men and women. But although the world religions said this about women's spiritual capacity, they also, for the most part, sustained and even in some case increased the institutions of patriarchy by insisting that men were the major bearers of the religious faith, that women might be singled out because they had a greater propensity to sin. This was an aspect that could be found both in Islam and in Christianity. The impact, therefore, on actual gender relations could be quite complicated and even contrary to what the assertion of spiritual equality might stipulate. Many women were encouraged, actually, to religious devotions. This was true, for example, among Chinese Buddhists. They might be encouraged to religious devotion because this would actually distract them from concerns about other aspects of their lives in which inequality might loom large. Women's devotion to otherworldly purposes might, in a larger sense, distract them from this worldly concerns about the inequalities imposed by patriarchy. And in point of fact, during this same period that the world religions spread, new institutions developed that extended and further illustrated women's inequality. These institutions were not mainly the result of the world religions, but they coexisted with it. For example, the spread of foot binding in China, the limited but interesting practice of sati in India, which was a Hindu practice, where women were encouraged to immolate themselves on their husband's funeral pyre if they were widowed, on grounds that once your husband was dead, there was no purpose anymore in existence. This was a period in which, in fact, in many parts of the world, women's inequalities increased, even though the burden of the world religion might be superficially bent in the other direction. The social impact of the world religions was complicated, and it was not entirely played out in the post-classical period itself. The world religions had then some common effects on not just patterns of belief, but larger cultural expressions, introducing new political and social tensions, playing an interesting but on the whole probably encouraging role with regard to the expansion of trade. The world religions, as they spread in the post-classical period, raised one final point, the point in which religions individual religious people had to decide between hostility and tolerance. There are certainly examples, as the world religions spread, of new levels of intolerance attached to the new faiths. There were points, as we've noted already, at which Chinese authorities attacked Buddhism in new ways. There were certainly points at which other Asian religions tried to belittle the Buddhist message. Christians and Muslims clashed, obviously in the Crusades, obviously in the Christian reconquest, so-called Christian reconquest of Spain. But there are also cases in the post-classical period, as the religion spread, of surprising islands of mutual toleration. Many parts of the Middle East saw significant Christian and Jewish communities remain, even as Islam spread. Muslim Spain tolerated, even encouraged, interactions among the three basic religious faiths. The decision as to emphasis on tolerance or intolerance was not fully completed in the post-classical period, though obviously new questions were raised.
Lecture 12. The Impact of Islam.
The rise of the Arabs in Islam was clearly one of the most important developments during the post-classical period. Three major facets of this need to be emphasized. First, the surge of the Arabs from their original homeland in southern Arabia, north into the rest of the Middle East, or much of it, and also across North Africa through a process of Arab dispersion and local assimilation. This created a new civilization zone that combined the Middle East and North Africa in a package that really remains to this day. Obviously, it remains a varied region. There are lots of minority peoples, minority languages, minority religions, and while the Persians ultimately converted to Islam, they did not assimilate to the Arabs as some smaller peoples did. But this was an important package. It remains obviously influential in the world today. Change one. Change two. An Islamic religious zone was established gradually that ran from Morocco and Spain in the west all the way across the Middle East through India and on to Indonesia and even the southern Philippines in the east, a tremendous Islamic world that also spread south into Africa that also remains vibrant in the present day and was a product largely of the post-classical period itself. Finally, significant statement number three, even for those regions that did not directly convert to Islam, the power of the Arabs and the power of Islam inevitably compelled attention. China, for example, while not confronted with a direct Islamic surge through the society as a whole, different, for example, from Buddhism in this regard, nevertheless encountered the Arabs and certainly encountered Islam in the western provinces, and a new Islamic minority developed in China that, again, remains important to the present day. Russia, although not in this period Islamic, was quite aware of the importance of Islam, and the Russian ruler Vladimir, when he converted to Christianity around 1000 CE, presumably decided directly against Islam because, as he put it, the Rus enjoy their drink. Islam, in other words, didn't quite make it for this early Russian ruler because of its aversion to alcohol. But the consciousness was there, and obviously later on, Russia would develop a much more complicated relationship with Islam and with Muslims. Western Europe encountered Islam quite directly as the Islamic invasions poured into Spain and at some points also held portions of Sicily. And the West was also extremely conscious of Islam through the post-classical period and beyond, both as a source of inspiration, a model for imitation in some respects, but also clearly as a source of dread. The fact that Western Christianity developed in a period in which Islam was clearly more powerful and more intimidating helped shape a set of Western attitudes that, again, echo to this day, at least to some degree. Islam, as no other of the world religions did in this period, touched literally every society, directly or indirectly, during the post-classical period itself. This is a major story. Equally obviously, there are some complexities in dealing with Islam of three sorts. First, Islam encounters all sorts of issues in the contemporary world because of Islamic participation in terrorism, other issues that help create difficulties and biases in interpreting Islam, and we just need to acknowledge this at the outset. Second, as I already briefly mentioned, not just contemporary Westerners, but Westerners over a long period of time have harbored prejudices against Islam, hostilities to Islam, which have led to certain kinds of perceptions that are quite old, and if not outright distortions, at least significant exaggerations and oversimplifications. And we need to try to sidestep these as well, but it's not always easy. And finally, the particularly important point, Islam has long been varied. This is a major religion covering vast territories with all sorts of variations, not only the famous Shiite-Sunni split, but all sorts of variations in encounters with social issues, with political issues, with concepts such as jihad. And it's very important to recognize that just as with Christianity, where we would seriously hesitate to say this is the Christian way, with Islam, the complexity is important, but frankly, sometimes easier to forget. So we'll take a stab today at talking about the rise of Islam in the post-classical period, and also some of the interpretation issues that affect our judgment of what Islam did then, and to some extent, what its legacy was for later periods as well. The first issue, interestingly, involves recognizing the combined but complicated relationship of the Arab military and commercial surge after 600 and the simultaneous Arab conversion to Islam. In the vacuum of power left in the Mediterranean world, particularly the Middle East and North Africa, in the wake of the fall of the Roman Empire, Arab leaders obviously saw an opportunity to expand their military efforts, to seize plunder, to seize new territories, to gain wealth and political power, and they did this. They also became Muslim in the main, and their advance would help spread Islam, again, particularly in the Middle East and in North Africa and on into Spain for several centuries. Most scholars now argue that the Arab surge needs to be taken as one of those periodic explosions of a people interested in new opportunities, rather than a sign of Islam's spur to conquest and conversion. Islam would, as I mentioned in a previous comment, Islam would long be somewhat hesitant to try to convert non-Arab peoples. The Arabs were not initially primarily interested in spreading Islam to those other peoples. We need to sort things out a little bit. But the first basic fact remains uncontested, nevertheless. The Arab world expanded, Islam grew with it, and this provided a crucial homeland for both the Arabs and Islam in the post-classical period, and this happened quite quickly on the footsteps of the Arab armies. Islam would also spread during the post-classical period to a large number of other regions, though each articulation deserves a little bit of special attention. Islam's spread to India involved primarily efforts by missionaries and merchants, but Arab or Muslim armies periodically poured into India during the post-classical period in Africa, sometimes seeking brief opportunities for plunder, sometimes setting up somewhat larger political units like the Delhi Sultanate that was established in the post-classical period itself. Islam never displaced Hinduism as India's majority religion, but a combination of missionary activity, example, and direct political pressure did help create substantial Muslim minorities in key parts of India, beginning in the post-classical period, though the process would expand later on. Islam also penetrated Central Asia, often displacing Buddhism in the process. Here, conversions to Islam frequently brought nomadic peoples to a major world religion in advance of later movements into the Middle East. For example, the Turkish people converted to Islam in Central Asia, often to very fervent and pious versions of Islam. And then when they would move into the Middle East later on, in the post-classical period and beyond, they would bring this faith with them as part of their political and cultural impact. The hold of Islam in Central Asia was not absolutely uniform, but there's no question that a substantial inroad was made. Islam's penetration in sub-Saharan Africa was yet a third case. Here, Islam certainly described a mixed Arab-African community that developed along the Indian Ocean coast, the Swahili community that developed, among other things, a language that utilized a mixture of Arab and African forms. And this was a coastal zone that was pretty solidly Muslim. But in the West African kingdoms, the kingdoms of Ghana and Mali and others, Islam became a significant minority faith, but mainly among the upper classes. African rulers used it as a source of bureaucracy, as a source of writing, and there were some undeniably fervent conversions to the Islamic faith, but most of the rulers made little effort to press ordinary people to convert, and for many centuries Islam remained a major religious force, but not a majority religious force in this part of the world. Finally, of course, as mentioned before, Islam gradually spread to Southeast Asia, to the continent, particularly places like Malaysia, and to the islands of present-day Indonesia, where it would ultimately gain a very substantial hold indeed. The expansion of Islam and the particular phases in each given region can also be usefully divided between areas in which Islam expanded on the heels of military activity and political rule, and where Islam expanded much more purely on the basis of missionary and commercial outreach. Africa is mainly missionary and commercial, but there were a few periodic military raids from North Africa into West Africa that muddy the process a little bit. Military and missionary activity combined is noted in India. The spread to Southeast Asia, however, had nothing to do with military pressure whatsoever. This is then not a totally simple division, but a useful one, and certainly a useful reminder that Islam spread widely with no implications of military pressure or political overlordship at all. Why was the religion so successful? As we've noted in talking about the world religions generally, there's no simple answer to this. Certainly, many people would point to the clarity of Islam, to the extent to which Islam developed codes of conduct, that while demanding, because remember, man was sinful and needed to be held to exacting standards, while demanding, at least pointed rather clearly to the major obligations that a person could fulfill in order to gain religious reward in the afterlife. This legal clarity on the part of Islam could be attractive. And Islam had, and certainly added, particularly with the rise of the Sufi movement from the 8th century onward, Islam had powerful claims on personal piety, on spiritual enthusiasm, on religious emotion. It was a very impressive religious package in its own right. Islam also gained ground, as we noted for the world religions generally, but it was particularly true for Islam in this period. Islam also gained ground simply because of the example of Arab and Muslim commercial and political and military success. Again, without detracting from the religion, many people were undoubtedly drawn to it, even if they added true pious commitments, because it was attached to such clear success in the post-classical world, in the Middle East, North Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, in other places as well. Islam also gained because of an interesting combination of tolerance and inducement. There were episodes in the post-classical period in which Muslims turned quite intolerant against other religions. Jews and Christians were in principle people of the book, their religious traditions a precursor of religious truth and therefore to be respected, and for the most part they were. But Jews and Christians were also subject to distinctive taxation policies, even as their political communities were allowed to continue to exist, and there certainly were some fiscal reasons, some reasons of political acceptance to think about conversion in this framework as well. Relatively few people were actually forced to convert to Islam. The concept of jihad, which is usually interpreted as an effort to defend Islam militarily or more abstractly as a personal struggle to live a pious life against impulses toward sin, jihad was rarely employed as a direct effort to push people into conversion, but a framework of political activity in which there were some inequalities for non-Muslims certainly could prove influential. Certain social groups might see some particular motivation in converting to Islam. Of all the major religions, Islam is undoubtedly the most tolerant of merchant activity. It does not condone anything a merchant might do. It stipulates, for example, that the taking of interest, usury, is literally wrong. But Muhammad himself had been a merchant. He praised the merchant life, and so long as a merchant combined his commercial activity with appropriate fulfillment of religious obligations, merchant activity was by itself fine. So merchants might be attracted to Islam in societies beyond the Arab world. Ordinary people, poor people, might find in Islam obviously a source of religious solace, a hope for benefits in the afterlife in heaven, but they could also see in Islam a powerful statement of spiritual equality and a clear opportunity for access to charity. All the major world religions enjoin charity, but Islam does so particularly clearly as one of the 5 major obligations, and a charitable atmosphere could help frame the popularity of Islam as well. Even slaves, as we'll discuss a little later, might find some specific advantages in Islam. The motivations, in other words, were varied and help explain the undoubted fact this was a very popular religion indeed. Complexities in the spread of Islam clearly involve the famous split that occurred relatively soon after Muhammad's death between Shiites who were attached to a son-in-law of Muhammad as caliph and the majority Sunnis who held to a different selection for caliph, and the two groups would differ over other patterns of religious interpretation. They would differ in their claims to purity, etc. This rift began early and obviously continues to define the Muslim world, not always surfacing in acute tension, but reminding us that this was a faith that could have a number of branches, did have a number of branches. The emergence of Sufism, while certainly supporting Muslim missionary efforts, the religious enthusiasm the Sufis generated was considerable, could create another kind of tension between a more emotional version of Islam and a more, one might say, cerebral or rational approach. Divisions of various sorts entered early and would continue to mark, understandably, the progress of a major but complicated religion. Muslims in the post-classical world, particularly Muslim cultural figures, face some interesting tensions between the injunctions of the faith and the rich artistic heritage of the Middle East, including its Hellenistic heritage. So during the post-classical period itself, during the heyday of Arab and Islamic development in the Middle East, some really interesting discussions and compromises occurred between people eager to embrace their Islamic faith, but eager also to share in the artistic, scientific, and philosophical traditions of the region. Islam, Muhammad enjoined against, for example, the artistic representation of animal or human figures, because these would be potential sources of idolatry. And in the Arab world, this injunction was largely upheld during the post-classical period and beyond. But as Islam spread to Persia, the Persian artistic tradition, which had a richer experience with human and animal representation, could shade off and maintain that earlier emphasis alongside a more literal adhesion to the faith. Islamic attitudes toward music were complicated. The Middle East, in fact, developed or furthered a rich musical tradition, although the religion itself advised against the use of music, again, because of its potential distraction from purer spirituality. A great deal of philosophical effort in the post-classical world went into discussions of the relationship between Islamic faith and rational science and philosophy. The Arab world generated, building on Greek and Hellenistic traditions, the Arab world generated important scientific and medical discoveries. This is one of the science centers of the post-classical world. But people also talked about how much truth could one gain by use of reason alone? Where did faith have to come in because reason couldn't penetrate? This was a philosophical tradition that would later inform Christianity as well, and the Arab advance here was quite sophisticated and quite impressive. The question then of the role of religion in a rich cultural combination was a crucial one during the height of the post-classical period in Islamic centers, not just in the Middle East proper, but in other centers of scholarship, for example, in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. The role of the state of Islam was a crucial one. 2 points are pretty clear. First, the religion itself had a clear model of an ideal ruler. This ruler would uphold the laws and obligations of religion as first duty. He would himself be pious and faithful, but beyond that, he would use the state not just to defend the religion, but to advance it, to associate its laws and rules with the laws of the state itself, to punish on behalf of the religion, etc. So there was an image of the ideal ruler or imam or caliph that was a very important product of Muhammad's own writings and those of the traditions that build on the Quran in subsequent years and centuries. But second point, the actual Arab caliphate, the rule that was established after Muhammad, first in Damascus and then in Baghdad. The actual Arab caliphate, although it used religious nomenclature and claimed the Islamic mantle, was rarely primarily religiously inspired. There were individually pious caliphs, people who could be used as examples of spirituality or charity, but most caliphs were pretty worldly. The court around the caliphs was increasingly luxurious. This was not, in fact, an example of the religious ideals that Islam seemed to embrace. So, 2 initial facts. There's a model, and there's the actual historical practice that differs widely from the model. So what do we put in between? Several points. First of all, like Christianity, but perhaps a bit more forcefully, the Quran urged that even when the state was inappropriately organized, even when it was unjust, the loyal Muslim should remain loyal to it because becoming embroiled in political disputes would distract one from a religious obligation. In other words, Muslims were enjoined to accept political injustice, to accept rule that did not correspond to the ideals, because political chaos would be inimical to religious purpose. So the loyalty injunction was quite clear. But there was also always the possibility that Muslims might periodically measure the state against the greater expectations of religious purpose and religious justice and come to a different kind of conclusion, a tension that was built into Islam, just as in many ways it's built into Christianity, where Christians are enjoined normally to accept the rule of the state because that's not the primary sphere of religion, but can try to see occasionally Christian values as ones that can be used to reshape or protest the state itself. Much ink has been spilled in the contemporary world over the political traditions of Islam and their relationship to modern democracy. The debate is possibly a bit sterile because original Islam had little connection with any possibility of democracy, any more than early Christianity, except perhaps for very early Christianity, did either. This is just not a relevant part of assessing these religions in a post-classical context where democracy was simply absent. One crucial difference between Islam and Christianity can be noted, though what to make of it is not entirely easy. Christianity was born outside the state. The Roman state did not always persecute Christians. Persecution was sporadic, but it certainly was not a friendly force for over 3 centuries. In Islam, because of Muhammad's position as political and religious leader, and then the subsequent traditions that went into the caliphate, the religion was born in association with the state and could be seen more clearly then as an instrument of politics, as something where the state should be actively engaged. At the same time, lest we press this distinction between Islam and Christianity too far, Islam was also forced to develop a structure that would allow it to endure even amid state indifference, if not sometimes outright hostility. So while Islam did not establish quite such a clear institutional church as did Catholics in Western Europe, Islam established networks of scholarly centers where Islamic scholarship and law could be interpreted that helps sustain and provide some coherence in Islam, even amid political indifference, even amid the vast expansion of Islam across such a large territory. So centers of Islamic legal scholarship in places like Cairo, Egypt, became unifying points, not quite in such an institutional way as in the Christian church, but through the power of persuasion, through the power of intellectual authority. And this helps explain why Islam could exist in a variety of political circumstances, both in the post-classical period and subsequently. Islam clearly had important social implications that provide a specific illustration of some of the larger points about the world religions and society that we made in the previous discussion. 2 areas I think command particular attention. The first is the relationship between Islam and slavery, and the second, inevitable and I think actually quite interesting, the position of Islam on issues of gender. With regard to slavery, Islam was concerned about slavery, but equally obviously tolerated it. Middle Eastern society had a significant number of slaves, some of whom were imported from Europe and Africa. Large numbers of slaves were part of the African trade with the Middle East. And yet Islam was not entirely comfortable with slavery, particularly when the slave was himself or herself Muslim or converted to Islam. So while Islam tolerated slavery more readily than Christianity did, although there was complexity in European Christianity as well, even before the great African slave trade. While Islam tolerated slavery, it tended to provide also some protections, particularly for Muslim slaves. Families were rarely separated. Muslim slaves gained superior work conditions. They might frequently be manumitted, even when they had been imported from Africa. This was an area of ambivalence where issues of belief, including belief in the equality of souls for believers, clashed with social reality in ways that were not entirely tidy. Muhammad unquestionably believed, and I see no reason to contest this, that he was bringing improvements to conditions of women as he spread this religion among the Arabs. Several injunctions are particularly noteworthy. In the first place, the Quran specifically inveighs against female infanticide, and indeed, the spread of the world religions generally helped reduce infanticide throughout much of the Afro-Eurasian landmass. Female infanticide was wrong because females had souls. Babies should not be deliberately killed. Women were given clear legal rights in Islam. Most important, in contrast to situations in much of Christianity, Muslim women had property rights. They could own property. They had claims to their dowries. They had claims to parts of family inheritance. These rights were not necessarily equal to those of men, but they were well established, and they gave Muslim women important opportunities, not just in property possession, but in business activities. Muslim women also had rights with regard to divorce, unequal to those of men, but definite. They had access to worship, although separate from men. They had important access to travel, and historians have actually debated the opportunities for women in Muslim travel, particularly the Great Pilgrimage to Mecca, compared to opportunities for travel by Christian women in the same period. And the conclusion is Muslim women had considerably more latitude in this area. At the same time, 2 points. First, Islam protected women in many respects. It advanced women's spiritual interests, but it did not provide equality. Contemporary Muslims do argue, that the system could be perfected to correspond more fully with contemporary standards, but there's no question that if you look at Islam literally in the post-classical period, women have some stipulated inferiorities vis-a-vis men in marriage and religion alike. Second, in the Middle East, Islam became overlaid with acceptance of other regional traditions, notably the practice of veiling, which is not directly enjoined in the religious literature itself. Muhammad urged veils for some of his own family, possibly so they would not be harassed in public, but a general religious obligation of veiling was not clearly present. It was added in regional perceptions as the religion integrated more fully with Middle Eastern urban society where veiling had been established earlier. The issue is obviously then complicated, and one just needs to leave it at that. This is not a clear-cut victory for gender equality, but it's arguably a significant advance. It arguably can be utilized. Even in contemporary society, the debate clearly continues. Arab society declined in some measurable ways by the 13th century. The caliphate became less effective. Various territories in North Africa and Spain peeled off, even aside from the Christian attack on Islam in Spain. Cultural activities narrowed. The kind of rich philosophical and artistic discussions that had occurred earlier tended now to narrow in favor of greater insistence on religion alone, partly under the spur of the advance of Sufism. Arab role in politics declined as more minority peoples, including Turks, were incorporated in political life. And Arab role, even in international trade, was increasingly disputed, partly by Muslims from other places like India and Southeast Asia. This is, however, a complicated decline because it doesn't mean the erasure of Arab Islamic culture or institutions. The caliphate finally fell in the 13th century, but Arab society more generally maintained a great deal of vitality. The nature of and reasons for this transition are complicated, but they do, because of the vitality of Arab Islam itself earlier, they do mark an important transition toward the end of the post-classical period as a whole.
These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. These lectures are titled A Brief History of the World, Part 2. Lecture 13, Post-Classical Trade and Contacts.
Our discussion today focuses on the development of new kinds of contacts, particularly trade contacts, in the post-classical period. I've already argued in introducing the post-classical period that the new range and intensity of contacts was, along with the spread of world religions, one of the really crucial developments in this period, affecting most parts of Asia, many parts of Africa, many parts of Europe. There was no single heroic event in this proliferation of contacts. We're talking really about the efforts of literally hundreds and thousands of traders, some inventors, some craftsmen, certainly a lot of manufacturers, but the process can seem a little abstract. So what I'd like to do in illustrating this crucial development is first talk about one of the interesting byproducts of the new patterns of contact in the emergence of a new set of world travelers. That'll allow some personal faces on the phenomenon. Then we'll turn back to the major routes themselves, and then, and this is the most important part, talk about so what? What were the consequences of this contact? Why make such a big fuss about it? In the 14th century, one of the greatest, perhaps the greatest single world traveler emerged by name of Ibn Battuta. Battuta was born in Morocco in northwestern Africa. He grew up in a what we might call middle-class merchant family, reasonably prosperous, received a legal education, and launched his travels, as did so many Muslims, first by participating in the great, highly recommended, obligatory if possible, pilgrimage to Mecca. Battuta obviously crossed North Africa going to Mecca, and he already showed his travel thirst by not just visiting Mecca, but by visiting other parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, Palestine, Jordan, etc. In his lifetime, Battuta would travel over 75,000 miles. Almost certainly the longest trip any single individual, the longest set of trips any single individual had ever undertaken in world history. That's a lot of miles. He went by foot. He went on donkey, and the importance of donkeys in carrying world contacts at this point cannot be underestimated. He went occasionally on ship. He used virtually every known means of conveyance, but he undoubtedly spent a great deal of time in motion. His travels would take him not just frequently back to the pilgrimage, to other parts of North Africa and the Middle East. They took him to Persia. They took him well into Central Asia, where he frequently traveled over mountain passes in winter, enduring a number of harrowing adventures in the process. He spent a good bit of time in India, particularly in the Delhi Sultanate, where he actually at one point had an official position. He traveled to island groups in the Indian Ocean. He traveled to Southeast Asia. He traveled to China, which, as we will discuss further in a moment, he didn't actually like too well. He then went back after a long series of journeys. He then went back to North Africa, but was still insatiable, and in what we could regard as central or even slightly later middle age, undertook a final set of trips into sub-Saharan Africa, particularly into the great kingdom of Mali. He wrote up his travels, which is obviously why we know so much about them, and his account both reflects the new range of geographical contact possible and also encouraged this kind of contact because people read Battuta, they could seek to imitate him, they could develop a thirst for learning about new places from his accounts. His motivations for travel seem to have been several. He was certainly religiously inspired. He was a faithful Muslim, and much of his travel, indeed most of it, centered on territories that were fully or partly converted to Islam, where he could feel comfortable, where he could maintain contact with his religious rituals. His travel was sometimes probably sexually motivated. He writes rather self-satisfiedly about some sexual exploits during his travels. He frequently picked up consorts and short-lived spousal relationships, and sometimes he probably left because these relationships deteriorated. But above all, he was clearly driven by a massive curiosity about strange places, even though often Muslim, still nevertheless strange. His reactions, in addition to illustrating the new potential for geographical expression of human curiosity, his accounts reflect a couple of other features that are worth noting. He judged according to the standards of Islam. In places that were Muslim, but not exactly like the Middle East and North Africa, he would praise their religious piety. This particularly applies to his reactions to some of the African societies he visited. He would praise their piety, but deplore departures from the norm. For example, he worried greatly that many African women seemed to wear fewer clothes than they should by Middle Eastern standards, and seemed to have a social presence, a confidence in public assertions in social settings that he found disturbing. In his one clear venture well outside Islam, his visit to China, he professed himself, and it's a really interesting passage, he professed himself almost clearly uncomfortable. He knew that China was a great society. He praised Chinese cities, architecture, etc., but he said he stuck to his room a lot because without the presence of an Islamic overlay, this was just a little bit disorienting. Another great traveler of the post-classical period, actually a little earlier than Ibn Battuta, was of course Marco Polo, the great Venetian traveler who presumably went to China under Mongol rule and reported elaborately on what he found there. A brief caveat: we are not absolutely sure that Marco Polo went. His uncles clearly visited China, but he may have used their accounts plus Persian travel literature to fabricate a version of his own travels, among other things glorifying his personal exploits. We're simply not absolutely sure. The odd thing is he fails to mention certain features of China that you'd think he would have found really quite noteworthy. For example, the foot binding of many Chinese women in the cities. So we're not absolutely sure, but if Marco Polo didn't do it, other Europeans clearly did. Their travels were somewhat less wide-ranging than Ibn Battuta's, though the travelers to China sometimes came back via the Indian Ocean and therefore encountered South and Southeast Asia as well as East Asia. But the European travelers, if Marco Polo is taken as illustrative, differed from Ibn Battuta in one respect. They were less uncomfortable in settings outside their religious orbit. They almost had to be less uncomfortable because Christianity had spread less widely. They could not have expected a cultural umbrella that would frame them as a Muslim could expect. But if you put the two cases together, Ibn Battuta, Marco Polo, or the Polos, you have an active sense of the new extent to which people could visit distant places, did visit distant places, developed a thirst for travel adventure, and in their ensuing accounts, Marco Polo's book, for example, was on Christopher Columbus's bookshelf somewhat later on. By their accounts, spur other people to seek trade activities, contact activities that would push them also into the unknown, or at least the less known. Travel, of course, was interesting, and it's very clear that travel in this period differed greatly from the kinds of travel that had been possible in the earlier classical era. The travelers travel farther, they encounter far more different kinds of situations, and their accounts are much more consistently accurate than accounts of earlier travelers like Herodotus, who simply made things up or accepted fabulous stories when he went beyond his actual travel range. This is a different kind of travel. It reflects a different kind of world. The actual contact patterns need to be further embellished as well. As I noted earlier, the core route for this new pattern of contact that emerged in the post-classical period, the core route was an Indian Ocean route, connecting Western Asia, or the Middle East, the Arab territories, the Persian territories, under Islam now, connecting these territories with South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific coast of China. This was a series of routes initially forged by Arab merchants primarily, but soon joined by Muslims and others from India, from Southeast Asia and elsewhere, and also a number of Persians. This was a series of routes that carried a variety of goods. Particularly important were manufactured goods from China, silk, of course, but now also porcelain and some other products, and spices that were available from Southeast Asia or India. This was an Asian-centered trade pattern, and it had the interesting effect, and here we begin to see the new importance of these kinds of contacts. It had the interesting effect of spurring major manufacturing expansions, particularly in China. In China, during the Song dynasty, which opened up in the later 10th century, some historians have actually referred to a Chinese industrial revolution. I think the term's a little misleading. We don't want to confuse it with industrialization later on. But there's no question that China was becoming, in this period, something of a world manufacturing powerhouse, a status which the nation seems to be recovering in our own day. Other routes, of course, fed into the East-West contact. Three patterns were particularly important. Two routes, as we've noted previously, two routes connected sub-Saharan Africa to this East-West trade and carried African goods not just into the Middle East and North Africa, but into other parts of Asia as well. The easiest route, the one that most clearly linked with the East-West corridor, was the coastal route that stretched up the Swahili coastline, the Swahili trading cities that developed along the coast and on the islands of East Africa. But West African trading activities, merchants from places like Ghana and Mali, also participated actively in interregional trade, using camels and horses to cross the Sahara, and seeing North African traders come down to participate directly as well, as traders and once in a while as raiders. So link number one were the connections that linked various parts of sub-Saharan Africa to the North African Middle Eastern end of the East-West route. From Africa came a variety of goods: gold, slaves, exotic animals, certain other kinds of animal and vegetable products that fed a considerable trade, particularly with the Middle East, but also sometimes beyond. And handfuls of African slaves even showed up in post-classical China, where one can speculate about what the Chinese made of these people, and above all, what these people themselves made of their experience in such a different kind of environment. Another feeder route developed beginning in the 8th and 9th centuries from Scandinavia through what is presently Western Russia and Ukraine, passing through the great city of Kiev, on its way to the Byzantine Empire, and from there connecting with Arab trade as well. Scandinavian traders coming down through Russia may actually have given Russia its name from the Scandinavian word for red, the red hair that many of these traders had. We don't know that for sure, but it's at least possible. But there's no question that this East Central European north-south route was a vital one for the region itself, and as it contributed products and merchant activity to the larger East-West flow. Slightly later and more gradually, Western Europe also connected with this trade route, as merchants from England, the Low Countries, and France began to come down either overland or along the Atlantic coast to the Mediterranean, where they could directly reach into Middle Eastern areas in the Eastern Mediterranean, Egypt, etc. An example of this kind of merchant activity was the famous French merchant of the 15th century, Jacques Coeur, who was an advisor to French kings, a moneylender, but also who frequently traveled to the Middle East in search of products that would sell widely back home. He was just one of many European traders, French, obviously Italian, and many others, who made considerable fortunes, and sometimes lost them as well, in their connections with this new level of international commercial activity. Jacques Coeur, ironically, disgraced in his later life, died on a crusade directed presumably against Islam and in favor of Christian reconquest of the Holy Land. A major set of routes then stretched from the Middle Eastern center to various parts of Asia. It was connected to much of Africa and a good bit of Europe, both East Central and West, and the combination provided a series of activities that really had no previous precedent in world history. What were the results? Why make such a fuss about this? A number of results developed from these trading patterns that were important at the time and that also set precedents for later activity. I've mentioned one already. The extent to which this level of interregional trade could now have a major impact on internal economies, particularly the economy of China, was already an effect of no small magnitude. Some areas of the world, again, particularly in China, began to orient a good bit of their economic activity toward production for what we would today call world markets. New kinds of consumer dependence developed as well. We don't usually think of post-classical societies as consumer societies, and in a modern sense they weren't. But very clearly in this period, and there had been hints of it earlier along the Silk Roads, very clearly in this period, certain elements of the upper classes in a number of societies developed tastes for goods that could be only supplied from distant regions. A clear example occurred in Western Europe during and after the Crusades. The Crusades began in the later 11th century. As West Europeans, particularly noblemen, participated in the Crusades, they learned of higher living standards that were common in Middle Eastern cities, and they developed a taste for some of the resultant products. A particularly interesting example that would motivate a tremendous amount of European activity from this point onward into the 19th century, a case in point is sugar. Post-classical Europeans traditionally had sweetened their products with honey, which actually strikes me as quite sensible and quite pleasant. But for whatever reason, and I cannot pretend to know why, they like sugar better. Well, they couldn't make it at home. So they begin an obvious and consistent effort to acquire access to more regular supplies of sugar, initially still for the upper classes. This is not yet a mass taste, although it will become one. And this kind of consumer attachment obviously helped feed the activities of many merchants, both European and Asian. It helped spur new kinds of shipping activities in the Mediterranean that would link Europe to Middle Eastern ports where products could be transshipped from other parts of Asia. This kind of consumer attachment was itself a major variable in world history from this point onward. Not all societies developed equal levels of susceptibility to consumer needs. China, for example, which had an elaborate urban consumer culture in the post-classical period, needed far fewer products from the outside world than did Western Europe. China did need to trade with Southeast Asia, particularly for certain kinds of tea, but their needs otherwise were limited. So China would see a much greater effort to seek from world trade other kinds of products than personal consumer items, products such as exotic animals for zoos, handfuls, not masses, but handfuls of slaves, and particularly precious metals, as these goods moved along the new trade routes in response to the supply of Chinese manufactured products. New kinds of economic impact, new kinds of consumer attachments, even dependence on international trade. A third item, obviously, were new levels of culture contact. Some of this involves simply a matter of word exchange from one language to the next. A large number of words began to pass into European languages from Arabic, denoting the kinds of products that were now being transshipped from other parts of the world to Europe. Terms like orange, for example, or sugar itself. Arabic words translated into the major European languages because these were the words that described initially what the products themselves were. But other kinds of cultural exchange were obviously even more important. Particularly noteworthy was the extent to which What Europeans called the Arabic numbering system came into wide use in this period. This system had itself been developed in classical India. It was not Arabic, but the Arabs had taken it over from the Indians, and Europeans and others would in this period take it over from the Arabs, providing what is still the most efficient numbering system ever developed in the world, a numbering system that now began to gain what we would today call some real international currency. Mathematical systems could spread more widely. Algebra, another Arabic word and Arabic mathematical innovation, algebra began to spread from the Arab world to other societies, including Europe. Not surprisingly then, new levels of commercial contact spurred other kinds of cultural interaction, even across what otherwise seemed major religious barriers, i.e., for example, the barrier between Islam and Christianity. Technologies were impacted by new levels of world trade in two ways. First, a number of new technologies were introduced during the post-classical period deliberately to facilitate new kinds of trading activities, particularly new kinds of seagoing commercial activities. Ship design improved. The Arabs introduced significant developments in sailing ships, particularly making them more appropriate for use in the Indian Ocean. Toward the end of the post-classical period, the Chinese introduced gigantic ocean-going vessels, the Chinese junks, with huge hulls and huge carrying capacity that they began to use from the Song dynasty onward to link eastern China with the Indian Ocean trade routes. In addition to new ship design, obviously new navigational devices emerged. The compass was almost certainly invented in China, possibly initially not for use by travelers, but to help the Chinese arrange their domestic furnishings appropriately according to the principles of feng shui. But whether this story is entirely accurate or not, the navigational use of the compass was quickly realized, and the Chinese used the compass increasingly in their own commercial activities, and from the Chinese, the compass would spread to Southeast Asia, to the Middle East, and to Europe, where in a number of its transmissions, the device was also improved, particularly for shipboard use. Other navigational devices in the period included the astrolabe, which helped ships locate themselves according to the night sky. A number of devices facilitated navigation, and obviously this is both a consequence of heightened levels of interregional trade and, again, an encouragement to further levels of trade. The second technological impact of this new level of contact involves transmission. Not surprisingly, although still slowly by contemporary standards, not surprisingly, new levels of contact help societies learn about inventions that had initially been introduced elsewhere more quickly than had previously been the case. Technological diffusion was not new. Agriculture, iron use, etc. had previously spread from one area to another. But now the process is accelerated and in some cases made much more deliberate than had been the case earlier. An interesting example, which also I admit shows the continuing limitations on the process, an interesting example was paper. Paper was a product that had been invented in classical China and not used widely outside of China at that point. The utility of paper in China as a society that was particularly bureaucratic can't escape notice, but the fact is this was a major technological invention that could greatly facilitate communication. Arabs learned about paper in their military interactions in Western China in the 8th and 9th centuries. They captured a number of Chinese and took them back to the Middle East. They discovered that a couple of them knew how to make paper, and they put them to work setting up the first paper manufacturing operation in the Middle East proper, as I say, in the 8th and 9th centuries. Western Europeans would learn about paper from their contact with the Arabs, and the first European paper factory was established in Sicily, reasonably close to the Middle East, in the very early 1200s. Now again, this is not lightning transmission. You're talking about several centuries between Arab utilization of paper and West European imitation from the Arabs. But nevertheless, this is a lot faster than we've seen major technologies transmitted heretofore, and we will have other examples in subsequent sessions of technological transmissions during the post-classical period that were more rapid still. Economic impact, consumer tastes, cultural exchanges, technological diffusion, all of these added up to a significant set of consequences of environmental factors surrounding the new level of interregional contacts. And the final point in talking about consequence really sums up the growing utility that various societies in Asia, Africa, and Europe found in maintaining or increasing their commitment to these international activities. The fact was that the utility of international activities or interregional connections was so obvious at this point that some kind of interregional system would survive disruptions and changes in the original system itself. Most obviously, as we noted in a previous discussion, the Arab capacity to sustain major initiatives in the interregional arena began to decline in the 12th and 13th centuries. Arabs remain involved. Other Muslims from the Middle East and South Asia continued to participate strongly, but the international apparatus could have tumbled, at least for a while, as Arab capacity diminished, as Arab political and cultural vitality dwindled to some extent. But the system was simply too precious to abandon. And as the Arab sustaining of the system yielded to other entrants, the clear result was a continued commitment, a continued capacity to sustain interregional contacts, either along the established trade routes or on alternative routes that would develop precisely because of this new level of commitment, this new understanding of resulting benefits. The post-classical period, particularly as interregional connections developed and solidified by 1000 CE onward, this has been seen, as we discussed previously, as one of the real watersheds in world history, the point at which many societies in Afro-Eurasia turned from an emphasis on largely separate developments with connections with other regions, a peripheral activity at best, turned from this focus on the local and regional to an increasing focus on the benefits of connections, the possibilities of imitation, the possibilities of diffusion. And this was a pattern that would then, once the tipping point occurred, continue to accelerate from this juncture onward. There's another way to make the same point, and I do this tentatively, but it's worth consideration. There is a fairly straight line from the interregional connections that developed in the post-classical period to what we now view as globalization. Now, lots of apologies. Contemporary globalization is a lot quicker. It involves a lot greater volume in terms of trade connections. It involves far more extensive cultural interactions. So the post-classical period does not introduce globalization in the contemporary sense, but the straight line aspect is nevertheless noteworthy. People who traded and traveled and wrote about their activities in the post-classical period helped inspire people who would extend interregional trading activities still further. Later on, people like Christopher Columbus. And they, in turn, would feed great trading companies, new technologies that would spur travel and trade still further in the 19th century and on to contemporary globalization. There are historians, and we'll encounter them later in the course, there are historians who will argue this evolutionary approach, a pattern of interregional connections from the post-classical period blossoming steadily and gradually into globalization, that this is a wrong view. Globalization, in their eyes, is a much newer phenomenon, and we will have to deal with that. But remember this possibility. This is why the post-classical explosion of trade and travel really looms so large in world history. It's a different world by the 11th and 12th centuries in terms of the impact and involvement of many people, merchants, consumers, upper class leaders, the involvement of many people in a dependence on and enjoyment of contacts with distant places.
Lecture 14. Post-classical patterns of imitation.
We're talking in this session, briefly I admit, about 4 different parts of the world during the post-classical period. We'll talk about Japan, we'll talk about Russia, we'll talk about Southeast Asia, and we'll talk briefly about Western Europe. The main focus is on patterns of imitation that these 4 areas conducted, usually fairly deliberately, with adjacent regions that were in some measurable senses better developed. They had older cultures, they had greater cities, they had greater prosperity, they had a more elaborate apparatus with regard to technology. We're touching base here with a number of key themes. Obviously, we continue the notion of interregional contacts, but now we're talking about slightly smaller distances than the ones we were referring to in the great system we discussed in the previous lecture. We're talking certainly about the spread of civilization. The parts of the world we're talking about today either had been outside the civilization orbit in the classical period or at least only incompletely involved. And we're very definitely talking about an effort to make this expansion of civilization manageable and meaningful in a world history sense. We're talking without question about 4 places that were very different. Western Europe was different from Russia, Russia obviously different from Southeast Asia, differences that would show up in cultural systems and religions, in at least the details of political systems, in specific trade patterns, all those things. So we're not talking about a nice, coherent package. But we are talking about something of a common process, and it's really an intriguing one, in which societies deliberately undertook activities that would bring them closer with adjacent, more prosperous societies without fully merging with them, but in a process that gives specific meaning to the notion of increasing convergence that we've introduced in previous discussions. The first case, and in some senses it's the easiest one because the process was so very explicit, the first case is that of Japan. Quite early in the post-classical period, Japanese leaders, princes, began to send student trips to China in order to learn more about Chinese ways and to bring their knowledge back to Japan proper. And this began a centuries-long flirtation between Japan and China, in which Japan would regularly organize expeditions several times a year to reach China in search of trade, but also in search of knowledge. And in the process, the Japanese developed a really impressive range of sectors in which they imitated China substantially, or at least in part. Obviously, there was technological imitation. The Japanese were able to learn new agricultural techniques from the Chinese, new manufacturing techniques that began to spur the increasing development of the Japanese economy. We don't necessarily want to argue that Japan became as sophisticated technologically as China was, but there was certainly interchange, and this was a pretty obvious aspect of the regular kinds of connections that developed between the 2 societies. The second area, and in some ways the more elaborate still, in which imitation had massive effects, were in the area of culture and cultural apparatus. In the first place, quite simply, the Japanese introduced the Chinese writing system. This was a system designed for a very different language. Japanese and Chinese remain very different as spoken languages. And over time, the Chinese ideographic system proved not fully appropriate for Japanese, and some other systems were developed, but they all built from this system, and the Chinese system was retained as well. So, simply put, though ultimately with some modifications, the Japanese got writing, one of the basic components of civilization, from the Chinese. They also incorporated a number of other cultural forms, adapting them, of course, to Japanese language and other conditions. They introduced many of the basic Chinese verse styles. They adapted Chinese martial arts. They adapted Chinese systems of very carefully regulated gardens. They adopted Buddhism extensively from China, ironically, adopting it more wholeheartedly than the Chinese would during the post-classical period as a whole. But with Buddhism from China also came architectural forms like the pagoda, the temple form, and a variety of other artistic themes that would connect Japanese art with Chinese. Cultural connections, then, were extremely substantial and helped shape a real blossoming of Japanese culture in a number of artistic areas. Chinese social ideas were adopted to a somewhat more limited extent. Among other things, for example, as Japan learned from China, the prestige of merchants began to decline slightly, although the Chinese downgrading of merchants in the Confucian system was never fully brought into Japan. Another interesting area involved gender relations. The Japanese did not import the full gamut of Chinese gender relations. Most notably, they did not import foot binding. But from the Chinese, they did learn that women were less equal to men than the Japanese had previously thought. So gender divisions tended to increase in Japan, though without reaching Chinese levels. There was an interesting footnote to this at some points in the post-classical period. Because Chinese culture was such an object of esteem, it was assumed that Japanese men should emphasize Chinese culture, which left Japanese writing actually to women for an interesting period of time. And among other things, the first novel ever written in the world, The Tales of Genji, was written by a Japanese woman in this period where it was all right for women to do this because the real prestige stuff was stuff being done in the Chinese manner by men. Social imitation, then, was significant, but obviously less complete than the kinds of connections that developed in culture and in technology. A final area, and an intriguing one, where the Japanese seem to have learned from the Chinese, involved attitudes toward the wider world. China, as is well known, tended to think of itself as the epitome of civilization, with all other societies viewed as inferior and barbarian. And the Japanese picked up something of this attitude by osmosis, obviously arguing that Japan, in connection with China, was a very special place and little attention needed to be paid to the rest of the world. One world historian has actually wondered why Japan, in this period of clearly increased dynamism, didn't attempt a larger expansion effort. For example, possibly sailing into the Pacific. And we don't obviously know the answer. It's hard to answer historical negatives. But one reason may be that the Japanese were so focused on China, and through this to a sense that there was nothing to learn from other places, that the horizons were interestingly shaped and possibly interestingly limited. The second imitation example involves Russia and the Byzantine Empire. We've seen already how trade ran through Western Russia and Ukraine, what's technically known as Kievan Rus during this period, and connected it to the Byzantine Empire. Well, with trade obviously came other kinds of missions, and Russians frequently went to Constantinople for trading purposes, political missions, cultural exchange, that sort of thing. And Byzantine emissaries were active in Russia as well, missionary activity at the forefront. From these connections, Russia imported a variety of things from the Byzantine Empire. Cultural apparatus, again, was primary. The Russians got their writing system from the Byzantine Empire, from the Cyrillic adaptation of the Greek alphabet that was exported widely to East Central Europe, including Russia. Along with writing, the Russians, of course, got religion. The decision to emphasize Orthodox Christianity presumably involved this effort by Vladimir, the ruler of Russia, to distinguish among three options. Islam was rejected because it didn't allow alcohol. Western Catholicism was rejected because the Russians were worried about too much papal interference. That left the Orthodox faith, but frankly, there probably wasn't all that much choice. Given the Russian connections with Byzantium, this must have seemed quite obvious. Along with religion and writing came a wider cultural apparatus, conditioned only by the extent to which Russia was a less prosperous, less sophisticated urban society than Byzantium. But Byzantine architectural styles were widely imitated. Particularly interesting was the Russian adoption of the Byzantine tradition of iconography, of carefully worked paintings of saints, at which the Russians would ultimately become past masters, but which they did not, in fact, originate. Artistic, religious cultures widely imported, along with the basic apparatus of cultural transmission itself, the writing system. From the Byzantines also, Russian leaders incorporated at least some sense of political horizons. To the Russians, the Byzantine Empire was successor to Rome, and there could seem to be some sort of chain that connected Rome to Byzantium to Russia, and we will see this notion blossom in the next period of world history still more fully. Cultural imitation was primary, some technologies no doubt as well, but a political orientation was transmitted as well. Japan and Russia, two very different places, imitating two very different societies. Simply using China or the Byzantine Empire as models assure differentiation, nevertheless exhibit some striking similarities in terms of basic process. In each instance, various people in the imitating society feel that there's positive advantage not only in visiting but in copying aspects of the adjacent, more prosperous society. Cultural imitation seems to play a strikingly significant role, although other kinds of apparatus and ideas could be imported as well. And the process raises one other question that actually is crucial for the post-classical period and to some extent new in this period, but a question that we will have to deal with at various points from this juncture onward. The question is, how now that civilization is expanding and now that societies are deliberately imitating each other, how do you define civilization? The Japanese case is probably particularly clear. Japan imitated China. It did not, however, become Chinese. It didn't or couldn't imitate fully. So, now that civilization has reached Japan as a form of human organization, do we need to talk about Japanese civilization as well as Chinese? Or can we talk about a larger East Asian civilization zone in which Chinese influences are primary, but in which other societies, not only Japan but also Korea and Vietnam, sort of hover, participating in a number of common influences, including various aspects of cultural styles, including some exposure to Buddhism, certainly some exposure to Confucianism, but without becoming a clearly unified whole. It's a choice. You can answer either way. The advantage of seeing Japan as a separate civilization is you have to make fewer apologies. You have to back up less frequently and say, but don't forget Japan and China differed on this point. On the other hand, there's an obvious inefficiency. If we start labeling Japan a separate civilization, what do you do then with Korea and Vietnam? And how many civilizations do you end up with, and can you manage them? The efficiency of an East Asian civilization zone probably outweighs its drawbacks, but it clearly has drawbacks. It oversimplifies. A choice. The case of Russia is actually also intriguing, and we will have to encounter it later as well. World historians, frankly, have a good bit of trouble dealing with Russia because they don't quite know whether to say, well, it's part of European civilization because after all it becomes Christian, or is it part of a special Byzantine tradition, but it's not fully Byzantine? What do you do with it? My personal preference is to view Russia as a partial heir to a Byzantine East European tradition that will continue to distinguish it from Western Europe, thus two major civilization zones emerging in Europe, the West and the East Central East. But this is disputable. And among other things, it raises the question of where you draw the boundary line in East Central Europe. Among other things, it seems to fluctuate fairly often. So there's no fully happy resolution to this dilemma. The main point is to recognize it's a dilemma. Because imitation is becoming more important, the clear-cut boundary lines that separate one cultural zone from another are blurring. And we simply have to recognize that fact and recognize that some new kinds of choices, some new kinds of dilemmas emerge in consequence. The case of Southeast Asia is somewhat different. This was a period, the post-classical, in which a number of regional kingdoms emerged in Southeast Asia, in Thailand, in Burma, in parts of present-day Malaysia, and in parts of Indonesia. But at the same time, this was a region that received significant cultural and commercial influence from several other sources. Most important initially was, of course, India. And we've noted earlier that Indian traders reached into this region and sometimes brought with them Hinduism. The spread of Buddhism from India was even more striking, and from India also came inspiration to a number of regional writing systems, which were adapted, but nevertheless which utilized the Indian model. So an Indian derivation remains extremely significant. But Chinese influence would come in as well, particularly in the form of increasing trade activity from the Song dynasty onward. This, among other things, began to establish communities of Chinese merchants in certain parts of Southeast Asia. This would expand later on as well. So the Indian influence is modified by Chinese contacts, and then by the end of the post-classical period, a third stream of influence coming in the form of Islam and Islamic merchants, actually gaining the greatest religious success in many parts of this region of any of the three influences. This then, Southeast Asia, is a region that clearly is an active recipient of outside influences, an active zone of commercial exchange and travel exchange, but in which the fact that several different influences combine with local traditions sets up a pattern that's rather different from the Japanese and Russian cases, where there's a single model which the societies attempted to follow. Western Europe constitutes the fourth major case in the pattern we're discussing today. West Europe obviously needed some things less than Japan and Russia did from its potential inspirers. It already had an alphabet inherited from classical Rome. It already had, through missionary activities early in the post-classical period, it already had a religion, although in one sense this religion is borrowed. It's not native to Western Europe, as is well known. But West Europe did see the advantage. West European leaders of various sorts, political, cultural, and economic, did see clear advantages in imitating contacts both with the Byzantine Empire and with the Arab world. In part, as is quite well known in medieval European history, it utilized these contacts to regain knowledge of classical learning, scientific and philosophical particularly, literary to some extent, because the Byzantines and the Arabs preserved Hellenistic and Roman knowledge better than had been the case in West Europe itself. But imitating the classics via these models is really not the main point. From the Muslims and from the Byzantines, West Europeans also imitated a variety of technologies, and the eagerness of West European technological imitation becomes a striking aspect of the post-classical period. It imitated scientific concepts. Again, partly these were derived from Greek and Hellenistic work, but Europeans also benefited very directly from Arab advances in medicine, in mathematics, and in other fields. The West Europeans borrowed philosophically. The Arab debate over the boundaries between faith and reason was a debate that was transmitted back into Europe, where it made a great deal of sense in terms of Christian interests in rationalism as well. There was significant borrowing in the area of art. The Gothic arch, that quintessential artistic symbol of post-classical Western Europe, was in part adapted from the characteristic Islamic arch. The engineering principles were essentially the same, and the stylistic features very similar. Legal imitations also occurred. West Europe borrowed extensively from Islamic innovations in commercial law, among other things, learning that one could identify certain principles of commercial law that could transcend political boundaries and help protect merchants regardless of specific location. The West European debt, in other words, whether acknowledged or not, to Islamic and Byzantine example was considerable. This is not a case exactly like that of Japan and Russia. The imitation is a little more diffuse. Two societies are being utilized, not just one. But the notion of this as an extensive period of Western imitation is an important addition, or at least a heightened emphasis, for our view of post-classical Western Europe in this larger world history period. And we need to talk, as we will next time, we need to talk about what this partial revision does to our sense of the emergence of Western civilization more generally. The imitation process, going back to the general phenomenon, raises one final question that's actually intriguing for the period itself and possibly carries some interesting implications even for more contemporary situations. We've stressed, particularly with Japan and Russia, but really for all four cases, we've stressed the extent to which, along with technologies, cultural forms and styles seem to have been particularly eagerly sought. And one wonders why. Were these simply what were most impressive about the societies when student groups or merchants visited? The great buildings, the great artistic works, the polished literature? Or was there a need, as these new civilization regions were beginning to get going in the civilization process, was there a need first to establish some cultural bases before other things could be done? Because the striking omission from the pattern of imitation, though not for want of trying, was significant capacity to imitate the model in the area of politics. And here we need to go back to three separate stories, those stories with ultimately the same point. Japan, Russia, and Western Europe were keenly aware that political models existed that were considerably superior to their own decentralized political situation. As Japan began to imitate China, there was a deliberate and frankly quite understandable desire to import the Chinese imperial system. After all, Japanese princes were sponsoring the student voyages. They surely wished to enhance their own political power. What better than to introduce a powerful notion of emperor, a powerful bureaucracy supplemented by Confucianism? So for the better part of a century, the Chinese example was widely incorporated into Japanese political activity, but the effort failed. Japan simply could not at that point sustain that degree of centralization. Mountain and island barriers possibly impeded, lack of political experience and legitimacy possibly impeded, but as Japan successfully imitated aspects of Chinese culture, economic activity, social forms, it notably departed from Chinese example in politics. And the Japanese solution during the bulk of the post-classical period would be a form of feudalism, a form of relationships between regional lords and vassals that led to a great deal of internal warfare, could be utilized to construct some larger political patterns, could be utilized to inspire larger systems of loyalty that many people have argued are extremely influential in Japanese history since that point, but which definitely did not generate anything like the Chinese political model. Russia, as we've already noted, Russian leaders were keenly aware of Byzantine political example, and Russian rulers were capable of pronouncements that could make them sound like Junior League Byzantine autocrats. So they could say, my subjects will do this, my subjects will convert to Christianity, as though they wielded the power of a great imperial bureaucracy. They did not. Russia had central rulers during much of the post-classical period, some initially perhaps imported from Scandinavia, but they did not establish a tightly organized political system. There was a great deal of looseness, a great deal of negotiation and horse trading between the ruler and local aristocrats. This was a decentralized political system, despite the existence of a clear centralized political model. And the West European case, broadly speaking, is just interestingly similar. The West Europeans had one clear shot at a more centralized, coordinated political structure, and this shot occurred under Charlemagne in the early 9th century. Charlemagne was clearly aware of the Roman Empire's example, but he was also aware of the Byzantine Empire and of the Arab Caliphate, and there was a clear interest in developing a large central kingdom or empire, and Charlemagne's realm extended to northern Italy, very northern Spain, through France, the Low Countries, and parts of western Germany. It was an impressive geographic amalgam. And briefly, it looked like Western Europe might beat the odds, and at an early phase of its development, managed to create a substantial and possibly sophisticated political structure. But like the Japanese effort with China, this attempt failed. Charlemagne lacked the resources and possibly the experience to set up a really independent bureaucracy. He ended up reinforcing West European feudalism, which was a system interestingly similar to that which was the Japanese fallback. Charlemagne's heirs, his grandsons, split his realm into three, hinting at the later development of France on the one hand, Germany on the other, and then an intermediate territory that would always be something of a no man's land, embracing the Low Countries, Switzerland, northern Italy, etc. And the effort simply foundered. West Europe during the post-classical period emerged as yet another society in which loose political structures, loose political rule predominated. So, obvious question. Is this somehow a logical pattern in which societies that prove quite capable of imitating aspects of other societies' cultures and who use this imitation rapidly to speed up artistic, literary, and cultural development, are these simply inherently less able to utilize political example? Does culture have to come first? Is there a period of political gestation necessary before a society can imitate another society's political achievements? And if this is so, is this a case in point that still applies in the world today? We have a number of instances in the world today in which societies seek or are told to seek political inspiration from societies who have more political experience. Is this a particularly hard thing to imitate? Or is the experience of the post-classical period, where politics clearly lagged behind culture, is this simply confined to that period and no longer applicable to the world today? I don't have an answer to this question, but I think the post-classical patterns do pose an intriguing question. The post-classical period saw, obviously, a great deal of deliberate and a substantial amount of successful imitation. New connections were forged between societies in which civilization was a new phenomenon and societies in which the patterns were better established. These connections were never complete. These connections never erased issues about civilization definition, as between Russia and Byzantium, Japan, China, etc. But the fact that the questions could be raised at all suggests the importance of the imitation process. And one final point is equally obvious. All, at least three of the major cases explored today, involve societies, Japan, Russia, and Western Europe, that during the post-classical period itself were clearly somewhat on the peripheries of the most sophisticated patterns available in the world at that time. They did not have as advanced economies. They did not generate the goods for trade that the more established centers did. And as we've just been discussing, they clearly fell short of the political standards of China, the Caliphate, or the Byzantine Empire. But these three societies, and possibly Southeast Asia should be tossed into the mix as well, would use this period of imitation as gestation for a later emergence in world history in a much stronger fashion. And thus we see this period not only as one of imitation, but one of unwitting preparation of societies that would later play a much greater and more independent role on the world scene.
Lecture 15, Western Civilization in World Context.
The great Indian leader Gandhi, according to the story at least, was once asked what he thought about Western civilization, and he replied, "I think it would be a very good idea." He presumably was questioning at a time he was in struggle with the British whether the West was civilized. He presumably was not questioning whether the West was Western. I want to use the discussion today to muse a little bit about Western civilization in the world history context. We'll be focusing on two topics primarily, both of which have a bearing on the West as part of the post-classical world. The first topic is when an identifiable Western tradition can be uncovered and what it consisted of. And the second, more focused, involves situating the West in the post-classical world. We've already begun that process last time by talking about Western Europe as one of several imitating societies with some distinctive twists, but part of a larger pattern. And we'll certainly come back to that notion, but I want to add some issues about particular patterns of Western trade and particular patterns of Western dynamism toward the end of the post-classical period. The relationship between the history of Western civilization and world history we've already touched on. It is, frankly, complicated. You can't do both exactly at once. At least you can't do a full Western Civ program in the framework of world history, because the result would be to crowd out other societies or to view other societies either as irrelevant or as worth noting only when they're in contact with the West. And we've already seen that world historians really think that's a bad approach. It's almost better to stick to the West itself and not pretend you're dealing with the world as a whole at all. I want to be discussing today not just the issue of how much West can one deal with in a world history program. I want to be talking about what I think is a more subtle but also very real issue involving the Western Civ tradition when looked at through world history. And that's the extent to which the West is sometimes viewed almost unanalytically, as if it's a given that requires no particular thought. We can begin the discussion by situating the West among certain other kinds of definitional issues we've already evoked. I would argue, for example, and all of this is open to discussion, I would argue, for example, that it's harder to pinpoint the Western tradition, its origins, and its precise characteristics than it is with regard to China or India. China obviously has a tradition that goes back to presumably to the Shang dynasty, certainly to the classical period, and it always involves certain elements of the state, Confucianism, certain aspects of a technology tradition, etc. Indian history does not necessarily effectively go back to the first civilization on the subcontinent, Harappan civilization. We don't know about links there. But certainly once Indian society gets going in the classical period with the caste system, with Hinduism, with certain characteristic political features, you can start talking about an Indian tradition that's identifiable in its linkage between the classical period and today. Vastly changed. I mean, neither of these traditions, neither the Chinese nor the Indian, is static, but there's a clear pattern. Western civilization, it seems to me, is more complicated, partly because of the fall of the Roman Empire in the West. It is, of course, common and justifiable to go back to the classical period in looking for the origins of the Western tradition. And elements are certainly going to be there, either because they persisted despite the fall of Rome or because they were later revived. But there are also two problems in looking at the classical period as the origins of the West, and these need to be noted as well. Problem number one we've emphasized before, but it really bears repeating, is the extent to which the classical Mediterranean tradition fed not only the West, but also a number of other societies, Eastern Europe, quite obviously, the Arab world as well. This fact makes it a little bit difficult to pull out exactly what's Western in this tradition. For example, classical Greek and Hellenistic science unquestionably had a lingering influence, an impact that survived the classical period itself, but we've seen that this tradition was actively taken up in the Arab world. And in a sense, in the post-classical period, Western science, partly because it copied the Arabs, was really part of a scientific community that was indeed partially derived from Greece and Hellenism, but was widely shared and not distinctively Western at all. Later, arguably, the West will produce a more decisively different scientific tradition, but at this point, frankly, it's a bit hard to pull out. The same thing holds to the great debate between rationalism and faith. This was a debate that turns out to have been shared in the post-classical period in Islam and in Western Christianity alike. Interestingly, it was not a debate that particularly affected Eastern Christianity. In other words, there's heritage to the classical tradition. Unquestionably, it's not always distinctively Western. The second problem in overemphasizing the classical origins of a Western strand, the second problem involves how much of the classical tradition did not survive, or at least did not survive in any direct sense. Take a simple but not insignificant example. Classical Greek and Roman attitudes toward homosexuality did not form part of the West's later tradition with regard to homosexuality. It was a very different pattern. Whether the pattern emerged at the outset of Christianity or only later in the post-classical period has been debated, but there's simply no classical connection to characteristic Western attitudes toward homosexuality insofar as this forms a part, if a subterranean part, of a Western tradition. Or take that staple, and here I'm going to be very candid, I'm editorializing a little bit. Take that staple of American education, the notion that the West's democratic tradition goes back to Greece and Rome. Okay, Athens had a democracy. It's not exactly the modern form of democracy, but that's quibbling. It was a democracy. Rome had a subordinate democratic element in its republican constitution, although its main emphasis was on aristocratic rule. So unquestionably, there is a democratic strand in the classical Mediterranean past. It was not the predominant strand, but it was there. Unquestionably also, by the time one gets to the late 17th, 18th centuries and Western thinkers are beginning to think about democracy again, they will hark back to Greco-Roman example. I don't think this caused their thinking, but it certainly provided some rhetorical cover, and in that sense there is a tiny bit of connection. But we're talking about a gap of almost 2,000 years between the classical instance of democracy and anything like the contemporary Western one. Where's the filler? Where's the connection? Frankly, there isn't much. Democratic ideas appear in the West almost not at all in the post-classical period. There is a brief possibility in one popular rising in Rome in which classical traditions may have been still evoked and remembered. But the notion of a Western strand of democracy stretching from the classical period to the present, I think it's at the very least highly debatable, and in my view, it's a non-starter. It's an historical distortion. It's understandable because it lets us think that this political system we value today has these really venerable roots, but it just doesn't work. So, if the classical period raises two crucial kinds of questions about Western origin, what are the options? Nobody's denying, by the way, that some segments of the classical past would survive or be revived and would form part of the Western self-perception. I don't think, to take another tack, I don't think that defining the Western tradition, defining the West as a civilization, is as problematic as, say, defining Japanese or Russian civilizations, issues we talked about in our previous discussion. Japan raises huge questions about whether it should be seen as a separate entity, as a civilization, or as part of a larger Chinese-influenced East Asian whole. That issue does not clearly arise for the Western case. It's true, of course, that one needs to think about some common aspects to Christianity, which raise questions about the boundary lines between the West and the larger Christian whole. But on the whole, it seems to me most historians have been reasonably comfortable in arguing that the marked divisions between Western and East European versions of Christianity, which were sort of ratified and solidified in the 11th century with the Great Schism between East and West, these divisions in doctrine, in church organization, in church-state relationships, in religious artistic traditions, in philosophical traditions, these divisions make it fairly clear that the Western tradition is not Christianity as a whole, but a subset of it, initially, obviously, organized primarily by the Roman Catholic Church. So we're skating here between two levels of definitional difficulty. My argument is that the West is harder to define as a civilization tradition than India or China, or maybe even the Middle East, but easier than certain cases where imitation was even more rampant, as in the Japanese instance, or possibly the Russian. I would argue, and this brings us back to the period we're examining more generally, I would argue that it's in the post-classical period specifically that one really finds some distinctive features that become demonstrably Western and fairly durably so, although of course they too will change over time, just as is true with any civilization tradition. And if this is so, what are these features? Let me suggest 3 or 4. First, in the post-classical period, obviously, the West was defined by Roman Catholic Christianity. So there was, in that particular version of Christianity, the origins of some distinctive Western features, and there was also an organizational basis that one can look to as well. Obviously, the Western tradition of Christianity posited a certain degree of separation between a distinct church institution, a distinct religious tradition, and political structures. Now, these distinctions could be blurred. In point of fact, states often muscled in on the church, and the church often muddied its own waters by calling on state aid when it might have been better suited to try to solve its own problems by itself. But the notion of a distinctive version of Christianity and a partial separation between a religious sphere and a political sphere strike me as one element in what one might call an emerging Western tradition, different obviously from the East European Christian tradition, but different from Islam and other parts of Asia as well. Second component, the post-classical period, through the particular Western form of feudalism, its dominant political system, not immediately but ultimately developed a clear, if at this point pre-modern, parliamentary tradition. Feudalism was ultimately taken to read that rulers had something of an obligation to consult with their vassals and possibly other elements of their constituency in making certain crucial decisions, particularly where taxation and budgets were involved. This parliamentary tradition, which flowed out of Western feudalism, it didn't result from Japanese feudalism, which had a rather different, if equally important, later heritage. This Western parliamentary tradition shows up in Spain, in England, and elsewhere by the 13th centuries and becomes a durable part of Western political structures most of the time thereafter. There are other traditions in other parts of the world that also involve consultation with councils. One doesn't want to overdo this distinctiveness, but along with church-state relations in Western Christianity, I would posit this as at least a possible defining piece. A third component, and this one needs to be stated particularly carefully, involves the political power and independence of Western merchants as their traditions emerged in the post-classical period as well. Now, the care here needs to be directed toward emphasizing that the West was not the world's commercial leader in the post-classical period. It wasn't even necessarily a leader in capitalism. Islam had a great deal more capitalism than the West did at this point. But what I'm arguing here is that as Western merchants began to gain greater dynamism, participating in trade throughout various sectors of Europe and then even in interregional trade, their vigor, their commercial activity, was less constrained by political regulation than would be true in the Middle East or China, other centers of actually more sophisticated merchant activity, but where state regulation and state supervision were more present as well. Here then are three possibilities. Others might add a couple of additional. In addition to church and church-state, parliament, and a particular sphere of independence for merchants, some authorities on Western Europe in this period have argued that Christianity helped the West generate a particular sense of the superiority of man over nature that would make the West particularly interested in new technologies, not at this point a world technological leader, but particularly interested in new technologies either of their own invention or as they could be borrowed from other societies. This is at least worth thinking about. And finally, although this one actually develops more clearly a bit later on, there's an interesting argument about a distinctive kind of Western family structure that would emerge beginning at the end of the post-classical period and then intensifying in the centuries thereafter. A family structure in which ordinary people married fairly late, thus having an emphasis on nuclear families, husband-wife families, in which wives and husbands had to collaborate or conflict, particularly directly, that contrasted with the extended family traditions that described actually most of the rest of the world one way or another. Here's another interesting Western ingredient, a less expected one, that might be worked into a definition of Western origins. All right. The first issue then involves the possibility that we are well served in looking at the post-classical period as really a formative one for Western civilization, in which certain classical traditions could be incorporated or reutilized, in which certain activities developed simply as a result of imitation of other societies, but in which, in a few crucial areas of political relationships, social and economic relationships, something of a set of Western themes is beginning to emerge that we can trace from that point onward, just as we can trace Indian or Chinese traditions even earlier on. The second aspect of positioning the West in the post-classical period is in one sense an easier one, and we started the process again by talking about the West as an imitator. The West, obviously, if you look at the West in relationship to the other societies operating in the post-classical period, the West was long a rather backward society. Muslims, who were not necessarily totally intolerant of Christianity, tended to look on West Europeans as clumsy, unsophisticated, possibly good warriors, a somewhat football player image of Western society that we perhaps have retained traces of even today. This was not a Western civilization that commanded great respect in Islam, and doubtless the Muslims were being unfair, just as we've returned the favor in more recent periods, but the sense of a serious civilization gap was perceptible and, to some extent, defendable in terms of the West's position in world affairs. The West, obviously, many Western leaders in various spheres of activity felt this gap directly as well. This is why, among other things, they proved such eager imitators. This is why they frequently traveled to other places in Muslim Spain, in the Byzantine Empire, in Egypt, and were filled with awe at the standards of living, at the urban cultures they encountered there. This is why the Crusades, called obviously in a burst of a sense of religious superiority and obligation, called to urge Western leaders to retake the Holy Land from Islam. This is why the Crusades actually ended up having their primary impact on the West as a revelation of the gap between Western living standards and those of the Middle East as a spur to new levels of Western trade and Western consumption. Western society in the post-classical period poised, I think, somewhat uneasily between a firm conviction sometimes pressed to the point of absolute cruel intolerance, a firm conviction that this was a society that possessed essential religious truth as no other society did, on the one hand, and on the other, a nagging sense that despite this religious superiority, in virtually every other aspect, this society was somewhat backward, somewhat lagging. The West also faced a particular issue that we need to discuss a little bit today and then come back to as we go back to a larger world schema. We've seen, and it's quite obvious, that the West participated actively in post-classical trade, and this activity increased as Western society gained vigor, particularly from about 900 or 1000 CE onward. Western merchant activity pressed into the Mediterranean. Italian ships, particularly from Venice and Genoa, began to carry trade actively in the Mediterranean, ferrying passengers and goods from Islamic societies as well as from the West itself. The West entered increasingly into interregional trade patterns, but it did so with two obvious disadvantages. The first is fairly well known but deserves emphasis, and that was the extent to which it inevitably, for some of the goods that were most sought after in the West from interregional trade, it inevitably depended on Islamic middlemen. It had to go, Western traders had to go to Egypt or to the Eastern Mediterranean in order to seek the goods that would come from India, from China, or the Middle East itself. And this meant, quite simply in terms of economics, an additional price to pay to an additional series of middlemen, but even more, it meant the necessity of dealing with emissaries of a religion that was viewed as heretical and inferior to Christianity, an awkward cultural position as well as a slightly awkward economic one. The bigger problem, however, was what in modern parlance we would call a balance of payments issue. The West wanted goods from various parts of Asia. It wanted spices, it wanted silks, etc. What was it to use to pay for these goods? Western manufacturing offered almost nothing to world trade. It was a manufacturing system that improved during the post-classical period itself. Textile products became better. New kinds of woolens were introduced. So within the Western sphere itself, there were clear manufacturing gains, but this was simply not world-class manufacturing. The West had no distinctive minerals or agricultural products to offer. There was a little bit of gold available, and the West had some silver resources, but it was not nearly as well endowed in this regard as, say, Africa was. So the West faced an obvious dilemma. It wanted goods that it had difficulty paying for in terms of the strengths of the Western economy itself. A revealing moment occurred. Now, this is strictly slightly after the post-classical period itself, but it carries the themes onward that I'm discussing here. A revealing moment occurred when the Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama rounded the southern tip of Africa and reached India in 1498-99. He brought with him on this first trip some Western textile goods, woolens, that the Indians didn't want. They had much better textiles. He brought some crude metal pots and products. Indians didn't want those. They had much better metal products. He happily did bring some gold. This they did like, and this allowed him to purchase enough to take Indian products back to Portugal and persuade the king that a regular series of voyages would be desirable in the future. Without the gold, he would have been lost. And as we will discuss later, when he went back the second time, he had a remedy, but it was not a remedy that reflected any particular European economic gains. Europe then existed in the post-classical world as an increasingly eager participant in larger Afro-Eurasian patterns, but a participant at some disadvantage, either because of the greater recency of cultural and political and economic achievements, or because of basic resource position, or both. One response, And this is clearly emerging in the post-classical period itself. One response was to become particularly eager imitators of developments, and particularly technological developments, elsewhere. And here, to a real extent, the West would luck out. Toward the end of the post-classical period, two things happened that began to create new opportunities for the West. In the first place, regional competitors, particularly the Byzantine Empire, to a lesser degree the Arabs, regional competitors encountered some new difficulties. Arab political unity shattered. The Byzantine Empire declined increasingly to the extent that Western trips actually raided Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade. This may have relaxed some of the tension on Western Europe, but the more important point was that new opportunities arose to borrow major new technologies from other societies that could help the West over time answer the question, how do we get out of this fix? How do we more clearly match our sense of religious superiority to our relationships with our neighbors? How do we resolve the balance of payment problems in ways that will allow us to participate more successfully, more freely in larger world trade? The imitation opportunities occurred vis-a-vis the Middle East, and from the Middle East we've seen the West eagerly borrowed a number of technological and cultural devices, but opportunities also opened up in new Western connections with China. And from China, at the end of the post-classical period, the West would take a number of technological items, the compass we've mentioned before, but the great ones were explosive powder, invented by the Chinese and used by them for military purposes, but on a somewhat limited scale. The West would learn about explosive powder, would adopt it as their own, and would, by the early 14th century, begin to add formally made guns to the utilization of this powder, guns and cannon, in ways that differed from Chinese patterns. And the second great borrowing, utilized a little later, was, of course, the printing press, initially invented in Korea and China, carried to Western Europe during the same late post-classical period, and put to use by a variety of inventors, but particularly Gutenberg in 1450, right at the end of the period in question. It's always possible to look at the West at the end of the post-classical period at a point where the West is on the verge of beginning to assert a new and more active world role. It's always possible to look at internal developments in the West itself. Quite clearly, Western political capacities were beginning to improve in the last centuries of the post-classical era with the emergence of feudal monarchies. Very clearly, military rivalries in the West, the frequency of war, the frequency of feudal conflict or conflict among monarchies, helped spur the West's interest particularly in technological developments, either imported or homegrown, that had military implications. Christian inspiration in the Crusades, or later in Spain and Portugal as they chased the Muslims out during the later stages of the post-classical period. Christian missionary inspiration might inspire the West to new levels of activity. And early facets of the Renaissance, presumably a new spirit in Western cultural affairs, might inspire new Western activity onward. There's no question that textbooks in Western civilization routinely assume that changes within the West in the later post-classical centuries leading to the Renaissance were the crucial determinants of later Western activity in the world as a whole. But a world historian, I think, can legitimately, and I don't think this is an anti-Western stance, take a slightly more cautious view. Possibly new opportunities for imitation and the results in terms of new world role actually came first and then helped inspire changes internally in the West that would amplify the Western tradition, that would build on it in ways that become familiar parts of the Western story.
Lecture 16, The Mongol Years.
We're talking in this session about an extraordinary period in world history that covers much of the 13th and 14th centuries, 100 to 150 years. This is a period that can be known now as the Mongol era or interlude in world history, and it had some decisive results for most of the societies in Europe and Asia, although the results differed from one case to the next. I can't think of a people that have been so reconstituted in the historical view as have been the Mongols in the last decade or so. When I took history, if the Mongols were mentioned at all, it was with a grimace and an apology because they were bloodthirsty barbarians who killed a lot of people to no purpose whatsoever. More recently, the Mongols can be seen as an unusually tolerant people who managed to establish a political system that facilitated interregional contact to a greater extent than had ever before been possible or would be possible for some time thereafter in world history. A decisive interlude in which the general theme of interregional contact was directly intensified and furthered in ways that, in broad outline, would survive the Mongol period itself, though we need to come back to this at the end of the discussion today. In 1999, The Economist magazine, a respectable, rather conservative British periodical, named Genghis Khan the man of the millennium, an extraordinary accolade. Think of all the other candidates. Now, this was probably partly due to his military achievements. Here was a nomadic leader who managed to defeat much of one of the great civilizations in history at the time, the Chinese. But it was really more a tribute to Genghis as the first of a succession of Mongol rulers who would manage to administer conquest reasonably wisely and who would use conquest deliberately to accelerate the contact among different kinds of people. Whether he deserves the honor or not, frankly, is immaterial. I think the notion of choosing the man or the person of 1,000-year span is a little silly. I would want at least 3 choices personally. But the revision is striking. The Mongols have now if anything, a revered place in world history, in contrast to the dustbin to which they'd been traditionally relegated. Probably, as in any revision, this one may have pressed a bit too far. The Mongols could be cruel. Genghis Khan could kill urban civilians in order to set examples to other cities so they would yield more quickly to his forces. After all, the Mongols did not have a terribly numerous army, and they needed to use devices of intimidation to bolster their chances of success. And undoubtedly, Mongol rulers subsequently were not only seen as disruptive and terrifying, but could be disruptive and terrifying. Certainly that was the widespread impression among Russians as Mongol invasions penetrated that society. So we don't need to whitewash the slate entirely. There are downsides to the Mongol experience. And here we may perhaps not pay sufficient attention to casualties and cruelties of the past, but the dominant revisionist picture does seem valid. This was an important episode in world history that furthered connections in ways that had durable results and, to some extent, began a process of reshuffling among major societies in ways that would have durable consequences as well. We don't know precisely why the Mongols decided to invade China. This was, in one sense, the last of a series of eruptions from Central Asia, from the nomadic territories of Central Asia that had earlier seen groups like the Indo-Europeans, the Huns, pour out. Probably some combination of population pressure in a nomadic economy that was fairly fragile, and political rivalries, which were undoubtedly involved in the immediate environment of Genghis Khan. Probably some combination encouraged the Mongols to look to the rich society to their east, and divisions in China itself The Mongols had long been one of several border people who were harassing the Chinese and pressing into what was traditionally Chinese territory during the Song dynasty. Probably opportunities in terms of Chinese imperial decline encouraged the process as well. In any event, early in the 13th century, Genghis Khan did invade China and conquered a good bit of it, and the conquest was completed in ensuing decades so that his grandson, the great Kublai Khan, the Khan that Marco Polo encountered, if indeed he went to China, the great Kublai Khan was ruler of China entire. And this Mongol rule in China, known in Chinese as the Yuan dynasty, this Mongol rule would last for the better part of the ensuing century. In China, the Mongols occupied a really interesting and distinctive position. They used the Chinese government system, they used Confucian values, and they used the Chinese bureaucracy, even though many bureaucrats resented them greatly. The Mongols were, once in power at least, tolerant. They saw the advantage of not overturning established systems. They didn't insist on identifying their own ways and ramming them down people's throats. The Mongols did, however, actually disapprove of many aspects of Chinese values. They found Chinese court life stultifying and continued to live in tents outside capital cities. They didn't like the Chinese gender system. Mongols were among the nomadic peoples, and nomads varied greatly in this regard. Mongols were among the nomadic peoples who gave women a considerable voice in political decision-making. The wife of Kublai Khan was instrumental in calming him down on occasion and urging that he adopt restraint toward Chinese traditions. But no question, the Mongols thought that foot binding and the subjugation of women in the post-classical Chinese fashion was a bad thing. And the Chinese reciprocated by coming to detest the Mongols with that kind of resentment that combines disdain for barbarian, unwashed peoples. I don't personally know Mongol bathing habits. The stereotype was probably pressed too far. But the combination of disdain for a people viewed as inferior who nevertheless had decisive power. And the Chinese would work assiduously to throw this new dynasty out, which they accomplished toward the end of the 14th century. But actually, Mongol rule in China itself brought clear economic benefits. Chinese manufacturing developed further. Chinese opportunities to trade with other parts of the world expanded. Indeed, the Mongols intensified the kind of Chinese relationship to the world network that we have seen developed earlier in the Song dynasty prior to the Mongol incursion. In China also, the Mongols utilized, along with Chinese bureaucrats, a variety of foreign peoples. This was a regime that was deliberately hoping to open up the societies it ruled to a wider set of influences. So Christians from Western Europe were welcomed. Marco Polo and his uncles were presumably used in Mongol administration. They had learned the Mongol language earlier, though they never learned Chinese. People from Persia were widely used. Nestorian Christians, a Christian branch that had long since migrated out of the Middle East, were used, and their places of worship newly tolerated. This was an interesting mix of successful adaptation of Chinese customs and a sort of welcome mat to peoples from other societies. And the net result, clearly, was trade benefits for China itself, even though this did not overcome Chinese hostility, and a new openness to China for peoples in a whole host of other places, including, of course, Western Europe itself. Mongol conquests soon surpassed the conquest of China. We've discussed earlier the importance of the Mongol invasion of the eastern part of the Middle East, where they conquered Baghdad and overthrew the last Arab caliphate. A Mongol Khanate was established in the eastern Middle East, including Persia, that held sway for several decades. Mongol Khanates fanned out in Central Asia, so for the first time, Central Asia became somewhat coherently politically organized. And the other great conquest of the Mongols involved Russia toward the end of the 13th century. Just as with the Middle East and the Mongol success in overturning the caliphate, where earlier Arab political divisions increasingly unsuccessful efforts at caliphate rule helped prepare a successful invasion. Well before the Mongol invasion of Russia, Russian rulers were having increasing difficulties with restive nobles. They were having problems maintaining the coherence of the Russian territory. So, as is so often the case in history, successful invasion in this instance combined with prior internal weakness. But the result was a tremendous Mongol sweep across European Russia, exempting only a very few territories, but interestingly stopping short of pressing beyond the boundaries of Eastern Europe, thus sparing Western Europe and creating a new kind of division between the Russian experience and that of most of the rest of Europe, a division between direct Mongol rule and a good bit of anxiety, but frankly, ultimate freedom from this kind of invading pressure. Mongol efforts also pressed into Southeast Asia at key points. There are no really durable conquests involved, but this was brought into the Mongol horizon to some degree. So by the late 13th century, in what is one of the most amazing sweep of successful invasions in world history, perhaps the most amazing, Mongol rule had established khanates, interlocking khanates tied by blood relations and cultural affiliations from China in the east all the way to Western Russia in the west, from northern China and Russia in the north to the Middle East and incursions into Southeast Asia in the south, a block of territory that simply had no precedent in world history. The results are familiar and important. It became increasingly easy to travel back and forth overland from west to east and east to west. European travelers were obviously particularly important. Popes began to send Christian emissaries to the Mongols quite early with two purposes in mind. Initially, the biggest goal was defensive. Papal emissaries wanted to persuade the Mongols to stay out of Western Europe, to stay out of Catholic territory. But gradually, there emerged some hope that religious missions might convert some peoples in the Mongol realms, including in China, and make contacts with small Christian groups in these regions as well. Not a lot happened in that regard, but a number of papal emissaries went, and some increased knowledge of China resulted from these trips as well. The more famous trips, including, of course, the travels of the Polos, involved Western merchants, particularly from Italy, though there were French and others as well. Western merchants who went to the Mongol realms, taking advantage of the safe passage that the Khans could grant. You could enter one Khan territory and get a passage that would assure you favorable protection as you went onward. And although we know of only a few of these trips, and again, the Polos are particularly important, but there were trips by a few European Jews and others as well, the result actually uncovers a surprising number of Europeans who made it to China for one reason or another. There were European artists established in China, European entertainers, the opportunity to see a new place, possibly earn money in a new place, have a different kind of experience, was clearly widely stimulating. The consequences amplified, of course, the kinds of knowledge that exchanges had already been bringing to the world network. It was during this period that Europeans had a particularly clear opportunity to learn about Chinese technologies and to import some of them directly. They learned about some that they didn't take full advantage of. For example, Marco Polo describes the use of charcoal in smelting iron, the use of coal as well as charcoal in smelting iron, in ways that wouldn't be widely taken over in Europe for some time. But key Chinese developments, particularly printing and explosive powder, were crucial imports that passed west from the east at this point in time, and gradually would begin to create a process in which the huge traditional technology gap between East Asia and Western Europe would begin to be somewhat closed. That perhaps was one of the crucial long-term results of this process. Contacts also, as they accelerated in this period, had a downside. It was in the Mongol period that the Black Death began in China and spread quickly to the Middle East and Europe. The bubonic plague presumably, although there's some debate about this, bubonic plague presumably began in the Gobi Desert in western China, passed quickly into eastern China, and then because of the trade connections between China and other parts of the world, spread rapidly elsewhere. Bubonic plague began to be registered in Middle Eastern port cities by the middle of the 14th century and in Western European cities a couple of decades thereafter. In both these cases, death rates were appallingly high. Upwards of a quarter to a third of the population of Western Europe and the Middle East succumbed to the bubonic plague in a major population blow that would obviously have crucial effects on these societies thereafter. Interestingly, on balance, at least in the West European case, while the population blow was huge and had major dislocating effects in wage relationships, labor relationships, and major implications as well for religious retreat against this wrath of God. Interestingly, West European dynamism was not as significantly dented by this population blow as might have been imagined, and it's possible to suggest that the pluses of access to new technology may actually have outweighed the drawbacks of this level of mortality, though both factors would weigh on the European experience, not just at this point, but for many decades and even centuries thereafter. Mongol rule began to decline in the later part of the 14th century. The Mongols were unsuccessful in two efforts at invading Japan by sea, and while this was not necessarily a catastrophic setback, it did suggest some clear limits to the Mongol capacity to expand further. Most clearly, the Chinese began to organize more effectively against Mongol rule and chased the Mongols out in the latter part of the 14th century, quickly establishing a new dynastic cycle within China with the advent of the Ming dynasty, one of the dynasties that tended to crop up after a crisis period and could then enjoy, as the Ming did, many decades of subsequent success. Mongol rule in Russia ended later. The Mongols had operated in Russia as well as in China fairly tolerantly. They didn't insist on, for example, conversions away from Christianity. They levied taxes on the Russians, but they didn't interfere intensively in Russian administration. But the Russians unquestionably viewed the Mongol period as an outside tyranny, and indeed, perhaps because of previous Russian decline, the Mongol rule did not bring the economic benefits to Russia that it did to China. This was not a vibrant society under Mongol sway. But early in the 15th century, local Russian rulers, particularly around the Duchy of Moscow, local Russian rulers began to assert increasing independence from the Mongols. And by 1450, sort of ending the post-classical period in the Russian case, by 1450 began to establish an autonomous Russian area in the Moscow region, which became then the center of Russia from that time onward, somewhat eastward from the Russian centers during the post-classical period itself. The expulsion of the Mongols from China and then from Russia led to interesting subsequent reactions, both of which indicated the distaste that these peoples had felt for Mongol control, but which pointed in rather different directions. The Chinese would obviously be preoccupied not just with chasing the Mongols out, but with creating systems that might prevent their return. And the most coherent expression of this was the beginning of the dramatic reconstruction of the Great Wall of China to the form that it takes today. The Chinese wall previously had been an earthenworks wall. This wall was brick. It allowed massive patrols to operate on its surface, a huge, huge investment to seclude China from this direction of barbarian invasion. Russian reaction, partly because Russia was less protected by natural frontiers, Russian reaction was more in terms of a steady series of conquests, initially designed to push the Mongols farther and farther back, but a series that would turn into a durable Russian commitment to expansionism, a reaction in some ways rather similar to the Chinese. In both cases, you want to do something that will prevent this dreadful occupation from recurring, but which pointed specifically in quite opposite directions. Defensive in the one instance, expansionist and aggressive in the other. And this obviously would enter historical channels in subsequent periods in world history as well. The end of the Mongol period for world history more generally meant a return to increasing political barriers, including just sheer brigandage. It's important to realize that when we talk glibly about interregional travel and trade, without political controls, one of the huge barriers to regular contact and one of the huge costs of the whole system was the frequency with which bandits could beset groups of travelers, particularly in overland cases, but also on the seas. Overland travel became less possible. The opportunities to use overland travel to reach between Europe and China actually receded considerably for quite a good period of time. And thus the specific facilities that the Mongol period had offered come to an end. But there are further repercussions. The Mongol period needs to be seen as something of a rebalancing among major societies in Europe and in Asia. The impact on China was considerable, but in many ways somewhat fleeting. The Chinese perhaps deepened their hostility toward outsiders. They certainly, as I've already indicated, created defensive reactions designed to prevent this from happening in the future. But the Mongols had also confirmed China's importance in world manufacturing, and the Chinese would continue to enjoy this position for many centuries thereafter. An important modification of Chinese stance, therefore, but not a fundamental disruption. The long-term Mongol impact on Russia was, as I really have already suggested, more considerable in turning the Russians from a somewhat regional people to an increasingly aggressive and expansionist people. This would be a major theme of the next period in world history and continues to be some preoccupation even today. The Mongols had an interesting impact on Japan. The Japanese, having faced two Mongol invasions, and been spared, in one case because of a typhoon that destroyed the Mongol fleet. The Japanese referred to this as a divine wind. The Japanese began to think that perhaps they were not only, along with China, the pinnacle of world civilization, but perhaps they were the pinnacle of world civilization even aside from China. Because after all, the Mongols had taken China, they didn't take Japan. So a Japanese sense of isolation from, superiority to much of the rest of the world, and newly applying this even to relationships to China would be an interesting factor in world history in the succeeding period. Mongol impact on Western Europe was obviously decisive. The Europeans simply lucked out. I don't think there's any other way to play it. This was just one of those fortunate accidents in world history that one needs to acknowledge sometimes occur. The Europeans lucked out. The Mongols didn't invade them at all. They got a little scared. There were some borderline clashes in Hungary and elsewhere, but they did not have the cost or anxiety of direct invasion, and the fear abated fairly quickly as well. What they did get was the benefit of this century of unusually free contact with Asia, unusual opportunities to import Asian technologies, and they used this to the hilt. As indicated, the Europeans, whatever their other faults or virtues, turned out to be an excessively zealous, imitating people at this point. They knew a good thing when they saw one. They knew the advantages that new kinds of weaponry could bring in a society that was highly militaristic, in which each local ruler, each local feudal monarch was interested in whatever advantage could be obtained, so the Europeans took to Chinese explosive powder exceedingly quickly and adapted it to new metallurgical techniques that allowed the manufacture of guns and cannons so that the explosive force could be more clearly directed and targeted. They would make use of printing as well in ways that would have deep implications for European culture and bureaucracy. The Europeans, in other words, clearly were the leading beneficiaries from this Mongol era, perhaps benefiting in part because of their own alertness to the possibilities of imitation. You don't want to withdraw a European attribute here, but beneficiaries also of a simple concatenation of forces that has to be termed just good luck. It would be stretching it to apply the Mongol experience to other societies, but I do want to mention one other case because we'll return to it in a session quite soon. Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, had no particular impact from the Mongol experience one way or the other. African goods did reach the Mongols. This was part of the long-distance trading patterns. So certain African animal products were used as decoration by Mongol rulers, but the African experience itself was not significantly affected. Africa continued to deal with the rest of the world mainly through the medium of Islamic traders, and these traders were largely buffered from Mongol impact. This meant that Africa was not disrupted, as some parts of the world were, by the Mongol experience, but it also meant that the Africans had no particular stimulus to learn from new technological opportunities. This was a null case, in other words, that would contrast quite interestingly with the experience of Western Europe. The decline of the Mongol system could have overwhelmed the pattern of intensifying interregional contacts that we have so vigorously emphasized for the post-classical period. It certainly diverted contact opportunities. Overland contacts had to recede. The great travelers that we mentioned a session ago, the people like Ibn Battuta, who utilized Mongol systems as well as Islamic systems to travel such long distances in relative security, these travelers were increasingly a thing of the past. You couldn't do that safely overland anymore. But the system was so successful in its larger sense, the importance of exchanging goods and information was so considerable that it readily survived the Mongols, and the question, as ultimately posed by the end of the 14th century, was not whether world contacts would recede. That could have been a question. It turned out not to be, because the importance of contacts was so well established. The question rather was what system, under whose sponsorship, would replace the Mongols, and what routes would they use? The answer was almost surely increasing use once again of waterways. But what routes would they use, and what societies would particularly benefit? This was, again, an extraordinary world history period, sort of the last fling of the post-classical era, the system that briefly replaced the system that the Arabs had created earlier on, that extended it and extended its benefits. But it was not the last gasp of global interconnections. That chapter was about to reopen in new ways in the 15th century.
Lecture 17, Civilizations in the Americas and in Africa.
One of the remaining puzzle pieces to fit together for the post-classical period involves dealing with civilizations in the Americas and in sub-Saharan Africa, and pretty obviously, that's the focus of our discussion right now. Both cases illustrate the broad theme of the expansion of the geographical range and variety of civilizations in the post-classical period, but we need to do more than simply mention that obvious fact. We need to talk about how we can use these final two cases directly, or in one case indirectly, to illustrate some of the other key themes of the post-classical period. Civilizations in the Americas began before the post-classical period, indeed for fairly obvious reasons, since the Americas were not directly connected to Asia, Europe, and Africa. The periodization of the post-classical period is somewhat artificially imposed on the Americas. Early civilizations emerged in Central America, and suggestions of early civilization also a bit later in the Andes. The post-classical period itself captures the final flowering of Mayan civilization in Central America, the later decline of the Mayans, and the emergence of a mixed Mayan-Toltec society in many parts of Central America. And then finally, still in Central America, the emergence in the mid-14th century of a new Aztec empire. The Aztecs were immigrants from the north coming into central Mexico and other parts of Central America. This Aztec empire was constructed in the later 14th century and would flourish during much of the 15th. The post-classical period also captures the development of further civilization activities in the Andes, and particularly, though quite late in the post-classical period, the emergence of the Inca Empire from about 1400 onward, stretching over an amazingly long swath of territory along the Pacific coast of what is now Latin America. Key developments in American civilizations in this post-classical period obviously emphasize the continued improvements in agriculture. American societies were based on the cultivation of several key crops, particularly corn, but also in the Andes, the potato. A number of other additional crops were added to this mix. The emphasis on agriculture, the careful organization of cultivation, produced some amazing population concentrations and opportunities for the emergence of impressive cities. By the 14th and 15th centuries, probably as many as 25 million people concentrated in the central Mexican plateau around the capital city of the Aztecs. And this was a concentration that rivaled any other in the world. It would greatly impress early European visitors who marveled at the monumental style of buildings in the cities, again, the careful organization of agriculture around irrigation systems, carefully terraced hillsides, etc. So agriculture and a carefully organized agricultural economy was one key feature of these American civilizations. Trading activities were also extensive. Trading networks ran through Central America. And the Inca Empire was based on trading patterns that actually not just connected different parts of the Inca territory, but ran up and down the Andes Mountains with different specializations at each level and trade along this altitude parameter as well. A second focus, along with economy, agriculture, and trade, a second focus for the American civilizations involves the emergence of impressive and interesting cultural forms. These were polytheistic societies, often, particularly in Central America, focusing on some rather fierce gods and goddesses, some of whom took animal form, which would inspire some interesting and dramatic art. American cultures, particularly again in Central America, also emphasized impressive scientific developments. The Mayans were one of only a few societies independently to develop the concept of zero. They introduced an elaborate set of calendar calculations, among other things. They were aware that the Earth is round. The scientific achievements of this society were most impressive indeed. So, the post-classical period sees an expansion territorially of American civilizations, a further flowering of cultural and economic developments, two impressive empires developed toward the end of the post-classical period, both of them, both the Aztec and the Inca, based on tributes paid by subject people. In the case of Central America particularly, there was extensive use of slavery, but this is a key set of societies that needs to be added to the list of crucial developments in the post-classical period. This said, there is a question, and it's been fairly vigorously debated, about how you place the American patterns into a larger world framework in this pre-Columbian post-classical age. Charles Mann recently published a very impressive book, big book, called 1491, in which he takes world historians, including myself, in one of my textbooks, to task by name for failing to do full justice to the richness and detail of pre-1492 American history. And the point is well taken. But there are a couple of issues that I would continue to stress, even in acknowledging the impressive historical work that increasingly builds our picture of what American societies were like and how rich and varied they were before the arrival of the Europeans. The key point from a world history standpoint, in addition to registering on these important cases and indicating some of their main outlines, the key point is to recognize that these societies were indeed isolated. They had no effective contact with other parts of the world. And while this in no sense hampered their development during the post-classical period or indeed before, again, impressive economic achievements, impressive monuments, impressive cultural apparatus, it did create certain vulnerabilities once contact was established, which obviously began in 1492. The vulnerabilities were these. First of all, American societies, for all their impressive economic achievements, and in many ways this fact makes the achievements even more significant, American societies lacked certain key technologies. They had no metal use. They used gold and silver for ornamentation, but their weaponry, their tools, did not embrace metals. Obviously, had they had contact with other societies where metal use was established, this would have been fairly automatic. Nor did they utilize the wheel. They had wheels on toys, interestingly, but they did not incorporate wheels into other aspects of their activities. Again, this can make their capacity to build large, dense population networks all the more impressive, but it certainly made them vulnerable comparatively once contact was established. So, technology gap is a key point. Animal gap is a second point. The Americas possessed relatively few domesticated animals. There were guinea pigs, there were dogs, there were turkeys, obviously potential sources of food all. And in the Andes, there were light burden-carrying animals in the llamas and alpacas. But the rich mix of potentially domesticable animals that existed in Afro-Eurasia was simply absent in the Americas. And this also would be a liability not before 1492, but once contact was established. Most important, of course, was a disease gap. Because they had no routine contact with other parts of the world, peoples in the Americas were extraordinarily vulnerable to diseases that had been acclimatized in Afro-Eurasia, notably diseases such as smallpox and the measles. Again, didn't matter. During the post-classical period, there was no new exposure. But once contact was established, again, American societies would suffer, and frankly, suffer quite dreadfully. This means, obviously, that the 1492 divide between the Americas before contact and the Americas after contact is particularly crucial because given technology, animal, and disease vulnerabilities, American developments would be more fully superseded by European and African patterns. American political, social, and cultural leadership would in essence be decapitated, and that means in turn there's less obvious continuity between the Americas in the post-classical period and what would happen next. So, it's very important to recognize that the developments in the Americas were significant. Important also to discuss possibilities of casual contact. I have students all the time who come up with the knowledge of this or that National Geographic special and say, but didn't the Polynesians have an expedition that drifted to the Americas? Wasn't there contact with Asia? And the answer is frankly, maybe yes, but it didn't matter because no contact was established that was significant enough to remove the Americas from this category of isolation from the larger world network. Significant contact, obviously, would have brought technological diffusion would have brought animal diffusion, would have brought disease diffusion, and that would have altered the face of American history well before 1492. There are reasons to study the Americas. They can usefully be compared with other early civilizations. Some scholars have noted a vague similarity, for example, between the Inca Empire with its emphasis on a divine ruler and ancient Egypt, and they've contrasted this with a slightly more Mesopotamian-like Central America, and this kind of comparison is a useful addition to our analysis of early civilizations, though it may not do full justice to the Americas. There were certainly American legacies to the wider world, particularly in the category of food, and we don't want to forget these aspects either. And finally, perhaps most important, although American society was overwhelmed after 1492, it was not absolutely obliterated. And important traces of earlier artistic impulses, important traces of polytheistic religion that could be fused with Catholic saints, for example, important aspects of local village organization and agricultural practice, these would survive particularly in areas like Central America and the Andes, where concentrations of Native American populations were particularly great. But it's also important to recognize the legacy here was limited. The problem of figuring out how to integrate the American patterns of the post-classical period with the larger patterns remains considerable. I should add very briefly that something of a similar dilemma applies to activities in Pacific Oceania during the post-classical period. Here, too, societies had developed early, and they then became isolated from larger patterns. Important activities occurred in, for example, Polynesia during the post-classical period, with the establishment of human settlements in what is now known as New Zealand. But again, these patterns, which were somewhat less elaborate than the civilizations of the Americas, though they included interesting artistic efforts and interesting social and political structures, these efforts also have to be taken as a separate case, an isolated case that merely has to be noted. It can't easily be fit into the larger patterns of world history during this period. The case of sub-Saharan Africa is absolutely different. And indeed, there's a risk in pairing Africa and the Americas in this period. The clearest connection is a fallacious one, but it needs to be mentioned. Until fairly recently, African history was viewed as almost as much in no man's land as American history has been viewed until recently. Example. I had the privilege a decade or so ago of working on an encyclopedia of world history, a new edition. And the earlier edition, which was extremely impressive, involved all sorts of significant scholarship, devoted literally one page to developments in sub-Saharan Africa from the origins of social activity until the end of the post-classical period, i.e. until the arrival of the Europeans. And while this coverage had a few interesting bits of data, it was shrouded with statements like early African history is covered by obscurity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is absolutely wrong. We now know a lot about post-classical African history, and even African history before that point. We know that it was quite varied, and we know that, in fact, in contrast to the Americas, it fit quite directly into the larger patterns of the post-classical period, including active connections with what we've described earlier as the world network. Agriculture and ironworking were introduced early into Africa, and in the case of agriculture, may have actually been independently invented there. Can't be sure. Again, we know there were several cases of discrete invention, and the African case is a possibility. The spread of agricultural and ironwork south of the Sahara proceeded relatively steadily before the post-classical period itself, and then during the early centuries of the post-classical period. An important effort of diffusion was undertaken in a process known as the Great Bantu Migrations, with peoples originally located in West Central Africa, steadily migrating southward and then eastward, bringing agriculture and ironworking with them, and in their wake, increasingly also possibilities for new kinds of political organization. The spread of the Bantus was a major development. Also, in terms of connections among African language groups, it's an important process which, again, precedes the post-classical period but continues during its early phases as well. Early civilized activities in sub-Saharan Africa focused, as we've already noted, in the Upper Nile area, in some connection to developments in Egypt. Significant states and cultures developed in Kush and Askum in the Upper Nile region, and then there followed the development of Ethiopia and the establishment of an Ethiopian state. These activities were in considerable connection with patterns in the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean, which is one reason that Ethiopia very early received influences from Judaism and then later from Christianity, becoming one of the major Christian strongholds on the sub-Saharan African subcontinent. In the post-classical period itself, as we have already suggested in earlier discussions, two centers of activity developed, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, one stretching along the Indian Ocean coast, in mixed Arab-African communities, the Swahili Belt, a very active set of trading societies, developing a written language, developing city-state type political organizations, obviously in close commercial and cultural contact with the Middle East particularly. Larger kingdoms emerged in sub-Saharan West Africa. Sometimes they're called Sudanic kingdoms after the Arab word for black. They began with the Kingdom of Ghana, which actually originated slightly before the post-classical period. These kingdoms, and there were numerous examples, these kingdoms featured frequently fairly large territorial holdings, powerful rulers, kings, who would claim great authority and who would surround themselves with impressive rituals and considerable majesty. The territories also experienced increasing trade activity, including trade activity that would connect West Africa across the Sahara to North Africa and the Middle East. The capacity to tax merchant activities was one of the sources of revenue of these newly imposing states. Cultural apparatus proceeded considerably as well. West African art featured a variety of designs, but a fairly close emphasis on work in sculpture, both metalworking and woodworking, creating designs that continue to have a characteristic resonance when you look at our African artistic patterns in a larger global context. In other words, this was a period of important commercial, political, and cultural development in West Africa. There are a couple of interesting questions that need to be addressed in characterizing the sub-Saharan African patterns, again, in a framework that can be fit into the larger network of world history. The first question is the most fundamental. This is a great big place. The African subcontinent is the second largest landmass in the world, second only to Asia. It has all sorts of climatic conditions, all sorts of geographical features, and it is forcing things a bit to talk about African civilization when so much variety exists. Still, while recognizing this issue, it is possible to suggest that there were a few characteristic African themes that would crop up, particularly in the Sudanic kingdoms of West Africa, but in some cases beyond as well. Theme number one was a vigorous emphasis on polytheism, and a use of polytheism to emphasize the close connections between human activities and the forces and features of nature. This is not necessarily a strikingly different version of polytheism, but it certainly provided a cultural explanation for a variety of phenomena for Africans. It served as the framework for a good bit of natural medicine, a combination of herbal treatments and invocations of divine spirits. It was an important cultural framework. Second feature, again particularly vivid in West Africa, was a tendency to emphasize the divinity of major rulers. Divine kingship, not a uniquely African product, was an important feature of many African political efforts. Emphasis on extended families and the connections between individuals in this life and ancestors was a third feature. African families frequently, for example, banded together to protect widows. It was not uncommon in many regions of Africa for families to feel an obligation for a brother of a deceased husband to marry a widow, and there can be emphasis here on the importance of social solidarity, the importance of familial protection. These features, fairly general, I admit, can be used to give at least some baseline for discussions of African characteristics that would cut across particular states and even larger regions. A second question about Africa, which goes back to the long uncertainty about African history before the arrival of Europeans. A second feature of African history is the complicated relationship between African developments in the post-classical period and before, and what we might call the great traditions, the great religious and philosophical systems that, frankly, for the most part, developed elsewhere, not in sub-Saharan Africa proper. Sub-Saharan Africa was a recipient of great traditions, just as, frankly, Europe was. And we need to recognize that African development would feature the manipulation of great traditions, the combination of these traditions with more local elements. Africans did not collectively seize, in the long run, on only one tradition. They utilized several, particularly traditions derived both from Islam and from Christianity. So there's simply a feature here that needs to be recognized. It doesn't detract from the variety and importance of developments in Sub-Saharan Africa during the post-classical period. The notion, again, that this is simply a vast, mysterious, and frankly backward society is an absolute myth that reflected racial assumptions and prejudices on the part of Western scholars until quite recently. Throw that away. But there still are some distinctive features, and they can be recognized. A particular twist on this that we've touched on already obviously was the fairly complicated relationship between post-classical Sub-Saharan Africa and the forces of Islam. African developments, both in the Sudanic kingdoms and in the Swahili belt, African developments were directly connected with Islam and powerfully influenced by Islam. But particularly in the Sudanic kingdoms, particularly in West Africa, Islam was taken in a somewhat distinctive way. African rulers welcomed Islamic merchants, and obviously Islam helped bridge connections between commercial activities below the Sahara and the larger trading patterns of North Africa and the Middle East. African rulers also welcomed Muslims as scholars and officials. Islam provided literate bureaucrats. Islam provided people who had experience in other bureaucratic systems. So there was a strong Islamic cast to the African kingdoms, particularly from the midpoint of the development of Ghana onward. It featured commercial connections. It featured some occasional military contact and raids. It definitely featured a strong cultural interest. From the great kingdom of Mali would emerge the scholarly city of Timbuktu, one of the real centers of Islamic learning during the later post-classical period, a center that easily compares with some of the intellectual centers developed in Western Europe during the same period. But Islam outside the Swahili belt, Islam did not, at this early point, become yet a mass religion in sub-Saharan Africa. Most Africans remained polytheistic, and this was simply a distinctive African combination. Just has to be taken as the way this connection with Islam developed. Muslim travelers, and we've noted this already with Ibn Battuta, would also note that even some African Muslims, while they were pious, while they followed the injunctions of the Quran faithfully, including going on pilgrimages to Mecca, the pilgrimage of one great African king, Mansa Musa, was a tremendous splash because he brought so much gold with him. He briefly dislocated the banking systems in places like Egypt. But many African Muslims did not practice Islam exactly the same way as it was practiced in North Africa and the Middle East, particularly gender aspects. The freedoms and public opportunities allowed to women were not exactly subsumed into the Middle Eastern, North African version of Islam. Again, a distinctive amalgamation while recognizing the importance of the overall connections to the Islamic world. Basically, the most important point is to see that sub-Saharan African history in the post-classical period needs to be treated in much the same framework that we used for Japan, Russia, Southeast Asia, and Western Europe. Sub-Saharan Africa was another case of a civilization in active contact with the most prosperous centers of the world, benefiting from trade with these centers, imitating, at least to some degree, as in the utilization of Islam for purposes of scholarship and political activities, but also maintaining a certain separate sphere of existence. And in this vein, one African historian has proposed a particularly close comparison between developments in sub-Saharan Africa during the post-classical period and those in Western Europe. He seizes on a rough date of 1250 and argues that if you look at sub-Saharan Africa and Western Europe in 1250 CE in broad outline, the similarities are actually quite striking. In both cases, there were significant kingdoms. They tended to be larger in Africa than in Europe, but loosely organized. African kings might claim divine kingship, but in fact their power rested on careful negotiation and conciliation of the warrior class. And this was, while Africa did not develop literal feudalism, this had some overtones of the jockeying necessary in the European feudal monarchies. Both Africa and Europe were developing new commercial centers. Merchant classes were on the rise. Both saw increased activity linking commercial patterns to those of the Mediterranean and the Middle East. And again, in both instances, merchant activities were important not only in their own right, but in stimulating other economic developments, for example, mining in the case of Africa, and in stimulating political activity as well, as we have seen. These then were cases in which you had two emerging civilization areas still fairly loosely structured politically, though with definite states and political apparatus, exploring commercial opportunities, exploring new cultural expressions, etc. The same comparison, however, and this is the point on which we'll end, the same comparison also notes, however, that if you take the two societies 200 years later, in 1450, the comparative situation changes markedly. By 1450, and we'll explore this a little more fully next time, by 1450, European societies, particularly Spain and Portugal, were actively engaged in exploratory trips down the African coast. They were reaching out toward New World roles. They were developing more rapid changes in political and cultural systems. African societies in no sense were lagging compared to their own past. Kingdoms ebbed and flowed. The kingdom of Ghana had yielded to the rise of Mali. By the end of the post-classical period, Mali is fading somewhat and will be replaced by another network of kingdoms, including Songhai. But these were ebbs and flows that really didn't distort the basic framework of African history. But there is not the same kind of outreach and commitment to major change. And the final question is why? And the answer involves several factors that shed light back on post-classical African history as well. Factor number one, sheer geography. Western Europe possesses an abundant river system that creates navigable possibilities connecting inland areas to the oceans. Africa, for the most part, sub-Saharan Africa, for the most part, does not. African rivers are not easily navigable from ocean inland, and they were therefore less obvious as a stimulus to seagoing activities. Except for the Swahili coast, Africans did not develop a significant commitment to naval activities during the post-classical period or obviously before. So, geography. Second, relationship to Islam. For Western Europe, trading with Islam was always tense. It was always, to some degree, trading with the enemy. There was always a certain level of resentment and anxiety. For Africans, trading with Islam was non-problematic. It was fine. Africans were either Muslims or familiar with Muslims. They didn't have a problem here to be solved. Third, balance of payments. Western Europe, as we've noted previously, had significant difficulty in coming up with goods that they could use in exchange for products they wanted from world trade. Africa had much less of an issue here. They traded slaves, they traded gold, they traded other agricultural products. I don't mean there was never an economic issue, but there, again, was not the same kind of problem to be solved as existed in Western Europe. And finally, as we've also noted before, Africa, unlike Europe, had had no particular interaction with the Mongol interlude and therefore no particular opportunity to connect to new sources of technological change. Again, a contrast with Europe. So 1450 finds the fates of these two societies beginning to diverge, in a way reflecting how successful post-classical African developments had been. Africa did not face the same need for difficult transitions, for ambitious outreach that Western Europe did. Perhaps this was unfortunate, but it was at the very least an ironic cap to a very important and very impressive period in the history of sub-Saharan African societies.
Lecture 18, The World in 1450.
Almost all world historians agree that 1450 or 1500 constitutes a significant break in world history. Today we're going to talk about developments in 1450. We'll make a brief bow at the end to 1500. I don't think the tensions here are terribly significant. We're going to be talking about 1450 in terms of significant changes taking shape in a number of different regions of the world, not just one. The context, just by way of reminder, the context is twofold. First of all, by 1450, the great era of Arab politics and merchant activity has passed. Arabs are still a vigorous people. There are a number of Arab states. Arab religious and cultural activity remain considerable, but the central role that the Caliphate and the Arab version of Islam had played is obviously over. Also over is the Mongol era, definitively by 1450. There are still pockets of Mongol rule. There are pockets of Mongol population, for example, in the Crimea, where a Tatar minority exists to this day, expelled by Stalin and newly returned since the fall of communism. But the Mongol era is over. So an overarching question in the world in 1450 was, given the demise of these two great systems, which had so dominated the post-classical period and its transitional ending, and given the continued importance of interregional economic and cultural contacts, what kind of system would come to be in the place of these previous frameworks? Specific developments focused initially on China. The big news during the first half of the 15th century was actually primarily Chinese news. The Mongols had been expelled from China at the end of the 14th century. A new dynasty, the Ming, was in power in China, and like many new dynasties, was full of vim and vigor, benefiting from an expanding economy, interested in new political statements, interested in territorial expansion to a degree, although remember, the Chinese have never historically been devoted to expansion as a primary guiding principle. Under the Ming, beginning in 1405, a series of Chinese expeditions were mounted, which took Chinese troops and goods and political and cultural representatives from the Pacific coast of China through Southeast Asia, to South Asia, to West Asia, and to the Indian Ocean coast of Africa. These great expeditions, organized in huge ships, so large that they actually could carry not only domesticated animals, but actually gardens to feed the expeditions as they moved along. These huge expeditions were probably mounted primarily to extend the old Chinese custom of seeking tribute from neighboring contacts, and certainly the expeditions were actively utilized in this vein with political representatives from several of the visited territories coming back to China, bringing tribute with them, sometimes held until they provided appropriate tribute in turn. A specific goal of establishing more politics-free commercial networks was probably not involved. But be that as it may, for virtually 30 years, the Chinese expeditions, mounted every several years, provided the most striking interregional contacts that were operating during the 15th century as a whole. These expeditions, commanded interestingly by a Muslim Chinese, a eunuch named Zheng Hu, these expeditions were extremely successful in bringing Chinese connections to Indonesia and other parts of Southeast Asia, in obviously establishing a new kind of Chinese presence in India, in establishing new Chinese links directly with the Middle East, particularly the Persian Gulf region, and with the states of East Africa. Chinese coins and other artifacts have been found from these expeditions in considerable abundance. Speculation has one wondering, did at some point as the Chinese expeditions moved along the East African coast, at some point did the expeditions reach the southern tip of Africa and peek into the Atlantic, and did the leaders wonder, should we go there? They didn't. We don't know that for sure. One historian recently has written a book arguing that one of the Chinese expeditions actually crossed the Pacific. It's an amazing piece of historical imagination based on essentially no evidence whatsoever, and there's no reason to think it's accurate. But even dismissing this was an important series of expeditions, a delightful episode in world history, an important assertion of Chinese economic strength. Remember, these expeditions built on the established position of Chinese manufacturing that had begun to be embellished in the Song dynasty, extended under the Mongol Yuan dynasty, and now obviously confirmed by this explosion of a statement of Chinese dynamism and commercial and military strength. But the expeditions ended in 1433 by an imperial decision. The motives for this decision seem to have been several. There may have been a certain traditionalist bureaucratic suspicion of these costly expeditions on grounds that they gave too much attention to naval activities, too much attention to commercial groups. We don't know that, and it's important not to overdo the conservatism that this decision implies. There certainly were specific factors. A new Ming emperor had come to the throne, and like many political newcomers, he wanted to establish that his policies were going to be different from those of his predecessor. So probably a certain amount of sheer whim entered in. It's also possible that while the tribute received from the expeditions had been considerable, the crude economic calculation, at least in terms of short-run cost benefits, argued for termination. Without question, and I think these two are the more important causal factors. Without question, the new dynasty, the new representative of the dynasty felt that there were two more important purposes for investment monies. One was to establish a new Ming capital in Beijing, which began as the expeditions ended and turned out to be both magnificent and costly. This was the point at which the famous Forbidden City began to be constructed, a series of new tombs for the Ming emperors. These were costly investments, which arguably paid off in terms of the prestige of this new capital, but certainly made it difficult to consider doing the two major enterprises at the same time. The other major investment was, of course, the redoing of the Great Wall. The concern about making sure the Mongols, now out, stayed out, seemed to warrant this huge defensive investment. Obviously, the Great Wall is one of the famous architectural symbols of China, deservedly so. It was also extremely expensive. Again, hard to do too many things at once. The ending of the Chinese expeditions did not end China's economic role in world trade. It did not isolate China from the rest of the world. These points we will need to return to. But obviously, the end of the expeditions did signal a terminus to the brief flurry of Chinese initiative going this far toward the rest of the world. Chinese activities, including merchant colonies in Southeast Asia, remained. They had been strengthened by the expeditions. There's a lingering impact here. But the extent of Chinese outreach that these expeditions had represented would frankly not be matched by China until the late 20th century. The change also, the decision to end the expeditions, also re-raised the question that I started with. If the Chinese weren't going to organize the next interregional trade system, who would? And the answer was obviously going to be clear fairly soon. We'll come back to it. A second center of developments around 1450 involved the Middle East and Southeast Europe. The decline of Arab rule had left openings for the in-migration of new peoples from Central Asia, particularly Turkish people. Several waves had come in already. Turkish populations had been prominent in parts of the Middle East during the Crusades. Turks had been used in the administration of the later Abbasid caliphates. So Turks were not new to the region, but around 1450, a new group of Turks, the Osmanli or Ottoman Turks, began to come in from Central Asia. Remember, they were already Muslims, actually quite fervent Muslims, heavily influenced by Sufism. They began to migrate into the area, and they began to be organized militarily, taking territories not only from Arab states, Arab rulers, but also increasingly focusing on an attack on the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, a major factor during the post-classical period in politics, trade, and obviously cultural outreach, the Byzantine Empire had been declining considerably for some decades before 1450. Its territories shrunk, increasingly finding it difficult to maintain the great city of Constantinople. The Byzantines were already in trouble, and obviously this declining economic and political strength made them a ripe target for this new series of interlopers. The Turks would lay siege to Constantinople, and in 1453 the city fell, to be renamed by the Turks Istanbul, although the rest of the world acknowledged this name only more recently. The fall of Constantinople in 1453, is one of the great single events in world history, both for its real impact and its symbolic meaning. For the Middle East itself, it obviously represented a clear step, not a final step, but a clear step in the establishment of a new Turkish, or more properly Ottoman Empire, that would provide a new source of political and military power to a region that had been fragmented now for almost 2 centuries. The fall of Constantinople also represented a new opportunity for the Turks and for Islam to move into the Balkans, to move into southeastern Europe. And already, even before the fall of Constantinople, the Turks had seized territories in parts of present-day Greece. The change then to southeastern Europe was, in many ways, just as great as the impending change for parts of the Middle East itself. Russia was obviously hugely impacted. Constantinople had been, the Byzantine Empire, had been the model for Russian development. The collapse of Constantinople, on the one hand, represented a rather terrifying challenge to Russian sense of identity, but it was also equally a liberating possibility because Russia could now see itself as inheriting a mission from the old Byzantine Empire, and that would play some role in the new surge of Russia that we'll come back to in just a moment. The fall of Constantinople, finally, was a symbolic and real challenge to other parts of Europe, including Western Europe. Europeans, West Europeans, particularly Italians, had treated Constantinople very scornfully in the last days of the Byzantine Empire. As we've noted previously, one crusade actually invaded Constantinople directly in hopes of plunder and in hopes of reducing commercial competition. And West Europeans did not pay any attention to appeals from late Byzantine emperors for assistance against the assailing Turks. They ignored it. But when the city fell, the sense of threat, the sense that a bastion of Christianity had been removed in favor of a new and fairly potent Islamic presence, was something that Europeans had to grapple with quite directly, and it would take some time to assimilate. The Middle East then and Southeastern Europe were a second center of change, along with the oscillations in Chinese economic activity and interregional policy. Associated with the fall of Byzantium and the rise of the Turks was the extent to which the early 15th century represented the point at which Russian political rulers began fully to cast off Mongol rule. Process began to heat up around 1420, and by 1450, as we've already noted, a real Russian state was forming around Moscow, and it was steadily expansionist. The fall of Byzantium was actually an additional spur to this Russian expansion. The Russian ruler carefully married one of the daughters of the last Byzantine emperor to maintain a clear link between a new Russian mission and the now failed Byzantine mission, and we will have to come back to this important assertion of Russian power as it began to take shape around 1450 as well. Not every place was changing in 1450, or not every place was changing massively. We've noted already that there was considerable basic continuity in Africa. African historians insist, of course, quite properly, that Africa must not be viewed as changeless. There were significant political shifts, alterations of trading patterns. The rise of the new kingdom of Songhai was an important development in the Sudanic region, but African stability compared to developments elsewhere, I think, can be legitimately emphasized as well. Japan, of course, was digesting a certain degree of change. Again, we've noted earlier that the failure of the Mongol efforts to invade Japan, in contrast to their success in China, gave Japan a bit of food for thought and a new opportunity to rethink Japanese relationships even with the Chinese. 1450 is not a striking point in Japanese development, but again, we need to remember that there was a bit of an adjustment going on in this case. Developments in India are not marked by any dramatic shifts around 1450. The more dramatic changes will come 50 or 70 years later with a new series of Islamic invasions into India. So that's hovering in the wings, but not yet there. There were, however, by sheer coincidence, because remember there's no connection yet between American patterns and those elsewhere, there were significant developments in the Americas. Both the Aztecs and the Incas, by 1450, were beginning to encounter new challenges to their rule. Subject peoples were becoming more restive. The Inca Empire was probably overextended. Remember, its vast territory along a mountain stretch was very impressive, but also hard to sustain. So quite spontaneously, quite independently of anything else, the great political structures of the late post-classical period in the Americas were beginning to unravel to some extent, and this would obviously facilitate European entry after 1492. No connection yet, but they need to be noted as simultaneous developments. The final series of major developments occurred in new forms of European outreach. Beginning as early as the 13th century, individual European merchants and rulers had shown some interest in breaking the confines of European geography and its focus on the Mediterranean as an artery of trade which inevitably led to interaction with and dependence on Islamic merchants and Islamic centers of power. In the 13th century, a genuine expedition set out into the Atlantic. Obviously, the Atlantic was potentially the great escape hatch. We have no idea what happened to it. They never came back, but the fact that they went is actually an interesting revelation. Farther to the north, of course, Scandinavians had crossed the Atlantic, and Scandinavians had successfully reached North America, found nothing that they particularly valued there, and retreated to more interesting and durable settlements in Greenland and particularly Iceland. So there's a bridge in the north, but it's not one that connects particularly to developments in the 14th and 15th centuries. By the early 15th century, patterns of exploration in the Atlantic down the African coast were beginning to extend quite routinely, sponsored particularly by the King of Portugal, newly freed from Muslim control, but with some interest also by rulers in Spain, where also Islamic control was being pushed back. The last Islamic enclave in Granada would fall in Spain in 1492, an interesting coincidence of dates. The explorations steadily pushed down the African coast. The purpose was, let's see what we can find. Maybe there are great sources of gold, an understanding that Africa had considerable gold supplies, and myths about even greater riches were rampant in Europe at this point. So there was a clear mercenary tinge. The larger framework, remember, the larger framework was a European recognition that it did face some severe difficulties in the interregional relationships that had developed during the post-classical period. European taste for Asian goods, upper-class taste primarily, was well established. There's a consumer stake here. There's money to be made. But at the same time, the European capacity to pay for these goods was not terribly well established. By seeking new sources of gold, by seeking other opportunities, the Europeans were obviously trying to remedy what was just front and center, a clear problem in their interregional outreach. They also began to wonder if by pressing down Africa, they could find a direct connection with Asia itself and thus save money by avoiding the Islamic middlemen and save cultural challenge by bypassing Islam in favor of connections with Asia directly. This interest in, again, a combination of a cultural and economic solution to the problems of dependence on Islamic merchants. This effort to find a solution was galvanized further by the fall of Constantinople, by the sense of a new level, a new potential for Muslim organization in the Eastern Mediterranean. The spur here was considerable. The conventional textbooks on West European history obviously emphasize the background to these new expeditions in a somewhat different fashion. And there's no reason that we have to choose fully between them. It was certainly true that by 1450, European political capacity was beginning to improve. There was still a great deal of internal warfare. Indeed, the great 100 Years' War between England and France was still raging. But European feudal monarchies in England, France, and now increasingly Spain and Portugal, European monarchies or feudal monarchies had managed to achieve a bit more central control over their territories. They did have somewhat greater capacity to guide trade policy, to do things like mount significant exploratory expeditions. European Christianity, not a new force, may have been given a new lease on life in terms of missionary spirit by the success of driving the Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula. Sometimes this kind of success will help promote a further sense of great zeal and Spanish and to a lesser degree Portuguese Catholic leaders were prominent in playing roles in the explorations that began to take shape in the 15th century. A motive of religious conversion associated with a desire to push Muslims farther back from Europe may have been a spur here. And certainly we need to acknowledge that 1450 was a point at which new attitudes in the Renaissance were developing, first in Italy, and by 1450 beginning to spread more widely. And the Renaissance did suggest a new level of attention to activities on this earth rather than simply religious motivations. They did suggest some new confidence in the possibilities of individual achievement. No accident that some of the great explorers would turn out to be Italian, the center of the Renaissance. But I think the world history picture has to continue to be more complicated. The European expeditions down Africa may have had some religious motivation, although the commercial economic motivation was much stronger at the outset. There may have been some Renaissance spirit involved, but the sense of key problems to be solved, the sense of a need to deal with the problem of the Islamic intermediary, the sense of the need to compensate for the new Islamic control in the Eastern Mediterranean, these spurs were very real as well. As the expeditions unfolded, still around 1450, a bit before, extending to a bit after, as the expeditions unfolded, they also revealed a couple of other points that I think bring us back to the complexity of the motivations involved. First of all, the expeditions, for all their hopes, failed to find massive troves of new wealth. They did, however, find some new territories. Europeans began to take over island groups in the southern Atlantic, such as the Azores and the Canaries. And when they arrived in these island groups, several things happened. First of all, they didn't find gold, so disappointment. They did find a native population, however, that had been long removed from contact with Europe. The Romans had been vaguely aware of these island groups, but there had been no active exchange for a long time. So these population groups were extremely vulnerable to some of the common diseases the Europeans brought, such as measles and smallpox. So a rapid depopulation occurred in these islands, which was at once a useful development for the Europeans. Local resistance was minimal, but also a challenge because there was the obvious need to think about finding additional sources of labor. So the solution adopted, again in the 15th century, was to begin to raid the African mainland, the Northwest African mainland, for sources of slaves. Slavery was a well-established system in Africa. There were African merchants willing to play ball, and the Europeans began importing African slaves into these island groups with the purpose of establishing sugar cultivation. Remember, one of the great European interests in interregional trade was the acquisition of sugar, the indulgence of a Western sweet tooth, and if the new territories did not yield the kind of easy wealth that the Europeans hoped for, they could at least yield opportunities to reduce dependence on sugar imports directly from Asia. So sugar plantations were established in these island groups using slave labor, cleared obviously by the fact that new diseases had carried off the local population, and obviously something of a dress rehearsal, not planned, but something of a dress rehearsal was being developed that would prefigure what would later happen in the Americas when the Europeans reached there. An obvious further point, this kind of policy, I think perfectly understandable in terms of European interests. They had an economic problem. They wanted to resolve it. Growing sugar directly was one, at least partial remedy. But this European policy of economic exploitation, seizure of slaves, did raise some interesting questions about what would be the nature of European role in the world as Europeans, beginning with these expeditions, gained new levels of power. The comparison with earlier groups of global overlords, such as Arabs and Mongols, is interesting and not always to the West's clear advantage. The other thing, of course, and I've mentioned this before, the other thing that the Europeans learned, not in 1450, but a little bit later, was that once they did actually succeed in rounding the southern tip of Africa and reaching Asia directly, they still had a problem. Remember Vasco da Gama's first expedition around the Cape of Good Hope and to India revealed that the Europeans still, although they now had some direct contact, the Europeans still had a balance of payments problem. Da Gama did not carry with him much except some gold that was useful in exchange with Asia. So when Da Gama went back, and now we're after 1500, when Da Gama went back, he brought with him a solution, and the solution was military. He brought guns, and he deliberately slaughtered a number of Indian officials as examples to the rest of the population that they should become willing to trade, even though the Europeans did not yet have very much to offer in the exchange. Again, an interesting prefiguring of developments that would occur later. The key point in concluding about 1450, the key point is to emphasize the variety of developments that were occurring and the number of different places that were involved. There's no tidy pattern. To be sure, the Chinese expeditions and their end help set a stage where fairly soon European initiatives would prove to be the new basis for a framework for interregional trade. But Chinese policy decisions, European adventures are only part of the story. Developments in the Middle East, the arrival of the Turks, the fall of one of the great Christian empires, the beginning of new assertions by Russians as they pushed the Mongols back, all of these developments need to be factored in as well. Not surprisingly, the end of the post-classical period was complicated. It did ultimately involve the gradual emergence of a new system of interregional trade that would be immensely important, but it also involved power shifts, cultural shifts in other regions, and a complicated period in world history ended in a complicated fashion and set the stage for a rich but not straightforward pattern of development in world history's next period.
Lecture 19, The Early Modern Period, 1450 to 1750.
Today we'll be talking about the early modern period in world history, a period that runs roughly 1450 to roughly 1750, the next period after the great post-classical millennium. The period warrants two comments by way of general introduction. First, it's obviously fairly short. We've been dealing with 1500 years for the classical period, 1000 years for the post-classical, and now we're talking about 300. And the reasons for this are probably threefold, and I won't even pretend to say which is most important. First of all, change may have speeded up. That's a modern impression, and maybe it's true. I'm honestly not sure, worth thinking about. Second, as we get closer to the present, we know more. There are more abundant records. That's pretty obvious, but it also helps historians feed larger sections of their treatments. And third, I think quite legitimately, you need to spend more time on periods that are closer to the present day because inevitably they will have even more influence on current patterns of activity. These connections we'll be working on through the discussions from this point onward, but they're perfectly legitimate. This is a perfectly honest, indeed useful employment of historical analysis. The period begins 1450 or so. We talked last time about some of the components that were changing in the world in 1450, including the new European expeditions, the significant changes in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, the Chinese decision, which helped set the stage for new activity as well. Some historians would urge maybe 1500's a bit better date. By 1500, it was becoming clear that the Europeans had arrived in the Americas and were actually going to utilize their arrival to introduce significant changes. That obviously was not even on the horizon clearly in 1450. And also by 1500, the Ottoman Empire had expanded from its hold in southwestern Europe, northeastern Middle East, to include victories over Egyptian forces that extended the Ottoman Empire through much of the Arab world, not all of it, but much of it, including portions of North Africa, Egypt, obviously front and center. So 1450, 1500 gets things started. 1750 at the other end is frankly a date of convenience. It really is used mainly to say, well, it's around this time that things are going to be changing because of the impact of European industrialization. Not an entirely satisfactory decision. We'll have to talk about it when we talk about the next period in world history. This is an unusual case in which the boundaries of a period at the end are frankly pretty vague. But let's be honest, that's the way it's usually done. Early modern, obviously, is meant to be revealing. It's not quite modern, hence early, but it's a lot more recognizable in terms of our world today than the post-classical was. It's a term that was long used in European history. I don't think it's a distortion to use it in world history, but we need to recognize what some of the implications are. The second general comment about the early modern period is really a warning. This is where many well-intentioned world history educational programs go off the rails. For example, the California state system. California established elegant parameters for world history up to 1450. Interesting treatments of Islam, of Asia, of Africa, etc. But then in 1450, the world becomes Europe. And two things happen. One, the expansion of European power, which is undeniable, becomes the central theme so that everything is organized around how societies were reached by Europe, how they reacted to Europe as though they had no independent volition, no independent background, and that just oversimplifies and distorts. The second thing that happens is European history is suddenly given a richness. We're indulging ourselves in looking at the glories of changes in the West as if nothing else were going on elsewhere, as if these developments need to receive a degree of attention that simply distracts from the continued complexity of the world as a whole. So in dealing with the early modern period, we must recognize that the power of Western Europe in the world did increase. That's a legitimate major change. We must recognize that the nature of the West itself was significantly transformed in ways that were obviously important in the West and would have implications for other regions. But we must keep balance. I think it's easy to do, but we need to keep the warning in mind. Europe did not run the world in 1750. Many societies continued to act in great independence of Europe. Important developments continued to occur that had very little to do with Europe one way or the other. The world continued to be complicated. The world continued to operate along several parallel lines. In establishing a new period, as we discussed when we talked about the introduction of the post-classical period, we need not only to have a set of dates, here 1450 or so, 1750 or so, we also have to have a fairly clear sense that the themes that had previously predominated have lost some force. And this is fairly actually easy to state. The post-classical period, lots of things going on. The post-classical period was defined above all by a clear expansion in the geographical range and number of civilizations, by the impact of the world religions, and by the establishment of a world network connecting different parts of Africa, Asia, and Europe. The theme of expansion of civilization obviously can continue to be played in the early modern period, but because the main contours of the civilization zones are pretty well established, particularly outside of the Americas, it's no longer a dominant organizing principle. World religions did continue to expand. Islam is still moving into Southeast Asia, and obviously the Ottoman conquests introduced the possibility of a significant Muslim minority in Southeastern Europe as well. Christianity would expand hugely in the Americas during the early modern period, although not quite as rapidly as some priests and monks had hoped. But for the world as a whole, the religious map was pretty well set, and the big impact of world religions really had come and gone. In terms of a major innovative force, their sustaining power is still there. The world network simply gets transformed. It's still an operative concept, but it gets transformed because of the inclusion of the Americas. So the world network was an intense interrelationship among different societies in what we might conveniently call the old world. The new world economy, which we'll explore more fully next time, the new world economy is literally global. And that's a huge change. Indeed, and now we turn to the most important part, what are the new themes? Indeed, the most important single development in the early modern period is the intensification of interregional trade connections and the inclusion of the Americas, and at the very end of the period, the inclusion also of Pacific Oceania in these global trade patterns. Huge development, pretty obvious, but the implications are immense. Other changes, other new themes include, and these are what we're going to explore during the balance of our discussion today, other new changes include the new power relationship of the West in the world. Didn't happen overnight. It has to be seen as gradual, but it did occur. The biological exchanges that resulted from European and African contact with the Americas. And finally, the explosion, no pun intended, of gunpowder empires, a point that relates to the expansion of Europe but needs separate attention. First, the expansion of Europe. This can be very simply summed up, and there's a nice book by Carla Cipolla precisely along these lines, as gun sales and empires. By the 15th century, Europeans had adapted Chinese explosive powder into guns and particularly cannon. They benefited, interestingly, from the fact that well before the advent of Chinese explosive powder in Europe, Europeans were already familiar with heavy metal casting, interestingly for the purpose of making church bells. Now, nobody sat around when church bells were being developed saying, I think several centuries from now this will make a great weapon. But the fact is, another bit of dumb luck. Europeans were able to transfer this technology to the casting of bronze and iron cannon. Sails came from adaptations of Arab shipping. Europeans learned how to make more effective ocean-going vessels. They stopped depending on galley slaves to row through the Mediterranean, and these new vessels proved to be particularly successful in navigating the waters of the Atlantic and then the Pacific. Along with guns and sails came, of course, the increasing utilization of navigational devices, most of which the Europeans had borrowed from elsewhere, the compass, etc., and the Europeans were often running. For the most part, guns and sails in the early modern period took Europeans mainly to islands and coastal regions where they could establish ocean-going contact and use their sea-based cannon to intimidate and threaten. Thus, Europeans over the early modern period seized some port cities in West Africa, occasionally a bit in East Africa, though the European presence was much less significant there. They seized some ports in India, like the Portuguese port of Goa, which was only given back to India a few years ago. They seized island groups in what's now Indonesia. They periodically seized territory in Taiwan. They certainly seized the Philippines. These were places where ships, cannon, and short-distance expeditions from ships would pay off particularly well. It's obviously vital to recognize, no mystery, but it's obviously vital to recognize that with rare exceptions, the interior of Africa and Asia would remain immune to European conquest at this point. The technology was simply not relevant. Europeans made inroads in African territories directly only in Angola, a Portuguese holding, and then a bit later on in South Africa, where the Dutch established a foothold. But otherwise, their dealings with Africa in terms of the use of ships and force are coastal, as is the case with most of Asia. The huge exception, of course, was the Americas, where Europeans had the advantage not just of ships and guns, though this was certainly relevant, but also metal tools and technologies, horses, and a sense of military organization that, in some instances at least, was also superior to that which had been developed among Native American peoples. The European conquest of the Americas, which was gradual. Let's not assume that Europeans suddenly, because they made huge land claims over South America, for example, seized these territories fully. But European success here was absolutely vital, but in terms of the world as a whole, atypical. And remember, it was accompanied by another advantage the Europeans had, if advantage is the right word, that they did not have with regard to Asia and Africa, and that was the advantage of disease. The decimation of American populations because of imported diseases, running up to 80 to 85% of the total Native American population dying off within 2 centuries, whole populations in some cases literally entirely extinguished, minorities remaining in other instances. This cleared the way for European conquest as no other development could. So, the expansion of Europe, the establishment of European military presence was mainly a naval activity, underwritten by new technologies that had developed as Europe encountered Asian societies and utilized the contacts to their own benefit. It was developed in different ways in the Americas because of the very special circumstances that resulted, frankly, primarily from previous American isolation. A question obviously arises with regard to this European weapons advantage as to why no other society in the early modern period decided to rival the Europeans at their own game, and it's a valid question. Several societies doubtless could have done so because they had the metalworking traditions, they had the shipbuilding capacity, they had experience in interregional activity, but they did not do so. The Chinese, for example, although abundantly exposed to European example and interested in some European artifacts, for example, clocks, the Chinese decided not to imitate European patterns at this point, probably partly because of a Confucian reluctance to indulge too many activities that would give greater prestige to merchant values and merchant life, probably because of a bureaucratic suspicion of too much change occurring all at once, but above all, because China simply had no use for these patterns in terms of the purposes seen for Chinese society itself. As we will see more fully in a later discussion, China benefited hugely from Europe's world economy because of the Chinese productive capacity. They didn't need to emulate European weapons patterns and naval patterns in order to seize these benefits. China was interested in maintaining the integrity of the Middle Kingdom against outside invasion. European devices here, particularly naval devices, were of little use. The Chinese proved perfectly capable of organizing their contacts with Europeans through some regulated ports, particularly the port of Macau. They simply did not have problems that European weapons patterns would seem to solve. Something of the same case applies to Japan, although we know a little bit more about debates in this regard. As Europeans first encountered Japan in the 16th century, Japanese were initially rather interested in what the Europeans had to offer. There were even some significant conversions to Christianity. Japan was, after all, a warlike feudal society, and seeing a people with new types of weapons could be a real turn-on. And there was considerable interest in European guns and a quick capacity to manufacture similar types of guns in Japan itself. But at the end of the 16th century, under a ruler named Hideyoshi, the Japanese made a decision to cut off these contacts and to end this degree of interest in European weapons patterns. The decision was motivated first by a realization of what the Europeans were doing to the Philippines, a sense that European control of the Philippines in the name of the Pope, or so the Japanese viewed it, would be so threatening to Japanese culture, the Japanese value system, that the threat simply could not be endured. Japan needed to cut off contact lest what happened to the Philippines happened there. Second, It was clearly realized that while eagerness for European weapons might be a delightful edge for feudal belligerents in the short term, in the long term, European weapons would threaten the system of feudalism itself. Older fighting patterns were essential to maintain feudal values and feudal social relationships, and this maintenance was more important than the opportunities the Europeans seemed to offer. So Japan cut off this kind of interest, regulated the manufacture of guns. In some years in the 17th century, Japan produced only 9 guns per year. This was simply not going to be a dominant pattern for the Japanese political and military system. So, the sense that European patterns, although obviously extremely dynamic, were not relevant to the goals of key societies, a sense of social preservation or cultural preservation or both, motivated a stance toward European technology that was obviously very distinct. Europeans, in turn, quickly developed a sense that whatever their drawbacks with regard to the new societies they were in contact with, in the opulence of cities, the richness of tradition, at least they had a technology edge, and Europeans began to judge other societies mainly by the state of technology, and obviously in the process found their own society vastly superior. An interesting pattern of evaluation that I think still operates in much of the contemporary world. Along with the rise of Europe and its military base, a second key development involved what historians routinely call the Columbian Exchange. Here's where the biological entry of the Americas into the global system had its clear expression. The Columbian Exchange means that biological products moved from the Americas to the rest of the world and from the rest of the world to the Americas. The exchange for the Americas themselves was almost entirely disastrous. Obviously, biological exchange meant that old world domesticated animals were brought to the Americas, and Americans proved very adept at using horses, for example, in this new system. Old world food products like wheat and other grains were also brought to the Americas, where they would embellish the food supply. But the big import biologically to the Americas was disease, and as we've already seen, it had horrendous impact. The impact was accidental. Europeans and Africans did not intend to bring these diseases to the Americas, though over time, by the 18th and 19th centuries, Europeans actually learned deliberately to introduce diseases into Native American populations in order to clear them out. It was initially accidental. It became sometimes intentional. The Columbian Exchange for other parts of the world was arguably beneficial, maybe a slightly loaded word, but beneficial may do. That is, American food products began to spread widely to other areas and enhanced food supplies in ways that would help sustain and even augment populations. China, for example, by the early 17th century, was utilizing American crops like sweet potatoes and corn, along with some new strains of rice in China itself, and this served as a basis for considerable population expansion later in the 17th and in the 18th centuries. China gained these crops mainly through their ongoing contact with the Philippines, where Spaniards had introduced American crops to see if they would also help improve the food supply there. The pattern obviously shows the continued complexity of China's relationship with the wider world and the capacity for real innovation. India also adopted some New World crops, and again, there were probably population consequences there as well. Europe, ironically, was slower to introduce New World crops. Europeans were very food conservative, arguing that these new crops were not mentioned in the Bible and therefore might be the source of evil and disease. But by the late 17th century, Europeans as well were beginning to use the potato. They used corn less, which remained mainly a food for animals, and on this basis would experience a dramatic population increase as well. The Columbian Exchange for the world as a whole served to augment the food basis for population growth. But in particular societies, particularly the Americas themselves, served as a population deterrent for a considerable period of time. The African involvement in the Columbian Exchange was obviously complicated. New World foods, particularly corn, spread widely to Africa and helped sustain population development. But here, there was another biological exchange in people themselves that worked in the other direction. Beginning in the 16th century, 8 to 12 million Africans would be seized in the Atlantic slave trade, taken to the Americas, often in hideous conditions, a level of displacement that had obvious population consequences for Africa, particularly West Africa, as a disproportionate number of the slaves were males and young, prime age for reproduction. So overall, in the early modern period, when these two forces are put together, African populations roughly stabilized, suffering in some regions, benefiting slightly in others. The most vigorous impact of the Columbian Exchange had ended by the early 18th century. Disease patterns began to stabilize in the Americas as more people became disease resistant and as the bulk of the population now mixed European and Native American heritage in the mestizo group that would quickly become a majority. So the Columbian Exchange is not an eternal pattern in world history, but it did organize some very significant developments during much of the early modern period, some of which, including China's population growth, would continue to ramify thereafter. Third basic feature of the early modern period, the extent to which gunpowder was utilized to establish a new series of empires in a way that actually had never before been matched in world history. This was a great age of empire at two levels. First, familiar. The Europeans, launched by the Spanish and Portuguese, established their famous overseas empires in the Americas, in parts of Asia and Africa, as we've already discussed. So Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, British, French empires become the great overseas empires of the early modern period with huge consequences in world history. But equally important, indeed for much of the early modern period, more important, was the establishment of land-based gunpowder empires in Asia. The Ottoman Turks, for example, had used gunpowder, had used cannon in their siege of Constantinople. The establishment of the Ottoman Empire was partly based on the use of land-based cannon and guns. The new Mughal Empire in India was similarly organized by invaders who utilized new weaponry. The Safavid Empire in Persia was another gunpowder empire. The expanded Russian Empire quickly became a fourth gunpowder empire. So in Eastern Europe and much of Asia, a new series of empires arose on the basis of new military technology, quite different in orientation from the more commercially minded European overseas empires, but equally important because they maintained sway over such a significant landmass and over such dynamic economies. And even in China, the last dynasty, which launched in the 17th century, the Qing dynasty, was itself partly a gunpowder empire operated by Manchurians, not Chinese proper, who used new weaponry as one of their means of obtaining new political control on the Chinese mainland. This establishment of empire, which goes way beyond the familiar story of the rise of the West, is a crucial development in the early modern period that deserves attention in its own right. A couple of things did not happen in world history in this period. The early modern period is not a distinct period with regard to gender relations, for example. The post-classical period, with the complicated impact of the world religions on gender relations, but also the pattern of increasing subservience of women in a number of key societies, such as China. Post-classical period suggests a break in gender relations, but in terms of the world as a whole, the early modern period did not. There were important developments. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas had huge implications for American gender relations because European values and expectations differed so greatly from Native American traditions. The slave trade, in withdrawing men from Africa, increased the importance of polygamy in Africa because of the need to provide family arrangements for the remaining women. Again, a significant gender change. So there are points of change in specific cases, but there's no blanket pattern that allows us to use the early modern period for purposes of gender discrimination. The same thing, interestingly, applies to culture. There are all sorts of cultural developments in the early modern period, and we will have to pay attention to them. The importation of European religion, artistic styles, and some science to the Americas was a huge change in American cultural history. European culture itself would change, and we'll be taking this up quite specifically with, for example, the rise of science, the division of European Christendom, etc. European cultural patterns would have some impact on a few other societies, particularly Russia, but in the world as a whole, in the early modern period, there is no overall cultural dynamic. It's as though, and I think in some cases this is really exactly the situation, it's as though individual societies like Japan, even as new opportunities for contact developed, decided, okay, we may indulge these to a degree. Perhaps China would be a better example here. We may indulge these new contacts to a degree, but not at the expense of massive cultural influence. The Chinese, for example, would tolerate a little bit of European missionary activity as long as the Europeans were respectful of Chinese ways and dressed like Confucian scholars, but they were not interested in more significant cultural interpenetration, and indeed they would later move to block missionary activity to a greater extent as well. This is not a period of vibrant cultural exchange on a global basis. This is not a period of systematic cultural innovation. The main points in the early modern period are to recognize the obvious, that a number of different things are going on. The rise of Europe is a real fact. It doesn't have the same implications for some parts of the world as it does for others, but it's a real fact. But along with the rise of the West comes the establishment of really significant political units in other parts of the world that would long overshadow Western politics per se. Along with these political developments came the force of the biological exchange, which results from the inclusion of the Americas, a number of things going on that would prompt reactions from different societies. Many societies did have to make some decisions about how to handle new contacts with the West, and these decisions varied. But they also had to make decisions about the utilization of new foods, reactions to new diseases. They also had to make decisions about the impact of new imperial structures, land-based as well as sea-based. A lot was going on, and different regions would react differently. One final point. I mentioned, and it really needs to be repeated, that along with the specifics, the gunpowder empires, the Columbian Exchange, etc., we need to keep in mind the central theme. And that central theme was the intensification of economic relationships, which now also included the Americas, and at the end of the period, parts of the Pacific, in ways that would have deep impact. And as one final caution against placing too much emphasis on Western achievements in this whole pattern, one interpretation argues that what the West really managed in the early modern period was to place itself as a transmitter of American goods. And it was this transmission that actually served as the engine of the world economy with much more diverse benefits and implications than we usually think of when we think of the rise of the West alone.